Good morning, chat. Oof. It is super early, but we are live and we are ready for the championships here.
Y'all, it has been a long time coming to get our LAN event to crown the best in the world, but now we're on the precipice of doing so.
Every single one of these teams has earned the spot that they're in. Whether you look at the undefeateds in Luminosity and Inco, they've dominated all the way through.
Yo, what's up, Ryan? Ryan, you're up this early, bro?
Absolutely steamrolled their way
Sure.
into the top three. Neither one of these teams, none of these teams, have played against
Radical
each other
Ryan,
so
we miss you,
far in
buddy.
competition.
I'm getting ready for work.
Coming into this one.
Bro, today is the finals for Call of Duty Mobile Championships. And we got 2 North American teams in there and 1 Latin team. There's only 3 teams. So today, it's going to be the finals. So you got the number 1 versus the number 2 team today. Yeah, so here. So it's going to be Inco versus Luminosity. And the loser team will go straight to play against Tribe. And then Tribe will play against the losing team. And then we'll go and advance to the grand finale with the winner team. So there's only going to be 3 teams. Grand finale, I think, is the best out of 7, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if this final round is best out of 7 too. And then, of course, if you guys don't know, you guys can collect all the in-game rewards as well. So if you guys haven't done so, you guys can definitely open up Call of Duty Mobile and open it up and watch so you can get your free rewards. Let's just say they're lucky that I didn't enter this one because then I'll be doomed. Exactly. But good to see you, man. Hopefully you have a wonderful day at work. It's just funny because I called off of work for this. And it's like, it's 6 in the morning, so I'm like, oh. I went to bed late too.
Was it a bad day and they were going to get knocked out because they couldn't bounce back?
Tribe Gaming, baby.
Dominating the bottom side of the bracket until their rematch against Wolves, and they won that one.
All right, so let's see.
But 3-1 nonetheless.
I am a firm believer that any team that comes in from a lower bracket will start off hot. They have had so many matches where they had to prove themselves multiple times, and now it feels like they're just getting one step at a time, closer and closer into the matchup. We got Tectonic, Marshy, Bolu, Vague, and Jez to represent their team, and everyone's asking who is going to be that one person that can try to stop a person like Lucasin. That could actually probably be Jez.
No question about it. He was phenomenal.
Dude, Jez yesterday was ridiculous with the snipes. Yeah, they were up against Wolves yesterday. Yeah, the very first time Wolves just destroyed Tribe, this China team. And then you know, Tribe won everything in the losers bracket. Wolves finally lost, goes to the bottom bracket as well, and ends up just going absolutely nuts. Tribe beat them in the rematch, and you should have seen Jez. Jez was hitting snipes that were just so nasty. I'm talking about like just peeking the little tighter on the right side, peeking the little fence on the other side, and he's just so precise in his sniping. Looking for any type of information.
But now, with the new organization in Luminosity, the team formerly known as Undream now find themselves on the upper side of the bracket, and one of the most
Undream. This team used to be Undream, but I don't know if someone bought them out and rebranded to Luminosity, but now they're Luminosity.
We always expected that Tribe will be there, will be that representative for NA, but it looks like they're looking like a different team here. And looking at the stats, they're just so good. They only dropped 3 maps, the second best of all the teams here today.
Interestingly enough, the two players that got dropped from that Tribe Championship roster, Band and Envy, both in the top 5 for KD heading into today.
I'm a big Fabba. Oops.
Especially having an opportunity, more than likely at some point, to go up against their former team. It should definitely be a big opportunity for those two especially.
Yeah, that clip that we just saw there, that was Band, I think, going, what, 7, 8, 9 in a row on standoff, and he was just doing whatever he wanted to Wolves, who looked pretty unstoppable up until that point. This Luminosity roster,
any of my streams? Okay, it did go up. I was like, did my streams ever go up last night?
Constantly, again, stage 4, so close. They were so close behind Tribe, but couldn't get over the hump. Whatever they figured out up into the land has been fantastic.
Man, it's just so great to see how all of these teams came together. And one of the matchups that I really want to do is probably the NA versus NA matchup.
Yeah, everyone's saying they want North America to go up against North America here.
I'm gonna revel in the fact that we're here. We're in NA. A lot of teams here, and the fans are in the crowd, definitely supporting a lot of their players. But let's see if one more team coming from LATAM can go and make a difference.
That's right. That team, Inco Stalwart, so dominant, 12-1 map score so far throughout the tournament, just untouchable by all squads.
Yeah, nobody's had an answer for Lucasen. Like, that's really what it's gonna come down to, and I think that, like we said, is the big question for these NA teams. What can they do to counter? I think the map picks are going to be especially crucial because of the impact that he's had, trying to find opportunities to really make him struggle a little bit, make him more uncomfortable, and try to put him into a tougher spot. But you can't forget about the fact that his teammate Dad also in the top 5 for KDs.
3 members from Inco are actually going to be in the top 10 of the best players that we have for today. That's going to be Lucasin, that's going to be Rafa, that's going to be Dad, and they have crazy numbers. And mind you, 2 of these teams, they have control KDs that are so crazy in the 2-0 KD range.
This was probably my favorite series because Smart Omega looked like they were the loose team that got to get away with anything that they wanted to do, and they ran into the buzzsaw that was Inco Stalwart, and they lost that series. And Smart Omega seemed like like a shell of themselves on the bottom side of the bracket, but it's because they ran into this squad, and that's what Inco Stalwart has been doing to teams. No one really seems to have an answer to the SKS, to that ranged fighting here, and it's really throwing other teams off of their game. Now let's take a look at our KDA leaderboard throughout the tournament, and you said it, it's that man. He's a bad man right there on the top. 1.96 KDA right at the top.
Imagine having that kind of KD, dude.
Band, a great player, not even close.
It's not, and that's the main thing. I was trying to talk to some of the teams, like, what are you guys going to do? I was talking to Tribe, I was talking to Luminosity. What are you guys going to do to take down Lucasen? Now, they weren't willing to share those strategies because they don't want that out in the public sphere. But he's no question the biggest issue for any of these teams to go up against. The one thing that I will say, Inco haven't had to go against any of the teams that finished top 4 so far in this competition outside of when they played Wolves back in the group stages. So they haven't been truly tested so far. This Luminosity matchup definitely going to be their biggest yet.
See, I actually thought that one team that could go and make a difference was going to be Smart Omega, but it just seemed like the confidence of this team just steamrolled out of control.
I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit.
Really shine, knowing very well the weaknesses of their team, and just really make it shine.
Well, we've got ourselves our first matchup of the day.
All right.
It is our championship
bracket
baby.
Finals.
Inco Stalwart versus Luminosity. We saw 2 players from one team and 2 players from the other team, both in the top 5 of KDA. Shoutouts to Pab Zera, who's had himself a heck of a tournament over at Skade. And they are playing for that top side. You win this, you're at minimum $280,000 and prime position for the $700,000 for first place. Again, our tournament pricing brought to you by HyperX. The $1,700,000 prize pool has been just such a great boon for all of these players. And for you at home, you have the opportunity to win some super cool in-game swag by watching in the client. If you're able to go ahead and tune in during the broadcast in-game, you'll get free rewards just by watching. The longer you watch, the better the rewards.
Man, if you haven't got it yet, you had 3 days to get this. I haven't yet because we're so busy here on the desk, but I'm going to be making sure I'm going to set my alarm or tell Bobby to remind me to get these in-game viewership
says, "I'm
rewards.
gonna tell
We have a
Bobby
ton
to
of them,
remind
and
me."
plus, this is my favorite color scheme so far.
No question about it. Absolutely beautiful. Like we said, it is going to be just me getting absolutely chased around by Iskaras all day long. First stream back from all this Stage 5 casting, so it'll be terrifying, but it's beautiful.
All right, well, we've set the prize pool, we set the rewards for our friends at home, and we've set the table for our championship bracket. All that's left is prediction time. Who you got?
I asked Beef Mommy for predictions coming into this.
That's cheating.
It's cheating? Oh, my bad.
All right, well, who you got? Who you got?
I've got to lean toward Inco right now. They've seemed to be the most dominant. I know that teams are going to be drawing up game plans for Lucasen. Nobody's come remotely close to finding a successful strategy so far. I think he leads this team to victory.
Beef Mommy?
Man, this is hard. I'm always a big fan of a lower bracket run, so I might have to go with Tribe because they had so much resilience going through the lower bracket, and now they are in a little bit of a pickle. Not a situation that you don't really expect Tribe to be in, but it's just a matter of who's going to meet them in the lower bracket, because I think if Luminosity meets them down there, I think Luminosity might win it. But if it's going to be Inco, I think they might actually win Inco and possibly have an NA championship.
All right, well, let's get this day underway with our winner bracket finals. And to do that, let's send it on over to our casters, Shift and Proper.
Thank you there, friends. How about it? From potential Cinderellas to maybe championship favorites. The Zinco Gaming Squad is looking pretty untouchable at the moment, but the same can be said about Luminosity. They've had really clean runs throughout just their groups, but also here so far in the upper bracket. Maybe the only blemish comes down to what we get out of control from those guys.
You're absolutely right to talk about control when it comes down to Luminosity. Is the only game mode out of the three that they have truly struggled with.
Yeah.
But hey, if you can end up closing things out with just, maps 1, 2, and 4, then control might not matter all too much. As you take a look, just the overall, the map losses really not too bad at all, tied as far as wins are concerned. And the respawn KD, well, it's just a little bit better from Inco, but I think it's kind of inflated because of Lucasen.
That's definitely the case. I mean, when you throw somebody
Lucas
up
is
there, nearly a 2.0,
ridiculous.
yeah.
I want to see
That's
Washi. Washi is just amazing
you
at
saw the kind of the
sniping.
map win losses right there for a moment.
Does
The
not
thing
make
that
any
we
sense
really harp on
how
here
crazy
is
this man
Luminosity.
is.
Out of those 3 losses, 2 of them came to control. So we'll kind of throw it out in the air. Summit would be map number 3, control. Haven't seen much of that this weekend, so we'll keep kind of our finger on that when we look over the first 2 maps. Standoff, Hardpoint, Raid, Search, and Destroy. Where's your headspace at, Proper?
My headspace right now, when it comes down to it, is quite literally just around that Raid, Search, and Destroy. The only reason being is because the vetoes kind of go against what Inco are mostly comfortable on. The Hacienda taken away. Take off Hardpoint, not even in question whatsoever. So the Raid, Search, and Destroy, I think is going to be quite telling where these 2 teams stand up against each other. Got to get warm here on the standoff Hardpoint first.
We have yet to see the Zinco team play on standoff Hardpoint, but you expect to still continually have not just sniper rifles maybe in play, but a hefty amount of SKSs as we start to rotate towards those more open hard points. But how about LG? Blur getting involved with some long-range ability, and it's going to be 3 straight eliminations for Washi as well. Luminosity off to a hot start.
There he goes. SKS trendsetter in the mix. Finds 3 in a row because, of course, he did. He won about halfway through its tenure here on the opening set, and I mean, all said is that Inco are still in a superior position. Yeah, they're getting traded out, but so long as you can dictate the pace of the middle of the map, you're going to set yourself up wonderfully for the rotation.
Early streaks as well for Washi. Hunter Killer Drone already spent. Nades on the way in. Break attempt coming from Inco Gaming. Numbers prevail as they look to get onto the hardpoint. Contest on the way forward, and yep, that will work out nicely. Blur is going to be the player to really keep an eye out for LG when it comes to trying to lock down this SKS, and he's clean with it so far. A couple of great eliminations as he finds his fist before dropping.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Bobby ended up talking about it as well, is that you have to have a strategy of some kind to deal with the long-range poke and prod effect that is the SKS. Kill feed starting to erupt in blue, but the push that's coming through in the backside of Brown is actually quite influential. It's setting up a pinch to come through out of Bakery.
I don't think Inco expected that there was going to be a hit from the south side of the map. Now the spawns will give them that information, but it's just too late. Solo, 3 in a row. LG on the break, up to 40 points. Inco looking to try to contest this as soon as humanly possible from mostly the gas station side. There is one long flank out of Noel, but he drops, so now the whole hit from Inco has to come from the front, and the kills are at least just needs it enough to neutralize the time.
Yeah, big kills actually coming through out of the gas station. You lose those gunfights, you could potentially be in a spawn trap for the next 2 respawns. So working your way back in for 30 seconds could be very, very good. And you see it right there on your screen yet again. Lucasen, 1.96, mostly just with the SKS, has been an absolute trendsetter, already up to 11 kills.
And the thing that we really have to keep our eye on with these setups, Rinko, once they get the rotation in their favor, is where do they throw their double SKSs at times. Lucasen likely to lock down one lane. You expect Dan to kind of swap back and forth, maybe pulling out a second SKS if necessary to lock down the opposite. For LG, though, already pinned up. Blur, easy kill on the dad, and that will mean that as the old time will expire, it's pretty much all Luminosity set up for P2. Yeah,
Luminosity still having those close spawns. You have one player that's actually watching the long. Well done. But solo ban here over in the courtyard, able to lock down 2. Knows that number 3 is just outside. Washi will be there for the elimination, and it is just coming up all wonderfully for LG at the beginning here at 3.
I think everyone who played up against LG in this map from yesterday is saying, let's not make sure Band goes on that huge 9 spree onto this hard point. He was floating, flying, stinging all over the place. 70-42 the current tally. Inko looking for a break attempt, but LG quick on the read. Noel on the interior, has to pretty much do it all himself, and nearly does, but the clock comes out for Washi. Only finds 1 elimination. LG still with numbers to try to get back in, and so it will be. The switchblade from Band, another double.
Here, fire out. Band locking things down here for the scrap time. Gonna find themselves 4 in a row, and that should be the last bit of scrap time here secured. Here on P3, it was about a pretty successful 40 to about 3 comparatively to where Inko are located at, going all the way through the rotation. You still have one more player to worry about. That's going to be Washi. Big trade to come all the way through, but space provided for LG to threaten this early.
And trends really have been LG better on the initial 20 seconds so far, whether that's from the rotational wins for their gunfights or mostly locking and holding down to their initial setup. Same thing here. The full break, right as soon as the hard point opens up, comes from LG. Reinforcements on the way, and you can see the read. They know for a fact that Inko is going to be hitting from the left-hand side. Pred missile called in. Purifier also with a mix. Kills favor that of Luminosity, but Inko still have a chance to contest from the front.
There's still a very defining reason why Luminosity are the #1 hardpoint team with a plus 118 differential, 7-0 through Worlds so far, but Inko need to showcase why they are #2. Breaking back in with the Holger in hand is Crozen, just trying to meet them at the gates here at 4.
Yeah, both teams largely have not been contested in their hardpoints until likely now they meet each other. Inko with a substantial break off of their second attempt. Now looking to lock in every bit of this scrap time. 13 seconds to fight for it. LG are still trying to put a little bit of pressure on towards this.
See if he'll
and to be
save
fair,
it
this
or
could
use
be
it.
mostly in an effort to make sure there's not a safe exit for Inko, but spawn for number 5 in blue is Crozen. He's going to have a chance of trying to win out Hotel, while Lucasen is going to go to a very bold claw call, and it works out. Double comes through, spams down the hard point, but it's going to be Inko who have the ability to jump in the hill first.
Still able to find that space, because like you were talking about, Luminosity at the end of the first set were trying to set themselves up for it in an abundance of exits as Lucasen just continue doing Lucasen things, even swaps to the pocket SKS, and is able to find 3 in a row. Just the guy cannot be stopped, but there needs to be more follow-up on it. Able to get yourself set up here inside P1.
He's like their
slowly
heavy
closing in on the
anchor,
lead
bro.
that Luminosity have.
Lucas is a heavy anchor
Can they work their way back in towards the SMGs and try to lock this down? Rafa also in the mix, but only for a short time. LG, 3 quick eliminations. Right back into the hard point. Band locking down the back door towards Hotel, and it's LG dominating the kill feed and a chance to continue to grow a cushion here on their score.
20 seconds remaining here inside P1. Double-edged sword coming through for Luminosity. Basically calling for players like Solo to continuously find the zoning effects. Has one player inside a bakery. We'll be able to get some help there from Blur. Now you need to start pushing all the way forward, especially with Inko spawning out.
It's going to be a bit of a 50-50 battle over towards New. Rafa able to slide in. Crozen assisting towards the old time. It really is on to Rafa. What can he do as an individual without any sort of help? Here, as soon as the hard point opens up, LG members all over the place. Noel quickly to come back in, tagged up, but can provide a little bit of assistance, but no, it's LG with the quick eliminations, and as the hard point opens, it's LG securing more time.
And look at the split spawns that are actually coming through from Inko. You have 2 players that spawn up over by the gas station, the other ones are spawning over in the courtyard outside the bakery, but no one was reading where Band was located at outside of L. So much damage was able to be found because Inko were just one-dimensionally trying to sprint into the hard point and try to help things out. This is such a substantial setup that LG have.
Operators are used here for LG. They're trying to put this game a bit out of reach. Inko looking to contest. Oh, and it's a long-range shot from Washi. 3 from the backside of gas station, making sure no one else can contest from the south side of the map. And Inko a bit paused up here all of a sudden. Looking to play for rotation. This is critical time that they're missing out on. they would essentially now have to counter with a full 60 of their own.
Yep, you would need a full 60 here at Grandma's, and the setup isn't exactly strong when you already have players that are moving their way over by Grandma's tank. You have Predator missiles being called in by Blur, Envy finds 2, and now you're spotting out if you're Inko, not the setup that you want ahead of 3.
Rafa, last one left, just flat out overwhelmed. Luminosity again, dominate on rotation, holding the spawns, holding the early time in the hard point, and they will break past the 200-point threshold. Operators out for Solo. It will expire, only finding a couple eliminations, but that will still be fine. One more deep. He gets caught swapping between the weapons as the charge runs out, but again, the streaks now start to fly on forward. 100 killer drones, Pred missiles, doesn't seem to make a difference what it is, just throw it at them. And Inko are completely stuffed without even getting in until maybe Dad here. Okay, hold on. Double with the purifier, contesting the time, waiting for the regen. It's going to be 3 as Dad will clear the point out for Inko.
Got the Dad cap on and everything. Purifier needs to continuously lock things down to 25 seconds, but you look at just the overall score. This is where we start having the conversation for leaders advantage. It's 219 to 111. Now Luminosity, they don't have to break here. They can just set up for new. And that's exactly what they're doing to try to close it out in the upcoming.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Operators for them though to try to hold on.
Luminosity or Inko or Tribe?
Towards players like
Who's gonna take it off? Who's
24
gonna take it home today?
A chance to possibly be the catalyst for the break with an operator ready for go for him. Now the play. Hard point expires over at Grandma's. Now we head over towards Bakery. Dad. Through the warehouse, looking good. This will set up a bit of a route. Looking to play for spawns, but Envy denies. And Luminosity, a really solid read on where this Inko hit is coming from as they get to 225.
Holds his last point
clear away to the left side of the map, but you need to break this sooner rather than later. Blur, able to get themselves a purifier, just holding the stairs.
Good read on the first player up top. Noel denied any entry from the high ground. Now it's just down to flooding from the front, and this is dangerous, but the shutdown comes through.
That was dangerous. I don't know why he did that.
LG still trying to fight back. NV for the first, holding down the trigger, but can't secure the second. And Inko have an extra life for now. Banned!
Wow, Banned took it right back.
Finds it easy, clean up. A good double kill from him and Blur, and that may be the winning moment here in map number 1. Inko, yeah, they got 32 from Lucazin, but it is not nearly enough as LG dominate.
Dang, good first game. Why is your mic and in-game audio low? You might have to turn your volume up, man.
Of this tournament, Alan, they are the #1 hard
I have it pretty loud.
Positive differential coming into this matchup.
I don't want to like blow your eardrums out either. So, but it's up there.
Anything that
Dang,
Inko
good
was
first
throwing
game.
at them, it was just an all-star affair that really felt like at the end of P2 in the first set of hard points, they had the resource advantage, and they let Inko feel it.
Look, I mean, you got 32 out of Lucazin, but we wanted to see how NA was going to deal with the SKS presence, and Blur says, I don't care where you're from, I could still hang with you as well. 35 and 18, he was doing a lot of work
Blur
with the
really
SKS as well throughout the
SKS
majority of it.
too.
So almost a 1-for-1 between the two, but the big difference at the top of that leaderboard, how about the hard point time that Blur is able to find compared to Lucazin throughout that map?
And it's legitimately just that, right? Although Lucazin was able to find themselves 32 eliminations, they were never the ones that were set up inside the hard point, trying to find themselves angles of opportunity to open up opportunities for the rest of their teammates to then get inside the hard point. But once Inko got in, they couldn't stay alive. Luminosity, on the other hand, were sharing hard point time through all 5 of their members.
And even at this moment, if you kind of look across the scoreboard, at the top, it's pretty still tight, 114-80. You think, okay, pretty close game. But you kind of compare the SMGs for both teams. Noel's only on 12 and actually did not finish off all that well. We're on the other side. You've got 20 from Solo, 22 from Baird. The SMG gameplay was great from Luminosity, and that's what you needed to see from Inko. What we were used to seeing from Inko was, yeah, Lucazin clears the way, SMGs follow up. There was not much follow-up this time through for Inko on this map mode combo.
No, there really wasn't. It was a war on 2 different fronts, right? You were finding so much of that long-range pressure, and we talked about this a lot yesterday between all of us, analysts and casters included, is that this is what Call of Duty has to offer, that if the backline is offering that much space provided for you, the SMGs need to be able to capitalize on the damage in the space that is then found. It was just that much more exceptional coming from Luminosity here on Standoff Map 1.
Yeah, that's definitely something we've got to keep in mind if we get to a map 4, which I think we assume we will probably see at least one map go the way of Inko. Not that that's guaranteed, though. Nothing is guaranteed. We've learned very rapidly here at World Championships. But I will say, now looking at a raid search and destroy, and knowing how Luminosity like to play their search and destroy, Inco will have to have good presence from their subs, and you need it now because they will for sure need it when we get to the
Inco's
Summit Control
really good when
map 3.
it comes down
It's just
to
really tough to
search and
gauge,
destroy.
isn't it? Because, I mean, now what you're looking at is essentially the
they'll
number
take
1 and
search
number
and
2 when it
destroy.
comes down to search and destroy.
Yeah.
Luminosity only having that 1 loss.
I mean,
The
that's crazy. They
differential is
took
still
down the whole stage
respectable.
last night.
Inco, on the other hand, just
As soon as it was all
absolutely
over,
letting
they
everybody
took
have
down the
it,
whole stage. So
undefeated
it's
in
only
search and
a
destroy through the entirety
a
of the
one-on-one
tournament.
now.
All of that needs to be exemplified here. And when you're thinking about Raid, you can actually make this feel like a very, very long map, especially when you're thinking about the smoke execute that can come over by basketball court. The double SKS setup can really shut that down.
100%.
Let's see what people
And
are
then
saying
on
on
top of that,
Twitter.
just to kind of set up a bit of marination towards
Let's
map
see,
number
let's see,
3,
let's see,
neither
let's see.
team has seen a Summit Control so far this weekend. Although we do assume, based on the records and the results over the course of the last couple of days, that Inco will hold an advantage in the
Obviously, am
control
I allowed
compared to
to
their
change
counterparts on the other side of the
predictions?
stage of Luminosity. But this is an interesting setup for the search and destroy, because you never want to be in a position where you have to reverse sweep. Not to sit there and say that this is a must-win for Inco, because the rest of the map set does look pretty good for them, based on what they've played so far. But this right here, this map establishes, are the SMGs going to build some confidence up? Because for Inco, they were really missing out on that map number 1, and you cannot have that absent when we eventually get to that control, as we had just previously mentioned. So we jump on into it. Inco will start on the attack. Trophies very aggressively looking to get in towards mid-map. This will be allotted towards them. Washi's the only one to contest, has a scope out, and Noel will get first blood. That's actually kitchen control as well for the side of Inco.
Here we
It's
go.
actually something that we saw Inco take as far as an adaptation is concerned in their search and destroys late last night, was that they were just bringing out more submachine guns and just really just denying so much space by way of aggression early in these rounds.
Number 4 in Blur, the only defender at A, but he's going to be getting help from Band on a long route already through bedroom, and nobody from Inco is expecting this. Patience, it's a virtue after all. Band able to secure a nice free win, and how about Blur? From inside the site, completely stuck, comes away with 2, and that likely wins the round for LG, just down to Crozen.
I love that coming out of Blur. SKS in hand and all. Last player alive inside of money, won't be able to stay alive for long. And you know, if you want to talk recency here, especially for Luminosity, again, such a small sample pool because they've just been tearing through everybody. They have that at least one time spent on this map, 7-4 versus Stamina.
Yeah.
And they looked very, very convincing on that, understanding their timings and all, as you got to see Band on that previous play. Full-on rush coming through here today.
2 defenders, though, will be here. Solo working with Blur this time. Once again, the trophies go down. Rafa, shoulders being thrown. Lucasen finds the first onto Solo. Slide cancel on in, and Blur cannot hold against the 3 members of Inco that get on. Quick plant also on the way.
Gonna have to retake this on 3 different fronts, but open staircase is being looked at from Crozen. You still have Washi to deal with, but if you're Envy, you have to wait for this push coming down Spiral Staircase for some help.
Envy finds one to the backside. If he can get the second, maybe there is a chance to come back through, but now it's just down to Washi. This would be a 1v4, finds the first rather rapidly, but the second one comes from behind, and Noel, no problem. Color is surprised. I thought for sure that Inco was going to try to feel things out. I mean, the double SKS sniper setup, what we kind of seen in the past was, let's feel out this defense, maybe get a pick and then capitalize, but that's not the case at all. This is all gas pedal early on.
It kind of feels just shades of some of their matches that we ended up seeing yesterday, doesn't it? Where they did start off with snipers, SKSs, and then they adapted for more SMGs. It seems very early on that Inco want to take the aggression early and try to meet the pace that they know Luminosity are going to bring.
Well, LG will get a little bit of map control early, but again, this is what we were expecting. Lucasen scouting things out, swapping to the sniper rifle this round to work with Crows and Washing. Good pickup from Money Window. And careful, Solo is actually pushed up in towards mid. Assistance from Washing as well, doesn't necessarily need it. Dad not there for the trade. And just like that, LG significant control over the map, and more so, they've kind of got Inco trapped down inside the pool.
Yeah, they sure do. And even though Luminosity, they have that 1 number advantage, this is the right call. You know, you just send at least Solo, maybe to try to go take a look at Kitchen, maybe take a peek and a gander over by the A bomb, but you have B on lock. You 100% play for the retake here.
Rafa with the bomb would be the one that would have to kind of tell his teammates, yeah, we're ready to go. Which, by the way, it is double sniper SKS. So trying to clear out any of these sites would be a hard test. But they will stack together. Like you mentioned, LG going to give up this A site in order to likely just play for full retake. With mid control laundry control. You think it's going to be good for it. 30 seconds, and LG are getting the idea that, okay, they're not coming to B. Let's get ourselves in a better position to try to contest this bomb plant. Here comes Rafa forward. Trophy system goes down. LG stacked up towards the staircase. First sniper shot misses. Envy gets the opener. Envy gets the follow-up. Just down to Crozen. 1v4. He's stuck inside a Tiki with a lack of ingredients. And how about the left fist from Band? He's been all smiles all weekend, so why
if you
not
were
try
there,
to
you
throw
would
something
carry.
out early?
Sitting there having
Thanks,
a little
buddy.
bit of a
I don't
chuckle
think I would
in that
carry. These
1v
guys are
multiple
insane.
situation. Might as well slide into Tiki and let the Dukes out, man. That was fantastic stuff coming through from Luminosity again. Very reserved, I would say. They found those 2
Honestly,
picks. They gave up the
like
space.
playing
And they played
against
for
some
the
of these
retake.
guys in
Executed
ranked
one play.
is
Strong left hand.
Yeah, if you think about it. And it's a weighted
Shots from an
boxing glove, too.
SKS or
The
one
gloves
left hook?
killed him. Yeah, the boxing gloves, man.
Mike Tyson would have words.
Would, for sure. Again, forward mid-map control for LG this time. It's a double stack, though. Very different look for them defensively with Band working alongside Washi to try to control pillars. The other defender towards B is Envy, up towards Laundry,
played
now
with,
playing
like,
towards the backside of Ring. So
I played with
this
Blur
is a very
before.
far forward advanced setup towards B, whereas the defenders
And
at A
I've
are
also
more
played with
playing
Solo
responsive
before.
react.
You're
Those
starting
guys
to
are
see
just
some of those
insane.
transitions actually coming through from the weapons itself from Inko. Again, a little bit more SMG eccentric. Will be traded out 1-for-1
That's
we
so
go.
good.
But Washi going to be able to find yet another pick again. And they know
The
that they have them
finals
trapped.
gonna
But
be the best for
somehow,
the best.
some way,
Yeah,
Monso gets pushed up by Rafa.
Solo with the shotgun!
I think it's gonna be Luminosity versus Tribe, 100%. Uh-oh. Is this me or is this Call of Duty? Did my stream freeze, chat?
Or driveway. So 3-1,
okay.
the lead goes.
I
Washi
guess it
for
was
free.
them. It was like nothing's lagging on my
LG
end.
team's coming a little bit different. Washi is just not
She
missing.
got double, nice.
Lucas and Amir consolation prize on the shot towards Blur, and it's barely even that. Dad, the last one left. He's being hunted down, and you can feel NG and LG
Nah, it's
looking
lazy
like
me
they're
too.
just gonna
Yeah, that was
run it
rude.
down mid.
We missed like
I mean, why
the
not?
beginning
Hey,
of the
you and I
the
cast
game
a lot
or
of
the
search
end of
and
the
destroy.
game.
You know, sometimes one of the best strategies in search
Yeah,
and
do
destroy when you
stream.
know that you're just better than the opponent is just to gun them. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that it's a discrete skill difference, but as far as teamwork is concerned, LG are definitely showing better.
And the thing is, when you start to find success while just running at your opponent, it completely foils any kind of a game plan that you may have had, because you have to start to hold off, respond to any forward pushes, and then set and execute
It's a
play.
heavy push.
That all told,
Heavy
though,
push,
bomb
eh?
is going to be very rapidly planted here at A. LG quick to try to contest. Dad, money window. It's a tough gunfight versus Band. Just jumping, peeking, seeing if you can keep him at bay.
Lucas.
Solo the first one to drop in the engagement. Onus towards LG to try to find a response. They get one from the front. Band, naded. Will be pushed off just a moment, but LG still clearance through the double stairs. All this post plant is set up deep towards bedroom, hoping that Crozen's got an angle at the bomb. LG, 18 seconds to go. Have to make a move, and you have to hit a snipe. Lucas in close. Band able to track down almost one.
Nice.
Blur, last one left. 2 players tight, and not enough time, you would think, to get the kill nor hop on for a defuse, and that will indeed be the case. Well, the 2-4 half.
1 sniper, 1 SKS, 3 SMGs. I want to see more of this out of Inko, honestly. Is being able to call the bluff of LG.
Nino, are you
who
collecting
went
all the
in
rewards
for
in
that
game
ring
right now?
control.
I'm
And Inko was
already
just
at
like, hey, we can get
35
aggressive too.
minutes.
Just immediately bull rush over towards A, get the free plan, and then the
I think
post
to
plan
get
was
the
just
Iskra
absolutely
skin, I
sublime,
have to
keeping
get,
us within 2.
It's another
an hour and a
moment, though,
half.
at the halfway point where you look up towards the scoreboard and you say, who's going to help out Lucas? 7 eliminations. LG under the cover of smoke,
heavy A
looking to
push.
make a play towards A, but this is all a bit of a fake. No full commitment to get to the bomb on at the moment.
Yeah.
Washi with control. Tiki Band trying to zone off the money window, but as he gets tagged, said he'll back off and just play this from basketball as the bomb's planted.
Push up that if you're banned. No. Good call.
Nice,
We got
nice
players
play,
inside
Dad.
Tiki. Gonna be watching that money window is banned as well.
Huge.
Make sure that the flank stays secured.
Blur's playing deep in towards bedroom. Washi and Tiki with the scope. Numbers for Inko. Crozen checking, playing lifeguard over the pool. And LG have not given up anything. Good trade comes through. Inko are now in towards the site. But how do you clear out these players that are in and around Tiki? That's the bigger question here. Blur playing down by the beach shares. Flank out of Band, communicated for Lucas, and Rafa's also moved forward. He's cleared out Tiki. This is looking good for the retake, but now you got a hop. Blur's they got this position. The snipe has to hit, and it does. Is there time though for the defuse? I do not believe
did he
so.
get it?
It's going to be close. No, not going to happen.
he didn't get
And
it.
LG go to 5.
At retake was so quick and it was executed
Yeah,
so
37.
well.
I
Every
missed
single line of
Kruger
sight
yesterday.
being looked at and
I tried to
being able
get
find the
Kruger. I only
eliminations
got
as
the
quick as they
first
did.
two.
And it's just extra maybe 2
Because I was
or
at
3
work all
seconds
day.
to be able to
So by
find
the
those
time I got home
eliminations.
to watch the last game,
Otherwise,
which was
everything was
Tribe
looking
against
pretty darn
Wolves, I
stellar.
only got 30
5
minutes
to 2.
in.
Luminosity nades over the top of the
Yeah,
basketball
it's
court
okay,
again.
though.
Lucasen is under pressure, but Noel will find first blood.
That's a big pick because he's pushed up aggressively alongside a couple other Inco members. But how about this little work from Blur? Holding it towards Spawn, and it works out for the
Blur just
double.
held
Mid-map though,
Spawn.
Inco still retain numbers. 3v2 with that elimination from Dad.
Envy wisely enough waiting for Blur's help to come all the way back across the pool side. Some shots are going to be thrown out there, but I mean, Dad, Lucasen, Crozian, they're making the right call here. You just play inside jungle, inside a kitchen, you play for the retake.
Yeah, LG do not have the weaponry to try to pick apart at long range. This Kilo will be fine to spray down players, but it's not an SKS, that's for sure. Dad will let you know about it. Even watch the second challenge. It's bold, but it works out. Collects the Skull of Envy through the woodwork. And Inco still hanging around.
Me too. I thought it's
Really
gonna
feel
be
like
there
that
the
Blur's
whole
play
day,
all
but
the way
it's
to the back of
not.
the garage was
I thought we could always go back
there,
and
especially,
rewatch the stream and get the
counteracting
rewards, you know.
overall
But I
aggression that was
guess
coming
not.
through the middle of the map
I guess
for
once they
Inco,
end the
but
stream, that's it. It's
not going to
over.
be the case
You
at
have
all.
to watch it during
Keeping
the
their heads
stream.
above water here, keeping it within 2. Still
I'll have to
rushing
know
over
for
towards A.
next year.
This LG team really loves it, and it seems that Inco are starting to get an idea of what they can possibly do to counter it.
Lucas into flash stun, concussed up. Noel laying prone, looking for a little bit of help. First shot misses. That'll be enough for Washington to get elimination, and the turn back for Band. Collects the double. And Inco are going to have to play retake in a 3v5 with no ground at all to work with. But Crozian may have poked a hole in this post plant with the first blood going his way onto Envy. Clean out towards muddy window. Rafa looking to make a play. No, instead he's actually going to join his teammates. They're going to try to full flood this from that back staircase. Dangerous prospect. Band still holding, waiting for any sort of comm, any sort of point of contact. Solo's hitting a bit of a round. Crozian, whoa, what a shot that is. Little slide through, Crozian gets more, but now Solo on the flank. He's going to finish off the double. And now match point for Luminosity.
It was almost about to look like what it did a few rounds ago, that when Inco were able to get that retake, they knew exactly where all the positions were located at. The only difference was with one player inside a cube, but one thing you can never count out is your flank coming back through kitchen. 6-3. More aggression in the middle of the map defensively, and LG have thrown a wrench into the system.
Yeah, Inco have just completely bamboozled LG on this setup.
Yeah.
LG's only gut check call would be to try to force their way over towards B for a quick plant, but there are still nades available for Inco. How about this? Right over the top. Band does clear out some of the play through mid. Nade does not quite land, so Envy able to stick for the plant. And as we go to a 4v4, there is a steep advantage for LG in this post plant. Set up in and around ring.
One-dimensional retake starting to manifest itself here for Inco. They're all essentially on the backside of Laundry. Nobody coming through mid-map.
Nades over the top, trying to get over towards driveway. Band holding close. Has he been stunned? Someone's got to make a move. This is taking a lot of time if you're Inco. Initial trade comes out. They do a lot of clearance. Of course, it's Lucasen to get the double. Only one more to find. It's Blur deep. He's got a nade still, though. This could kill off time, but as he gets finished off, it will not make much of a difference. The defuse will come through. And again, Inco still fighting their way in.
Yeah, required retake, obviously. Otherwise, they would have been down 0-2. And again, that's not where you want to be versus this Luminosity team. But hey, when the retakes are on and they're coming through one-dimensional like that, this is where Inco absolutely thrive. Their teamwork, communication, team shots, and everything else included is what is required for them to be able to make that play happen. A little bit of a bait play starting to happen here. You have Solo put it up the open staircase.
And Solo, he's trying to change the route. I think he's hoping that he's going to get some help from his teammates through mid on the zig cut, but it does not happen. Envy also drops. Blur up top inside a bedroom. Would have to probably get 2 here. Does well to find the first. Still doable. Lots of time for LG. And you know, if you're Inco, you really can't take too much further of a step towards this offensive spawn. So they'll back down and just play their normal setup with numbers advantage.
Band might be the player to watch out for, but he's going to have to get through Noel first and throws a shoulder through Zig. Very tough gunfight to find for yourself. Damage is going to be traded off, but the rest of their team is surely on the way through Zig.
You have to hope that Washi hits a shot here. If you're going to cross through mid or head over towards B, Washi has to connect. That's your only way back to a 3v3 when you know for a fact Lucasen and Crozian are going to have some hard scoped angles likely to defend against any of these pushes.
Look at the read. The read immediately rotating all the way to the backside of Laundry, and they have guessed correctly.
Band is pushed up towards laundry window, though. Blur tagged up. Trophy systems go down. And man, he may be able to hit a route right here. Inko up the top. Oh, Dan, great read. Band still finishes the kill, but Noel cleans things up, attributing the assist to his teammate. And now it's just on to Washi. He's found a kilo to work with. Also has the bomb. He's going to stick for the plant to try to put the clock on his side.
Noel got the sound cue, immediately slides through the staircase. We'll get that elimination. 2 rounds in a row now for Inko, starting to find their footing here on Raid Search and Destroy, and that's coming through with shutting down any aggression antics that LG are looking for in the middle of the map. They've shut down the A push successfully. LG, though, they haven't done it in a few rounds. Here it comes again.
Full flood over towards A. Noel down, trophy systems, denying utility from both sides. Lucasen stunned up beyond recognition. Noel drops Lucasen. We need to find one here, not going to be able to provide. And Luminosity are going to get the plant. How do you contest it if you're Inko? How about Crozen? Gets the numbers more to manageable positions as he gets a second.
Wow.
To a 3v3. The long flank from Rafa. No one's watching this from LG. Rafa makes himself activated. Washi cannot connect with the quick scope. LG trying to force
Crozen.
the stairs.
Oh my
Crozen will
gosh.
get 4 out of 5.
Wow.
Sending us to overtime.
It was a 4-2 half, and Inko, as gritty as they come, are going to be able to force out overtime, just shutting down Luminosity's pushes, their rotations, their reads, everything at an all-time high here for Inko. And it's by way of adapting with even just weaponry. We asked for Lucasen to be able to get some help. Crozen delivers. It's up to 12. Dad also up to 10.
Comeback, I know. So now it's overtime.
So big from Crozen and a lot of those defensive rounds.
That was really
Nades over
good.
the middle of the map through tree. Inko still collect first blood solo drops.
Inko playing this very, very patiently. They know they have numbers, and they're still waiting to be able to find some more information. Envy is one shot, no stim right now. And Inko are more than aware of it, but they're not capitalizing on it.
No, not yet. They got the information that they needed. Maybe that's enough to pull the defense. They may be able to think about trying to threaten over towards Tiki, number 5 in blue. Washi over towards Money Window, maybe the one to contest this, but now the call from Inko is to try to force this over in towards the B site. Bomb making its move in. Rafa waiting for a little bit of assistance, and those shots coming forward may have dissuaded them from actually committing to this. There's still plenty of time if they want to track back over towards A, and Washi, very heads-up play, has made that rotation. And look at the productivity. LG are already calling that Inko are going to want to make a full wrap, but they may have guessed incorrectly.
They haven't seen a soul.
Oh, or maybe they guessed correctly.
But the timing is not favorable.
Now they're going to go
back to check over towards A, but they were exhausted so much time, 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and Inko might have been able to find the time.
I don't know. Washi and Blur have the weapons to try to hold off against this. On to number 4. In blue, Blur, SKS, gets a read, sees a player and says, that's enough for me to back away. You have a long flank on the way from Band. You also have Washi contesting the map, and Inko want to try to isolate him, and he catch him on the reload. And now you can immediately swing back through pillars. It's going to be Blur on the rotation. Does he catch anybody? No! It's Lucasen, connects! And the bomb will be planted. Steep advantage for Inko here in the first overtime, but Band at least keeps the number relatively level between our two squads.
Bomb going down for Rafa here at B. Post plant, set up for laundry. You also have arc control, and Rafa just swinging around rings, trying to see where these players are coming from.
Band is rapidly on the flank. Envy would have to contest through pillars. Noel's waiting for this. Maybe he's heard a footstep. Yeah, looks that way. Yeah, and Rafa's seen him. This play not concealed anymore at all. And Noel gets out of dodge. So good just to kill a little bit of extra time. Confirms that LG are double stacked. Envy up high, Band down low. First one connects for Envy with the SKS. Dad, next one up. Gets not just one, but Noel finishes the second. Advantage to Inko.
7-6.
Insane scenes coming through for Inko. Again, adapt, overcome. Really utilizing all of those 2 minutes on the game clock to their utmost advantage. They found that first blood, and then they just held the line from red. They never pushed that much further forward. Here come LG again, though, offensively.
How about Inko, though? 3-man stack through water stairs. They're going to catch this LG on rotation. The kills, they're coming rapidly. It's looking clean from Inko. Last one to grab. It's going to be number 2 in Blur. He's stuck inside a Tiki. The troops are reinforced, and a comeback of the ages at map number 2 for Inko to tie us up at 1.
It was a 4-2 half.
3-man
that favoring of Luminosity.
Straight up mid.
Inko come all the way back, force the overtime, and it ends in an 8-6. They just needed to force the overtime, and they won the next 2 consecutively.
What a beautiful comeback to force the overtime.
You cannot write this any better for Inko. their adaptations and
GG
understanding
Inko.
of what the enemy is doing continuously throughout
That's
the
a
entirety of the
worker,
map. Their
dude.
reads
That's
on point,
nasty.
playing with the
That's
clock,
nasty.
fundamentally, everything just so good coming through from this Inko stalwart team. The double SKS, it wasn't working, Alan. So you ended up pulling out an SKS and a sniper, getting some SMGs presence through the middle of the map, and everything just came up so much better for him.
3 members of
That was
13
crazy.
eliminations for Inko. Notably, that is all of the long-range players in the search and destroy, but I will say Noel and Rafa had a couple of very key moments with those subs. In particular, the quick route that we saw around the back of that LG play a couple of rounds previous
That was fast.
towards the
I
basketball
know,
bomb
dude.
site.
They came
really
out of
shutting
nowhere.
down LG. And then how many times did we see them defensively
They did really
double
good.
stack subs
Amazing.
towards water stairs and shut down LG continuously from that defensive half? That's, again, like you mentioned, the word adaptation is easy, but that's just great resilience as well from the subs who had a very poor first map.
And it was a great shutdown, too. Especially offensively, Luminosity were finding way too much value with trying to push over towards the AS&D aggressively. And it was mostly solo coming through the middle of the map through open staircase. So, yeah, you have to answer that back with 2 SMGs coming through the middle of the map to be able to shut things down as we watch some of these highlights on the screen.
And initially, you start to think Washi may just take over this entire map. He was finding so many key kills, not just early, but also clutching up from the defensive side on some of these retake moments. I mean, he's getting good information, but this combo of Solo and Envy kind of on the retake with the rifles, and then the sniper rifle long-range gameplay from Blur and Washi looked near unstoppable.
Part of me wants to say
until we swap the sides. Because
I
I'm
would
telling
like
you,
to see
Washi is
Inko
hitting
Gaming
different today. Like we saw
the finals.
instances of this Washi yesterday.
Would they win the
But
finals?
if he
I don't
continues
think
to play
so.
like this, teams could be in significant trouble when it comes to relying on long-range gameplay because he
But-
was not missing.
Yeah. It definitely does say something, doesn't it? Especially with like sniper gameplay going up against the SKS presence that
we'll
is
definitely see
this
it.
Inko Gaming roster. And it's just
What's
kind
up,
of insane
Sleepy?
scenes when you're thinking about it. Because
I'm
again,
definitely
we have
sleepy
to
right
pose
now.
the question, how do you deal with
So
the
early.
SKS
It's
presence?
like
Well,
6 in the morning.
Washi just needs to turn up and try to meet them over at the range as well. I mean, Blur even also trying to help things out. But at the end, I think the word resilience does really kind of stick with it, is that Inko just continuously throwing more and more adaptations, understanding the tendencies of where Luminosity were on the map. You're going to need all of that plus some more. You did it here on the search.
And the thing about it, you know, we could throw out a number of different synonyms towards talking about
Are you
adaptation
watching
and stuff like that,
the
but
championship right now?
that is a
Sleepy?
lot
This
of
is crazy.
trust.
Yeah.
When you're down 6-2 essentially, and you're not finding any success off of your game plan from the offensive side, to sit there and say, we're fine. Our defensive game plan's sound. Trust it. Trust each other. Let's not let this get out of control. That says a lot about the discipline of this squad and one of the reasons why they were so clean, not just in groups, but also up until this point in the upper side of the bracket. So now we have guaranteed ourselves a firing range hard point, but we've kind of been touching and dancing around this summit control for a while. We have not seen a lot of summit control, even less from these two squads overall. Biggest two things for me. Number one, operator usage needs to be key.
Yeah.
How are we pulling out things like claws and purifiers? And then on top of that, just a little bit again, leaning on towards the Inko stalwart side. Can the subs continue to perform? Because we saw great play out of band from Luminosity in map number 1.
Summit also could be the calling, because if there's one thing that we could
All right,
definitely
so
take
now
away
it's
from
gonna
our two
be
Chinese teams here on Summit anything, was some
Control.
shotgun plays as well.
What map?
Best hardpoint team is Luminosity, but the biggest issue is that they're 8th place in control.
Yeah.
This is where
They struggle.
Inko can absolutely take
Summit?
advantage of coming off of a
Summit
map
is-
2
I
barn
hate
burner
Summit when it
and
comes
going
to,
into
like,
Summit, keeping them
respawns
at an
and stuff like
SKS's
that.
reach, being able to capitalize with SMGs up close. You've got to be feeling pretty darn good if you're the entire team of Inko.
Yeah, a mere 50% win rate so far, 2-2 on control for LG. It's been their biggest vulnerability for whatever that might mean, because they've been polished everywhere else for the most part.
Fair.
But I think you look at this, if you had that information, if you're Inko, you look at how do we beat this LG team? How do we get to the World Championship Finals from the upper side of the bracket with a major advantage? You have to think that map 3 should be ours. So that has to be kind of step number 1, which is weird to say because it's actually step number 3. But you win the control. That's now the swing map mode combo. It gives you a little bit of luxury because you're going to guarantee you get your slum search and destroy that I believe was their selection. And the firing range hardpoint, let's not lie. As much as we like to assume that that's going to be largely controlled by sub gameplay, we did see, I believe, Inko and Skate also play this firing range hardpoint. And I will say their ability to lock down lanes, trusting the SKS, well, until this point, it's been unparalleled.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it almost feels like that firing range was quite literally made for this Inco team when you're thinking about it. Middle of the map, SKS.
Yeah.
Through America, SKS.
Sure.
You can end up also controlling all of Banana with an SKS if you really think about it. I don't think that they've actually played
they haven't.
firing hardpoint, but we have seen them on firing range at one point or another. I want to say either through scrims or some other time. I definitely do remember they could have honestly been Skate. I don't know. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of SKS gameplay out of these LATAM guys.
Blurs together real fast.
But I want to go back and I want to highlight something that we were starting to talk about as far as Inco are concerned, because it's something that you and I were talking about when they were going up against Omega, and that is their teamwork and their trust. And it was also alluded to in some of the highlight videos that we do have in interviews as well, and even talking to these guys as well. The trust and communication for these guys is just so clear, especially when you're sitting there dissecting the mini-map as well, just watching how they're moving with one another, how they're communicating with one another. It's just, you have to have that trust, especially here so late in a top 3 situation here at Worlds.
100% agree with you. And interestingly enough, you know, I'm kind of going back towards Inco's stage 4 statistics. They actually didn't play any firing range then either.
That's interesting.
The thing that I guess what I'm kind of assuming at this point is watching them, how they kind of set up for a map like Takeoff that has, again, kind of the same instance where you have a lot of long lanes. Maybe not long rotations, but long lanes. That's where you expect that players like Lucas are really going to shine and really going to pop. So for LG, it comes down to trying to reduce the impact in these next 2 maps of that SKS, which has been a very easy blanket statement for us to say because everyone's trying to figure that out. Even against Skade, that was an issue. So as much as we kind of keep talking about Inco Gaming,
championship
I think you still have to look at least this map as being favored for them, just due to the fact that Luminosity's weakest mode has been control, and their ability to go map 3, map 4 wins here are still pretty high, even though firing range you assume would be a lot more SMG heavy.
Oh, totally. I mean, it's hard not to argue with statistics, isn't it? I mean, it's everything that we've seen so far throughout Worlds, and looking at the map set again, it's just daunting because, albeit the summit control favoring towards Inco, that firing range in slums could honestly escape you very, very quickly if you are Inco. You really just need to continue to rely on what's been working so well for you, and that's all just based around the SKS. Set your SMGs up for the utmost amount of success. It worked for 6 rounds in a row. Be able to bring back that last search and destroy. Gotta have it here.
All right. LG quick to try to push not just into, but through the B site. Blur, good first blood. Inco trying to stack on towards A. It's Mixie. It's scrappy, but it's going to work out for them. Clock has stopped. First tick of progress looking good. Band on the flank. Good to try to deny some of the reinforcements, but the first tick still gets locked in regardless.
Nice opening. Nonetheless, only lost 4 lives coming through for Inco, but space still needs to be found here. Second segment, very much so on the way. Crozen able to find some eliminations. Look at the push that's also coming through from the snow path as well, but completely unbeknownst to Inco, all of Luminosity wanted to come back through the north side.
Really well done, and just good distraction play out of Solo, pulling out the R9. We saw a lot of our Eastern teams try to do the exact same thing with these shotguns, and that's actually dissuaded Inco from even playing on the interior. A little bit more of a lane to play with. Progress at B starting to come, but largely mitigated by the kills coming out of Luminosity. And this is just good recovery from LG. Second floor control. Lucas is just sitting here waiting to see if he can find a free kill on the rotation.
I love that call. I don't know if you ended up seeing that. Noel tried to push all the way back over back blue and was trying to at least start a little bit of a spawn trap, trying to split up some of these defenders. But just as soon as it was a great start, the life lead has been mitigated down to 2. Space being provided for Luminosity, but Inco trying to find themselves some nade points, trying to find some different points of angles as well. Crozen down low with the SKS, gonna be able to find an opening.
That's a big round as well, because Crozen could use that as an opportunity to either stop the clock at A, make some more progress, or possibly just completely cut off the reinforcements. But LG, good double coming out of Band as well as from Envy, as he actually makes it 3 straight in a row. Crozen's play mitigated largely just because LG flat out shooting better.
Just straight up shooting better.
Time I see this, but
Luminosity
used it before.
Coming out of the gates, absolutely swinging. 10 seconds remaining here. Only a single segment is all that you need over on A if you are Inco to extend the game clock, but it's not coming easily.
There's just no route to get there, none at all. Watching assisting again, the long-range pressure from LG has matched up with Inco 100% perfectly. Clock will expire with just 2 ticks of progress. The lines were starting to get tight, but Luminosity after the opening break-off pretty much denied any re-entry towards A at all.
North America. It's Luminosity that was using
Really
the
did feel
R9.
like that third segment was going to come through over at A, but I mean, there was just so much focus that was coming through
think it's
from
just to
Inko
throw them off.
through the snow path that there wasn't a whole lot of focus over by Catwalk, which, hey, you guessed it, that is actually one of the best power positions here on Summit.
Luminosity, good first bloods, high ground control. Inko, they're just trying to keep it mixy down low, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. So LG with numbers. Dad can only do so much. And with that, only one member from LG will drop the round towards the A site. They've got a player deep inside of the Inko spawn, and this is punishing on multiple facets as LG really letting Inko have it at the moment.
Yep, this is exactly what Envy was able to find success with, what Noel was attempting to do. Look at all the space that is coming through for Luminosity. 26 plays on against 22. The second segment already on its way, and already up top is Banned with the claw, letting them have it, finds himself too.
Chance to snowball right here for LG. We'll take a second to listen in to see how exactly they may finish off this offensive round.
Flank that, flank that, flank that.
Side outside A door.
30 bucks, 30 bucks.
Come on, come on. Good. Stay on that beat. Don't give
One green, one green. Green, two green, two green. One shot green.
The vortex, dude.
It's two green, two green.
Hey, help us cap, help us cap.
I'm flashed, I'm flashed.
They're all green, they're all green. All of them are
Hey, help us cap, come on now. Fucking
I have a trophy on you,
Good
Blur.
fucking
No,
shit.
one more green, one more green, one more
Good
green.
fucking shit.
Don't peek, Blur, don't peek, Blur, don't peek,
No,
Blur.
no, no, no.
I got flash right now. Alright, he's gonna push right here. I'm gonna double flash main, I'm double flashing main. One more, one shot, two. They're fast. Nice, go in. One more, Swashy, one more.
I died.
One more on hill, one more on hill.
Look alive.
Not the most polite comms you've ever heard, but hey, they're working out pretty well. 16 playing up against 8. They nearly got it done on the second attempt. Again, that snowball, gravity vortex, claws, purifiers nearly allowed them to just string together both zones.
You don't have to be nice, it's top 3. You just got to get it done by all means necessary. Second segment already completed here at B. 13 playing up against 8, just under 2 minutes as well. But Frozen able to at least take down Wachi. Look at all the space that Inko have been able to find.
This is looking solid. Rafa, Purifier out. Continues to pack a punch over through the LG spawn, but it is a 10 versus 5.
LG only has
and LG
one operator
are
ready.
looking at that as their win condition. Do not
Inko,
give anything away.
3 ready.
The counter stack from Inko. Purifier is out. Dad on the way in. If you can line up a couple, it'd be massive. Only gets one, but Luke is in following behind it. The trade favors that of Inko. Need to clean the rest of this up, and as Envy drops, it's down to Rafa. Gets the double. A 5v3. And Noel is scouting them out through spawn. Now a 4v3. LG a bit stuck. Plenty of time.
They still have a claw,
No
too,
reason to get crazy.
time.
You could literally play this as an S&D round from here on out.
And you don't have Wachi. Wachi's the one with 2 streaks plus an operator. Noel playing down low. Frozen is here as well, able to slide, get himself another 2-piece. Now you got a 2v2 situation here, and it is just all
1v1.
1v1.
Rafa against Blur for the round. 47 seconds, and Blur is trying to call his bluff by playing the low ground with the R9. Rafa not seeing him yet, but finds him from the high ground. And the 1v1 goes the way of Inko.
It is just so massive. Just the implications that you're pulling in operators when you're down considerably for lives. You just want to make sure that it's worth it. Dad pulling out that Purifier, able to find some space, communicating where everybody might be on the map. Inko, stay alive, get themselves a defensive round of their own.
We'll have to face up against Streaks and an operator from Washi relatively early. Inko stacking up towards A. Once again, their focus primarily towards the lower ground, but LG, nice little response. Keep it relatively even, and with these kills, they've actually regained a lot of this second floor. Rafa caught with a nade out. That's not going to work out, but actually, pardon me, that was a 100 killer drone, so he secures his own trade. Solo taking his place by repositioning back towards that same high ground. First tick of progress being depleted. Dad not able to hold on towards the zone.
Just playing inside of Grace, just waiting for some help here. You got Noel that's up top on the catwalk, or down low, excuse me. So Dad's going to go ahead and join them. Maybe try to win this battle on 2 different fronts. And you can even see off the respawn as well. Inko have no idea where to go. They're constantly trying to get themselves snowpath control. Noel needs to be the one to get activated. He's only able to find one.
Good help, though, coming from the rest of his teammates. Trades will still allow Inko to try to get their way back in. Blur holding, making sure his teammates can stay safe from afar. And Gravity Vortex got his spent by Blur. Works out for 3 eliminations in a row for him. Noel stopping the clock over towards B. Pred missile called in. That'll find Crows in as Noel continues to kind of go back and forth between the B zone and the lower portions of this A connector. LG in the meantime, though, still picking up arc kills. 23 playing up against 16. And Luminosity had to feel like this is going to be a pretty comfortable defensive win for them. Pending Noel doesn't do something unbelievable.
You came back from a life deficit defensively.
Pull it out right now because it's
So just do it on offense, Forehead. 20 seconds remaining here, 22 playing up against 14. Not a whole lot of space. Why is that? Because, I mean, Luminosity are just cycling players out. They're not trying to push into their spawn at all. They're playing this very, very well defensively.
Clean stuff. Have only dropped 8 total lives in the span of what has been a very, very quick defense.
Yeah. Convincing, I'd say.
Yeah, that'll work.
Only losing 8 lives along the way. No segments of progression given up whatsoever. You barely had to dip into any one of their resources as well. And I mean, Inco, they were already playing on their back foot nonetheless. You're coming into this one with 3 operators, a pocket full of streaks, pocket full of posies maybe. I don't even know what the saying might even be. All I can tell you is that Lucasen is struggling. 7 eliminations for both them and Noel. Rafa's the one that's been stepping up, and Crows is going to open this up with a claw to try to get themselves an early numbers advantage.
Immediately shut down. Luminosity have met them with 2 claws of their own. Dan trying to find the shutdowns wherever they possibly can. Pred missile called in. It gets down 2. LG, even with those eliminations, have not found a way to get towards either of these 2 sites. They're trying to put the hurt on with the lives. Dan up top nearly able to lock things down for Inco defensively. But now recovery will have to happen. Nasty heady for Van. Takes down Rafa for his second elimination. And now LG say it's time to go. Second tick of progress on the way. 2 operators being spent. Inco nowhere to be found. Do they have to give this up? And it looks like we may have gotten our call. Thing about it is they can't just give up this entire space because LG could just move right over to B.
Yeah, and they have resources to be able to snowball over towards B as well. Solo down low with the Purifier inside of the A zone. Might just be able to get this segment by themselves. They're still trying to find out where Rafa's located at. Finally able to find them, and now Inco all spawning out. Numbers in the middle of the map and in the count. And that in favoring of Luminosity.
Hunter Killer trying to clear a little bit of space. LG following up behind that. Solo. Double forward, Pred missile called in. This is really putting a hurt onto Inco's life count. 22 playing up against 12, and LG stopping the clock even further at 1:57 still left. Looking good for the offense. Inco, not a lot that they could spend here. It's just Noel, the only one who has an operator that he could possibly play with. Second tick locked in, third on the way. LG zoning forward, Van playing far. He's gonna find Dan, no worries. And now it's a 20v4, doesn't even make a difference. It's gonna be the full capture of the B zone, and Luminosity, the 8th ranked team based on control stats thus far, absolutely making us look silly for trusting the numbers.
Hey, that's one thing that we do love as commentators and analysts. I love being wrong, and Luminosity showing up when it matters the most here on Championship Sunday, being able to put themselves in a position there on Summit Control. A lot of questions is not only just around control, but just what both these teams are going to look like on Summit. But it doesn't really matter when you just have good fundamentals. It doesn't really matter when you have superior gun skill. That's Luminosity's argument as they take a 1-map lead in the series.
Yeah, and the Summit pick looks like it may be one that Inco will have to consider. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say they got rid of Hacienda of all maps, as Lucasen only 10 eliminations. Crozen tried to step up, but for the majority of that map, Lucasen had a switchblade in hand. So
I was gonna say,
as much as we were sitting here saying
this map,
the SKS may be championship condition for Inco, you take away takeoff, maybe that's the counter. I mean, I hate to make it sound so simple, but at the moment, it's looking like that may pay off.
Yeah.
But
you always got to say, you got to play against your opponent's strengths. And that's why we have the veto process, right? You know, Luminosity, you see on your screen, taking away the takeoff. Inco not wanting to go to Hacienda, which is utterly surprising because they are very, very good on Hacienda Search and Destroy, but probably more fearing what Luminosity was going to be looking at on the potential for a Hacienda Hardpoint or a Search and Destroy. As we take a look at some of the player stats comparison, specifically in the hard points, it has been Blur versus Lucasen, and it's really hard not to just focus on this guy from Inco. I mean, 32 and 29, the SKS. The biggest difference, though, again, going back to what we were talking about from that standoff hardpoint, was that hardpoint time being generated. These are your main slayers on both of those of each team, respectfully. 35 and 18 with a minute and 30 worth of hardpoint time for Blur. That's a little bit more impact if you ask me.
100%, and that again is an SKS versus SKS battle in that map number 1 between those two. So, something to be said about Lucasen trying to find value, getting these eliminations and turning it into objective time, not just for him, but even for his squad. They're having a really tough time getting rotational wins.
But
Blur has stepped up to the plate.
Either team,
and you have to think at some point in time, across their run, and maybe even just over the course of the evening last night, they had to have the conversation, if not the question, what do we do to stop this SKS play? And I'm just going to go ahead and wager. Blur stepped up and said, boys, I got you. And boy, he's got him.
I wonder if he ended up going back to his room last night and just started
Just
pub stuff.
literally probably just get reps.
Oh man. Yeah, this is going to be Inko's first game on firing range during all of stage 5.
Yeah.
Firing range
but
again.
Firing range ain't about
Like, both you and I were just flabbergasted. That, like, we go back through it, it's like, no firing range? When you're the SKS trendsetters?
Yeah,
I think it makes sense.
It's a map that, like, we kind of relate to other maps that have happened in Call of Duty in the past where, like, even though it's a small map, the lanes are long.
Yeah. Yes,
so
they are.
The idea here, and this is something we saw from Skade yesterday and even the day before on firing range, you put those SKSs, you get them set up, trust that they're going to lock down the lane individually, let your SMGs focus on wherever they're not looking. And it worked out for Skade pretty darn nicely. Just down to can Inko do the same as their Brazilian compatriots. Nice start. Rafa for 2. Noel gets the 3rd in the mix, and that is very convincing kill feeds, leading to a lot of time for Inko right off the rip.
And that's what you need right there. Lucasen got the SKS back in their hands. You need to continue to pop off right there because you cannot allow to have LG pop off the way they did the same way over inside of the standoff. It was a blistering pace set on early. You need to answer the back here in map 4.
LG able to find at least an answer for now. Smoke will be the biggest muse for them getting in towards the hard point. 4 kills in a row for Envy, working towards possibly early streaks. Ban getting aggressive, sidesteps a Hunter killer drone. Quick reaction out of him, has a chance for Noel, and will turn that into his 5th elimination. Dan Inko, though, able to re-break, and with that, the 22 seconds of luminosity will be met and exceeded by Inko Gaming.
Good quick rotation also coming around all the way past tires. It's also being looked at by player number 4. That's going to be Lucasen that's watching that. That's the player that you probably want, being able to shut that down ahead of the rotation. Middle of the map, also at least trying to be secured. Big battles going over just for the scrap time there at the exits, but it is Inko set up for new.
And just keep your eye very passively on the minimap for number 4, number 5 in gold. Those are your 2 SKS users. You would like to see them on opposite sides of these hard points, and so far that is indeed the case. LG trying to force a break, trying to break in towards the windows of America, but it's not working out really whatsoever. Blur able to control Jeep. That's going to be a nice little setup for them to try to get on in. Blur Envy finding eliminations, and with that, LG will push the spawns away and also reclaim the zone.
Yeah, they got the zone back.
What you needed, be able to break on in very, very quickly and keeping them zoning away. You still have a lot of presence going in over by 10. Band actually spawns all the way on the backside of Wood.
So
that's a parallel spawn that happened along with Lucasen, who is just letting them have it inside a 10 at this moment of time. But it's really the only one that's able to pop up the kill feed. Yeah, Dad is able to take down Band, but that's not an influential kill to be able to break back into this hard point. And I don't even know if you want to at this point because 10 seconds remaining. And if you fully clear away luminosity from this hard point, you're actually going to be spawning them a little bit further out than you probably want them to.
Good map control on the rotation here for Inko. We were not able to say that very much at all in the opening hard point. This time, though, just a bit on the tidy side. Only 1 player inside for LG in the trailer. Can he be shut down? Noel gets a 3K with the nade. Wow. Well placed, I'd say. And with that, Inko will gain the early time. But LG looking to threaten quickly. Have some in-map control. Try to also play it through backside barrels. Purifier early out for Noel. Claw trying to strike it down. Washi able to at least spam things over. Lucasen doing the same from the opposite window. Gets 1. The second one on the interior finds that as well. 1 more deep, and it's Lucasen for a triple. Inko reclaimed the point.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just massive stuff coming all the way through just off of that previous hardpoint. When they ended up breaking them out, they were able to anchor out the spawns all the way to the backside of Showers, so that way they could maintain this south side of the map ahead of this 10 hardpoint. 20 seconds remaining inside of this hardpoint. Dad feeling it, wants to pull out the Purifier, almost expecting for a contest to come through, but that's the overall fundamentals of Luminosity. They're seeing what the map is offering for itself. They're setting themselves up for next.
Noel already a chance to try to contest the lower floor here at Wood. And he's in, and the support deep from Rafa. Lucasen working out well. Blur onto the gravity vortex. Number 4 in blue, trying to hold it down. He's by himself inside the zone. He only gets 1. That is not worthwhile for the side of Luminosity. The kills are there. There's still 3 members to flush out though from Inko. Pred Missile trying to make life a little bit easier for these court defenders. But LG have the numbers. Rafa on the backside gets a read on the Blur, but shut down. And with that, LG will substantiate not just the spawns, but also the hill.
Neck and neck is this hard point right now. 45 seconds, still ample time to fight over. And Solo, what a read is that? Pulls out the Purifier, goes over towards Banana, only able to find 1, but it sets up their team for success to be able to find those trades. You still have 2 players that are pushed out through the middle of the map, and it is being read by Envy over inside of 10. Another big 1v1 happening off screen, but regardless of the matter, everybody from Luminosity showing up the kill feed where it matters the most, keeping Inko at bay.
smokes, concealing some of the window play. Rafa shut down by Solo up top. Now trying to jump down to assist the hard point, but doesn't need to. Teammates have already picked things up, and over 100 points go Luminosity. Scrap time also looking good for them as Inco are hard focused on trying to control Trailer and America. They're able to neutralize a little bit of the time and even get some of their own here at the old wood hardpoint. As we rotate to sandbags, LG will be here first. Pred missile makes things a little bit more difficult, but with LG inside a 10, they should be comfortable to at least contest this hill.
P1 going in towards the second set is mostly all based around this tin control and making sure that the flank is going to be secure. That actually gets picked up by Blur, so wonderful stuff for them. Probably not expecting there's going to be another player. Yeah, got to get traded out off screen, but even more so than that, you have players like Envy on screen trying to zone away tin, trying to keep all of Inco on their toes and just cutting down their reinforcements where they can.
Rafa's able to sneak forward. Noel watching over the top of him. Watching, looking for the reclamation of the hard point. Dad stunned up, taken down, no worries. LG, 30 seconds to still fight for. And they look like they want to try to soak up as much as humanly possible, allowing Inco to gain some key positions as we look towards rotation soon. But you do not want to let this go if you're Inco. This game has been close until this point. You do not want to let it get out of hand, and the kills will allow them to at least once again contest. Luke is in. That's kill number 29. 3 in a row. Already looking to break past the 30 point. No one else in the lobby is even close.
And the only one that you probably make an argument for is Envy on the other side, but it's slowed up considerably. 20 and 20. 29 and 9 for Lucas, and this is exactly what you needed. But you're still down by 29 points. Look, you can find all the kills in the world, but if you're not generating hardpoint time, then you're going to be put in the blender.
Hello there, friend. One more on the corner. Someone going to get a trade on Lucas in. One more nearby. Finally, Blur shuts him down, but the claw comes out for Grozin. Locking down the front doors. Everything bouncing around like a pinball machine inside of America. Ban gets the double, and LG a chance to not just get death, but possibly grow their lead even further as Inco look to set up their break.
And it's just such a quick shutdown, an even quicker break to come all the way through. Everybody from Luminosity just showcasing their own teamwork. That argument needs to be made by Inco. 150 to 109. Zoning away is Solo with yet another purifier. A little bit too out of reach is Lucasen with the SKS, who finds yet another three-piece.
There are 3 operators that Inco could use to possibly try to break down this time. But they're not looking all that privy to trying to oblige that. Sitting back, very uncharacteristically so. LG are kind of picking apart at this. And this is all Inco saying. We want to try to control trailer spawns, but there's still so much time at old that those spawns really aren't even open yet. So now to 175 go LG. A chance to win the series and go to the World Championship final right here. And if they find a way to lock down trailer, this game could be out of reach for Inco.
One operator gonna be pulled out. Solo doesn't even need it. Able to find themselves 3 in a row. Purifier also in the hands of Blur. You gotta have it here if you're Noel. Lucasen both have operators in their back pocket. You need this break yesterday.
Yeah, I'll say. This is just a critical mistake from Inco, you have to think. Noel, Purifier in. Able to take down 1. That will get the zone back into their favor, but only 30 seconds to fight for. A long laundry list of things that have to happen. Noel responding to the play from Solo, who single-handedly breaks. Rafa on the way in. Just enough assistance from Inco to shut down the potential final play from LG. Pred missile called out for the rotation. And it will find one off spot. Rafa challenged, but denies as the double goes his way. And Inco are sticking around. Envy for one last challenge, but it's only for about 7 seconds.
It's still a whole hard point difference. 201 to 130. You have to find yourself a full 60 just to bring yourself back into the game. And good luck with that going in towards wood. Wall bangable, to say the least. Lucas and Noel, though, able to find 2 to open things up, but you still have Ban, Solo, Blur, lurking members able to find these straight picks.
And is Lucasen ever going to use this operator? He still hasn't pulled it out yet. I get it, you got 42 eliminations, but at some point in time, you have to sacrifice the SKS in favor of locking down the hard point. LG with the numbers. Lucasen pulls out the claw to get absolutely nothing. Immediately shut down. Inco, though, still in the hard point, struggling to lock down spawns as Envy's in the back towards bathroom. That will provide an opportunity for Solo to try to work on it. He gets 2 with the Purifier before falling, but Inco still retained the point.
Oh, Band up top and Wood able to get behind enemy lines, pulls out a claw as well, slides on forward, is able to find himself 3, and now is trying to zone away inside of Banana. 225 to 147, Envy, Blur, not slowing down.
This has just been too cautious from the side of Inco. Still 3 operators in their hands. Most of them have not been used. Rafa gonna pull out the claw for himself. Gets at least the first. But, I mean, this is at a point that is really not going to allow for the Claws to do too much. You've got to face up against Predator missiles, and Luminosity have full control mid-map, looking to put this map away.
That has an operator. Frozen has one as well. Lucasen's going to pull out a claw again, able to find themselves at least some damage, but still not enough quite yet. Noel needs to capitalize on this. What a snap on a blur up top. Need this plus some more. You can only give up 9 seconds.
Lucasen trying to lock down time. LG, though, with the numbers, trying to break back forward. Putting it away here. Just need 8 more seconds. Blur, good elimination. Tries to step in through the smoke. Denied. Inko not going to let them get away with it for free. Numbers now persist. Luminosity looking to break once more. They've got high ground control. Washi jumping down. Little Batman move from the high ground. Not able to turn to find the follow-up elimination, but his teammates are here. Is this the winning moment for LG to get to the World Championship Finals? It sure looks good for it. Inko trying to deny, trying to contest for the kills. They go back and forth. Still back and forth. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, but it's Lucasen. He gets the 49 eliminations. But is it enough? LG can still try to find a way to win here. Contest for this long enough, but you look towards rotation to New, and LG have members that get the last 2 seconds.
Oh, Band's pushing up. He's finding so many eliminations. Gets himself some squad spawns. New hardpoint will pop. 2 seconds are all that required, and Inko are nowhere to be found. Luminosity, off the back end of their hardpoint prowess, are able to punch their ticket to the World Championship Finals.
They're going to the finals.
It's just use your operators. That is the most uncharacteristic thing that we've seen out of Inko yet this tournament.
For real.
Do you claim it to the fact that they have not played Fire Range Hardpoint in a while? Do you claim it to the fact that Lucasen sitting here saying, I'm about to drop 50. I don't need an operator. It's hard to put a finger on any of it. It's almost a combination of it all, though, but that is a massive mistake in a couple of key moments for Inko, not using operators to try to lock down spawns, or more so, beyond that, try to find a way to win these rotations, because they're finding enough kills, as we would normally assume, but their ability to lock things down was essentially absent.
It really was. And there were so many different moments of time where both you and I mean, I know everybody can't see us at home, but I mean, we're sitting here pointing just at the top of the screen continuously, just when they had the setup initially, that an operator here or there would have been fantastic to be able to hold on to the hardpoint. Lucasen drops 49 and 29 for the L. Just so much space being provided through the entirety of that first and second set. But Luminosity, just through teamwork and sheer grit and tenacity, are able to bounce all the way back solo. 38 and 28, 34 and 29 for Ban. Those were your lurking members continuously, along with Blur, who were always a thorn in the side of Inko.
Yeah. There's going to be some very quick conversations that are going to happen for Inko, because that is not the same Inko team that we saw over the last couple of days in Hardpoint. 250, 131 on standoff, and then a 250, 175 on firing range.
So I think what will happen...
Ooh, that is not common.
But it's why we talked about Luminosity coming into this. Again, they are the #1 hardpoint team. They have the stats to prove it. Even walking into this match, they had a positive 118 differential
play against Tribe
for everybody that they ended up playing.
Tribe
and
is not
it's
warmed up.
one of those things that you can just lean on, right? You know, the search and destroy we thought was going to be a little bit different, but Inko definitely, you know, shut us up very, very fast with how quickly they were able to adapt and overcome on that.
So,
and the same could be said about Luminosity's control. Everything was a lot of different adaptations coming all the way through that both teams, us casters, we're not exactly ready for it, but it's a welcome sight here as Luminosity, again, congratulations to them for a quick turnaround going into the grand finals.
And a new problem starts to surface for our other 2 teams that would have to try to find a way to get revenge against this LG team, but we've got D-Got on the stage for live reaction from Luminosity after their win.
Everyone's watching you play, like, All right, thank you very much. I'm on stage with Luminosity's Blur. Congratulations on making it to the grand finals. The series against Inko Stalwart made it the top 2 teams. What was it like for you in this set? Because you guys made it look easy.
Well, it's not really that easy. It's a bunch of SKS. It's hard to deal with. They're really nasty, and we just gotta try our hardest, you know.
So one of the questions that I think a lot of people had is stage 4, you guys, while you were part of Undreamed, behind Tribe. Now, what's changed here in stage 5 on land international experience, and you guys are now the top dogs?
Well, stage 4, like every game is a learning experience. We make a lot of mistakes, and what we worked on the most will be like teamwork and communication and all that. We just try our best. every
Well,
time.
Super
I mean,
tired.
your best has been pretty damn good. Right now, you are at the lowest second place. That is a lot of money. Again, congratulations on making it. So now Inco Stalwart and Tribe have to play against each other. Who would you rather see in the finals?
If I'm honest, I want to see Tribe. NA, both NA and Grand Finals, I want to see that happen.
All right, well, we'll find out what happens there in the lower bracket finals. Again, Blur for Luminosity Gaming.
Look, there are a couple of conditions that, as we were kind of talking through things and then hearing it from
so
Blur, that have
nervous.
now kind of surfaced in possible favor towards Luminosity. The first
Super
is the fact
nervous
that
and,
I don't know what Blur did overnight, but he's looking disgusting with the SKS all of a sudden.
What
On
would you call
top
it?
of
Super
that, though,
nervous
Luminosity's
and,
control looked very polished, very clean. That was completely missing during the group stage and their opening moments in
Tired.
this upper bracket run that they've put on. But look, if you could just take the former point of that, Blur dominating space and letting his team win in rotation, that was the biggest thing for me in these opening hard points.
Oh, it absolutely was. I mean, through both hard points, when you're really thinking about it, you know, taking on the selfless role, right? Being able to seemingly to turn overnight to an SKS monster. You even heard him talking about there in the interview that, you know, the SKS, as many as they saw on the opposite side, it's very hard to deal with, and yet the way that Luminosity decided to deal with it was just one, keeping them at an SKS's reach and allowing their SMGs to outshine that of Inco.
And you can even see it, like number 4 is Blur. He's watching these crosses, and even if he's not finding kills, he's giving communication to his teammates of where they're coming, when they're coming, and how many.
Well, it's just like, you know, the one shot from the SKS is going to leave them.
Well, that too, yeah.
It's an absolute abysmal amount of health. So, I mean, so long as you're just getting that chip damage in there, the SMGs just need to slide chow around a corner and just capitalize on it.
Yeah, and it worked out really well. I will say that duality between Blur and his Zubs up front was near picture perfect. Then we got into the control, and Luminosity played with a certain sense of vigor. I mean, we were a 1v1 away from them 3-0 this control.
Yep. Yeah, we sure were. It's just absurd to see like how quickly things turn on its head. I mean, we were also mere moments away from even Inco getting an extra 60 seconds on their initial offense. It's just really does show to the talents and abilities that Luminosity are playing with through the entirety here in Stage 5 Finals, is that, you know, even when their backs are fully against the wall, and they're able to recognize, okay, we have this resource, we have this operator, this streak, we're in this position, and they just use it to such a high degree that I don't think that Inco have really dealt with all tournament long.
Yeah, Band really, again, showcasing his prowess to kind of even sidestepping the 100-killer drone in that last highlight.
Yeah.
But LG's ability to get into the mix in this map in particular, I mean, we're 175 to 109 in this current state, and Lucason's got 36 kills. Blur only has 16. But the thing about it is, Blur was able to pull out the Purifier and capitalize on a lot of hard point moments for his squad, whereas on the other side, yeah, Lucason, the stat line's going to be impressive, but you have to know when you have to put the SKS down in order to use the operator to fully flesh out a hill. And that was what was largely missing for this Inco team that, as we had mentioned, had not played much firing range. So a couple of things that have instantly cropped up that may put Inco at a bit of a hindrance going up against a hot Tribe team immediately in the lower finals. We'll send things back to Degon to the desk to give us their reactions and, of course, set up that inevitable matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast so far in that upper bracket finals. Luminosity Gaming moving on to the grand finals, and now we got to see between Inco Stalwart and Tribe who will be joining them. But let's break down this series first. It felt like Luminosity Gaming and Inco Stalwart were on a war path against each other. Both these teams have made it look easy throughout. And then Luminosity just came out guns a-blazing on all cylinders. And very similarly to their matchup against Wolves earlier, it was the S&D where they kind of take an early lead and then let off the gas pedal. That was the only win here for Inco Stalwart. All the other ones just felt in control the whole time.
Yeah, the only win that Inco gets an actual win in is a comeback, which didn't look super convincing until up the end where they started to gain that steam. I think a lot of it looked to be confidence. Obviously, Lucason came out guns blazing, but one guy by himself can't win a series. We saw that right there. I think the map picks played a really big role in this one. I was surprised by how many smaller maps we saw, and I assumed that most of them were picked by Luminosity in an attempt to kind of counter Inco and the SKSs, but apparently Standoff was the map pick for Inco, and they got countered pretty hard right there.
And speaking of, like, that's why we thought it was Luminosity's pick, because I was looking at the Summit control, because
Yeah,
Luminosity
Summit.
had not good numbers when it comes to that control game, but for Summit, that was their best case scenario. And for Luminosity to get that, Inco's pick, I felt like that was kind of detrimental for their team.
Yeah, and remember, they almost 3-0'd it. They were up 16 to 8 in control on Summit before we got to see Inco Stalwart show some life and claw their way back into that one, but it was almost a clean sweep here. You know, I was asking earlier, Blur, I said, hey, you guys made it look easy. He's like, it wasn't easy. I'm like, I thought it looked easy. You guys made it look pretty easy. Let's take a look at the end of our final map, though, the hard point over on firing range, where it just kind of felt like the SKSs were not reigning supreme here, except for Lucasen on almost a 50 bomb here, but really not having the impact that you need in terms of getting the points.
Yeah, I think toward the end, he started to get a little bit more his need to play the OBJ, but that's something that he should have made that adjustment much earlier in the matchup, because he can play aggressively with the SKS. He's one of those players that regardless of the situation, he can pull it out and fry with it, but he seemed really, really committed to that long-range role. Obviously, roles are important, but also flexibility and adaptability played a really big role in why Luminosity was going to be able to get the win.
Luminosity just found a way to counter every single one. How do you beat an SKS? 3 answers. Smokes, get an SKS of your own, and choose maps that actually suit the role of your team, and just kind of cut out those really long sight lines. And yes, in that hardpoint matchup, I feel like for Lucas to get a lot of those kills, yes, but he had a lot of it. It wasn't high impact enough for them to actually win this hardpoint matchup.
And where was the support, you know? Where was Crozen? Where was Dad? Dad in the top 5 of KDA didn't have the same impact. Lucasen, although a little slow on that S&D, did eventually warm up and had that nearly 50 bomb on firing range to close it out. But there wasn't that secondary fragger that we've seen Inco Stalwart have in their success. Let's take a look at our champs bracket. It's all filled out on the bottom side now. It's Tribe Gaming and Inco Stalwart in our lower bracket finals, and Luminosity sitting, waiting in the grand finals. It is a 1 map advantage for Luminosity as well in the grand final, so a little bonus there for making it all the way on through.
Yeah, obviously big advantage for coming out of the winner's bracket. That's something we've seen happen before, though. These two teams, Tribe Gaming and Luminosity, met up in stage 3 this year. Luminosity, 1 game away from closing it out, get reverse swept. I think they want revenge for that one up against Tribe Gaming, and I'm hoping that they get it, because with the way things are going right now, it kind of seems like we're on a path to an NA final.
Well, Luminosity looking really good this time, and Tribe looking like they're always getting the best of them, but I feel like it's such a different situation, especially with that 3-1 that they showed up against Inco. This looks like a completely different team, and I just want to note, their coach Image has been in the grand finals for 3 times already. 1 for the Western finals last year, 1 for the Eastern champs for Blacklist International Ultimate, and now coming in from Luminosity. It just seems like he's a really big deal when it comes to these teams.
Well, again, if you want to be a big deal, head on over to our friends over at HyperX. Now, HyperX is running a special holiday sale this season where you can get up to 50% off HyperX products with free shipping through the end of this December. Head on over to the description in the YouTube link down below so that you can go ahead and gear up for the holiday season. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's that lower bracket finals. Who will take 3rd and who will move on to the grand finals? We'll find out in just a little bit. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship.
some of these commercials are funny. All right.
Hello, everyone, and
looks like a
welcome
beautiful
back
day.
to Raleigh, North Carolina for Championship Sunday of the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships. It has been a long, long road with many faces, and we are so lucky to be joined on the desk right now with Call of Duty Mobile content creator Mod6. Welcome to the broadcast, brother.
Thanks for having me up here. It's exciting.
You know, we kind of wanted to kick things off with, how's this weekend been for you?
Well, we were talking before during the break, and this is without a doubt the most exciting esports weekend of my life at this point. I've been to a few esports events, but this is my first Call of Duty event, and it's absolutely blown me away.
Yeah, you've said a lot of the interactions that you had with some of the PC or console gamers that coming up to you have all been positive.
Yeah, the most surprising thing of the weekend for me is, you have 100 different conversations with strangers every day at an event like this, and every single console and PC player I've talked to is blown away by mobile movement, mobile gun skill, and they're interested. They're coming over to check out Warzone Mobile at the booth, and it's all the interest in mobile that you'd always hope for,
Yeah, speaking of that, Bobby, you got to be a part of that Warzone Mobile activation. How's that been so far?
It's been amazing. I've gotten to see kind of the full progression of Warzone Mobile because we had the opportunity
still bundled up, bro.
at COD Next earlier this year to check it out and to see how far it's come and to see how many people are loving it has been really cool. So I know the entire mobile community is really excited about it, and hopefully they've got big things planned in the future. I know they've done big things already.
Well, thankfully, you're not only you are involved on the competitive side as well. So let's take a look at the champs bracket brought to you by Republic of Gamers. When you look at this one here, Mod 6, all the way back from the quarterfinals, what has jumped out at you when we take a look at the bracket?
Well, Tribe is about their losers bracket run. They've done it before, and this time they're at a disadvantage with that one map drop in the grand finals if they make it there. But the crazy thing about this final and grand final right now is that you talk to anybody in the crowd and you get 100 different predictions for how this is going to work out. That's the Sunday you want, right? There's no obvious advantage. Teams are strong on certain types of game modes and on certain maps, but there's no leading prediction for how this ends.
Right. Other than Luminosity being in the grand finals and getting that one map lead. Now, our friends over at ROG have been big homies here for Call of Duty Mobile Esports. So let's take a look at the ROG Phone 6 with its upgraded GameCool 6 cooling system. It has an optimized thermal design that cools the CPU not only from the internal structure design, but also from the external gadget. The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Thank you all weekend long to our ROG Phone 6 friends. Thank you for supporting Call of Duty Mobile. Let's dive into our lower bracket finals matchup, and we'll start with Tribe Gaming. Now, Tribe, they got to sit back, they got to watch the series against Inco Stalwart and Luminosity. But as you said earlier, they've had to make this miracle lower bracket run. How do you feel like they are feeling coming into this one?
Well, Tribe is a team that's strong on hardpoint consistently, and it's exciting to watch. They make aggressive breaks, but to make an aggressive break, you've got to rotate around the map, and they have to deal with the SKS of Lucasen and the absolute lockdown that they have over long-range areas of the map, and that's going to be something that's going to challenge rotations every time.
I would say absolutely correct on that one. I think it'll be interesting because they don't match up quite as well as Luminosity does. Obviously, you have Blur, who's an SKS primary, and there's a couple players on Tribe that can do that, but they're not nearly as experienced with the SKS as Blur is. So we'll see what they end up doing. I know they've been running through a couple different players using it over the last couple months. They haven't stuck with one. A lot of it also going to come down to those map picks.
The difficult part about Tribe's run here is the fact that Inco already knew their mistakes coming in from Luminosity and will probably make better decisions when it comes to those map choices. And also the fact that for Control, Tribe is really good. But in Hardpoint, we did say that they're going to be a really good team, but unfortunately, Wolves actually cracked the code when it comes to beating Tribe in their best game mode, and Inco possibly had that code for themselves.
All right, on the opposite side, Inco Stalwart really never felt like they got in this series against Luminosity. Yes, in the S&D, they were able to pull this one back, but it just felt like they're on the back foot this whole time. I'm hoping that they're able to go ahead and reset the mental and bounce back, but what do you think they need to do here to get this victory over Tribe?
Really, I think that patience is going to be something that's involved a lot in success, especially on hardpoint breaks. When you have teams that are anxious to get on the hardpoint, anxious to stop that counter counting up, they might run on and try and break with 1 or 2, and that patience to be able to break with 3, secure the point, or even, the defuse in S&D that's going to be a huge factor.
Mod 6, everyone. Look at this. Just a natural on the desk breaking down this series matchup. But to get us into our lower bracket finals, let's send it on over to Shift and Proper.
Why was Mod 6 with us the whole weekend, brother? That's a good breakdown. I love it. Always good to see him. Also, I'm going to need to give it to you later, Mod 6, to figure out what exactly you've done to manicure that beard to such great lengths and such very...
I am inspired by that beard.
It's very nice. It's very nice. But with that said, we were sitting here kind of going back and forth, debating. And I'm just going to say, we haven't seen the series layout yet. But once we do, oh, there it is. Never mind. I was going to say, if you're Inco Stalwart, you got to get rid of either Summit or Firing Range is fine. But for Tribe Gaming, getting rid of the Hacienda, that makes a little bit more sense. I'm glad, though, that Inco didn't follow up with the same vetoes that they did with LG, getting rid of Hacienda, because I think they had actually played that map pretty darn well. But that does mean that Takeoff is here. Yes, the SKSs, you expect there to be a lot of them for the side of Inco. But for Tribe Gaming, they're also 3-0 on the map.
For what it's worth, I was totally right in guessing the vetoes. Anyway, here we go, starting things off. Takeoff map number 1 on Hardpoint, and this was the one consideration that if you're gonna get rid of Hacienda, if you're Tribe, you have to be ready for this map mode combination.
Yeah, have to have it. And the thing is, they are ready for this. They've played it at pretty great and considerable length throughout their run thus far, with convincing tallies, mind you. As it looks like we very well may have a bit of a restart here. Some players are stalled out. Obviously, Marshy kind of looking from left to right, wondering what's going on. Bolo still wants to frag. But maybe we could take a look a little bit longer at that overall series layout, because the conversations at this point, like now that we've actually got significant results to go off of, the predictions become a little bit more simplified when it comes down to who's taking care of what. And another interesting little alpha choice here, Inco with the first ban, not just taking away Firing Range, but taking away Annihilator. They said, hey, Tribe, it's on to you if you want to take away the Sparrow or not.
Yeah, I actually really appreciate that coming through, because, you know, here in COD Mobile, I don't think that well, no, you and I actually casted over one series. I don't remember what it was. It was during the group stage. We actually saw the Sparrow come out, but yeah, very annoying to deal with, especially leaving that ball in Tribe's court, right? But being able to take it away, expect that Purifier and Claw combination obviously to continuously come through, but I kind of want to take an even deeper dive to this map number 1 here, Alan, especially with Takeoff, like we were talking about. You got to have it if you are Tribe. They have played it 3 times through this entire stage 5, and they are 3-0 on it as well, beating the likes of Wolves 250-220, 250-133 against Stamina, and 250-112 versus Scars.
Yeah, very convincing results for both teams on this map mode combo to start us off. But the standoff, search, and destroy, we've already said it a handful of times this weekend, but you have to feel like if you're going to come away with a map 1 win if you're Tribe, you're feeling really solid about your opportunity to turn this into a 2-0 early, largely due to the fact that we have not seen Inco play the standoff, search, and destroy at any rate. And then you get eventually to the raid control for our guaranteed first 3 maps. Yeah, Inco's played it once before, but on the side of Tribe, it would be our first look with them on the raid control. So looking at those 3 maps in particular, we've got a 50-50 battle here for map number 1, a very crucial map, I would say, for Inco. And then you've got a standoff search that I think everyone in the venue saying that should be a Tribe Gaming win, just because Jez has dominated that map so far, even though this weekend has gone to a lot of overtimes on that map for Tribe. And then who knows with the raid? Again, that's not really any significant results that we can go off of as you compare both the map wins and losses as well as the respawn KDs. And again, that respawn KD is boosted up because of Lucasen.
Yeah, just a little inflated. I mean, even you got to see at the end of that previous LGV Inco Firing Range hardpoint, like Lucasen was still dropping 40 bombs for the L. So, I mean, it's just about capitalizing on top of it, right? You know, Inco kind of got their first taste versus North America, and we've kind of talked about this amongst ourselves, but we didn't actually talk about it on the broadcast, is that this is actually their first real look at fighting another Western team. So when you're thinking about it, Stark playstyles, maybe. You're able to at least really lean on Lucasen with that SKS, but the SMGs really need to be on point. They got to lock it in, because you know that Tribe Gaming are going to have just about all corners of the rim squeaky clean.
Yeah, on the opposite side, just to kind of flip the conversation immediately over towards Tribe Gaming in this opening hardpoint, one of the things that we've noted a lot is Marshy's ability to stay alive for an extended period of time, but where's the help for him in those moments where he's trying to finesse? We had questions at day number 1 about would Tech be able to show up? Would Bolo be able to kind of help support? And in moments in this lower bracket run, they've done that. That has to be here once again, because Marshy can't just go breaking in hard points by himself again today.
Yeah, and that question while we were watching, you know, Tribe versus Wolves, Marshy was that guy, and we're posing the question, well, who's going to step up to help? Bolu was that guy, and stepped up in such a massive way. Even though, like, Tech, had a very shaky map number 1, you want to talk about the resilience of a competitor, really bounced back through the rest of that series and reminded Wolves why Tribe are number 1 NA.
Yeah. And as you'd mentioned, just kind of casually there, it is really kind of interesting how the bracket and groups have formed. Inco has yet to play another Western team until today. So maybe something there about West versus East teams. I don't know. You guys have fun with that.
All these
but looking at Tectonic,
issues,
again, we mentioned it during the group stage. We were kind of looking for more. But boy, he stepped up yesterday in this lower bracket run, boosting his KD up to a 1.2 in the respawn. And again, not to keep harping on it, but we need to see that again if you're a Tribe fan and you want to see this team find that LG squad in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'd say consistency is one thing that you definitely want to see out from this Tribe roster as a whole, but mostly Tectonic, right? Is that you really do need this guy to be on point, as flexible as they are. Really just want to be able to see that come through
Mobile's
in
been having all the
because
issues.
There's one thing we definitely saw uncharacteristically from Tribe. It was in that first go of things versus Wolves where they kind of got thrown off kilter, and then through all the lower bracket run, that's when we got to see the Tribe gaming that we saw all through stage 4.
100%. And that flexibility is something that now all of a sudden we kind of move the spotlight over towards Lucas. And yeah, he's been unbelievable with this SKS. But in moments during the respawns that we just came off of, especially in the hard points, that KD means very little when it comes down to actually getting on the OBJ. We called for the firing range. Pull out this operator. Get into the hard point. Help your squad out. Because, yeah, you're doing great with the SKS on these rotations, but you see just kind of a lot of inefficient numbers come through, largely what these operator usages until it felt like it was a little bit too late. This was a great moment to keep them tight, but once the game got out of hand, you kind of felt like Lucasen was just relying on the SKS to get his eliminations when he was holding on to, I think, this operator right here. He's at 27 kills. It's 129 to 96. I don't think he pops this until it's like 210 or so for LG.
Yeah. It was the first time that we ended up seeing it. I mean, even right there, you got to see a glimpse of it. 30 and 9, all with the SKS, but there was no follow-up beyond that. And even though Lucasen, pulled out the claw, was able to find some damage, some elimination, sure, it's whatever.
The game's out of hand. Like
it's already gone. Yeah. It's already way too late when you're going up against this Luminosity squad that are so willingly and also able to constantly pull out their operators, utilize their resources in any means necessary to be able to put themselves inside the hard point and generate time.
And interestingly enough, and I could go ahead and I think make this wager here.
Yeah.
He was a 1.96 coming into today. Both hard points were great for him when he had the SKS in hand, but that summit control, Lucasen was absent. That KD today has slipped down to a 1.5, which is still incredible.
That's still, so
why am I coming across like, God, this guy's so bad? I mean, it's still so good. But that summit control, I have to imagine, is why that KD has slipped down, because at one point in that firing range hard point, he was nearly 3.0 positive.
It's just, in my opinion, as many eliminations they're able to find. Like, I'm not going to sit here and downplay how talented this guy is, but the overall chemistry and fundamental needs to be followed up afterwards. We've been really hitting on this point continuously, and I don't want to, beat a dead horse here, but this is where we need to see the SMGs really come alive, especially against Tribe. Playing up against all of these Eastern teams, you were able to meet their pace, but at least versus Luminosity, it was a little shaky outside of the search and destroy in certain moments of time in those hard points. Tribe are going to have all of that plus some more.
Yeah,
you know that they prepared for this.
Yeah, and just for what it's worth, I don't mean to make it sound like we're coming across harshly at Brazil. If Inco end up winning this entire thing, I don't think there's a question Lucasen's MVP. But the thing about it is when you're trying to get to that grand finals and in the mismatch that we had kind of seen in hard point time between LG and Inco, especially with players like Blur getting onto the hard point for significant time, you do want to see that come through in a selfless fashion. That's, I'm getting a lot of kills, but when needed, when called upon, I can also soak up that hard point time. So maybe being a bit nitpicky, but regardless, one more look back at this series layout. We've already talked about a lot of these maps and modes kind of in combination. We think that this takeoff hardpoint 50-50. If you win it, you're going to feel great about the rest of the series layout, no matter which side you're looking at. The standoff search feels like a must-win for Tribe. Question marks on the raid control, and then if we get to the fourth, we need to see immediate correction from Inco on that summit hardpoint. So maybe a little bit of pressure on this map set towards Inco that they have to find a way to respond, but it all starts here. Takeoff, hardpoint, lower final. Let's get it on.
Got got to be able to really rely on these SKSs to be able to open up the floodgates for the SMGs. Rafa's going to find the first blood here as well, but not a whole lot less to speak of. You're not really upsetting the spawns for Tribe, not quite yet.
Jazz up top, lots of damage, lots of spam. Tribe fighting for the backside of spawns. Gonna work out. Only 9 seconds given away for Inco Gaming. Not a lot of eliminations for really anybody at the moment, but Tech, importantly to note, he is popping up that SKS, looking good with it so far. Kind of like Beat Mommy was saying on the desk, there are 3 ways to kind of go about the SKS gameplay for Inco. Either saying, that looks like fun, I'll give my hand at it, try to match it 1 for 1, smoke it out, take him out of the picture, or the third is just completely overwhelm the hard point, force them to have to make tough decisions. Bolu from behind, tried, clean on the kills, up to 25 points, and looking good for the scrap time.
Yeah. I like the 4K Nolo Stows kind of tactic as well, as we starting to look like some players are not moving across the map. Noel was one of those players all the way on the backside of the double ring, and yeah, looking like there is some conversations happening up on stage as well. So, I mean, even through the opening break, as little information as we were able to get, I definitely got to tip it to the SMGs for at least wanting to get in on the hard point. At the very least, is Triber just kind of running around and soaking up some hard point time. Jez still doing Jez things, and yeah, I think that Inco just generally need to rely on just their opening breakoffs to continuously find space.
Hey, here's the thing, if anyone's familiar with competitive COD Mobile, you keep playing until admins say stop. We have not gotten that word yet. So at the moment, Tribe is just soaking up free time. This could get dangerous again. We've seen this before in multiple facets. So Tribe, 75-9. You can see Vague saying, all right, we're just gonna keep going. And why not?
Competitive rules are competitive rules. I mean, all 10 players are very much so still in this lobby. And yep, Vague throwing his hands up, relaxing, having a little bit of a smile. And well, Jess just gonna go ahead and walk around. Why not just boast some prize fighter gloves and yeah, the good old 1-2 on 3.
Looking good. This will win the rotation. Inco members starting to make a move, starting to shoot back.
What is this?
Look, we've seen this before.
Issues again?
And now you're dealing with a 100-point deficit as Inco are finally starting to come out and starting to play. And you've got streaks, you've got operators. This could get really ugly really quickly. Tribe realizing the shots are coming back their direction, are going to use the operators to just completely put this game out of reach right off the rip.
Yep. That's exactly what's going to end up happening.
I don't
especially
understand
with
what
all
happened.
the hard point time that got generated. Tribe very much so still set up. Marshy will find 2 with the sub. Jez fully streaked out of their mind, 14 eliminations. Vague also calling in a hunter killer drone on top of Jez's predator missile, and oh, the kill feed is just not done glowing up in Tribe's favor.
Yeah, this is dangerous prospects here. Not just for map number 1, but if you mentally just get booned off of this. I mean,
something must have happened when they had disconnect issues and they tried to get like, by the attention of someone and no one's doing anything.
141 to 20. And we'll see kind of what happens as we go through it, but as we continue to mention, the word was play on. Decisions may be made later on, but I mean, Tribe, this is maybe a free map for him.
Starting to look that way, isn't it, Alan? I mean, the simple fact remains is that Tribe, ever since being knocked down to the lower bracket by Wolves yesterday, have been on the absolute war path you'd had to expect for them to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. They will take this.
Yeah, Inco just looked like they're lost at this moment. Not really able to regain mentally. Again, we don't have any idea as far as what may have happened or what may not have happened, but all we can commentate on is the fact that this is all Tribe. 160-23. Inco having a real tough time even finding eliminations as they started to kind of get back in towards the mix again. And again, hard to expect it considering the fact that everything was tooled up when it comes to operators and specialists. But finally, Inco going to get some of their own, maybe a chance to start to put something together here.
Going in towards the second set of rotations here at the end of it. Yeah, we got to call a spade a spade. 166 to about 36. Scrap time gets soaked up here by Inco, but you look at the rotation going over back through the middle of the map, it is completely taken over by Tribe.
So we reset. Inco on the unfavored side, approaching over towards this mid fountain. Tribe back and forth in the kill feed, but with the high ground, have an opportunity to slay out around the hill. And that'll be enough for Marshy to have a chance to allow his teammates to move on forward, just watching the crosses, making sure nobody contests from this outside area. Inco. Couple of response kills coming through, but again, a lot to be done here, not just on this hill, but of course in the overall state of the game, and as Tribe comes right back out of their spawn, finding clean eliminations. Lucas in for a double. nearly able to do it all himself, but Tribe superior with the numbers, get to 180.
180 counting on up. There's still a lot of time here left on P1. You also got to take a look at the spawns. Inco essentially have the better side of the map, but the way the Tribe are set up on the north side of the map, they are also setting up a nice little coordinated pinch, basically trying to funnel in Inco for that launch site itself. But when it's all said and done, you still cannot allow Tribe to soak up all this time off of P1. That'll be conceded. The back 10 seconds, 200 points on the horizon here for Tribe.
5 operators though for Inco. They are trying to get themselves in towards P2. But it's 200 to 40. This would have to be the most stellar operator usage we've ever seen for them to pull this back. You need a full 60 here, need to win the rotation to new, and then beyond that, we can start talking about further win conditions that would have to come out to make this comeback possible. Tribe, operators again of their own, using that to try to break from the front. High ground control goes their way. Noel, surprised by Bolu, and it's a full Tribe kill feed. The break is in, and Tribe can win here.
Looking pretty poised to do so, Alan. You got close spawns coming in. 5 and 3 in blue is Crozen, and soon Noel will fall. Operators being popped on Inco's side, but it's being answered back in kind. Tectonic there with the claw, up to 12 eliminations, just holding down this entire flank side, not allowing anybody to come from behind.
Win condition is still in play here for Tribe on this second P2 hardpoint. Inco looking to try to find a way to break on in and contest for as long as they can. Kills still showing up in favor of Tribe. Vague letting them know about it. No contest at the moment. Inco tagged up by nades, able to get through. Can they still find a way to extend this one more hard point? Because you can still win here if you're Tribe. Bolu letting them have it. And that will be 250 to 45 at the moment. And again, just because I know all of you out there are probably wondering what's happened, we don't know. All we know is the word was play on, and Tribe sure did that.
That's right. No admin said to stop playing, so we kept on playing on through the rotations. And when you get told to keep playing, you gotta keep going on as strong as possible. And hey, Tribe, sitting there, you saw Vague just sitting there, just having a little bit of a chuckle. Just continue to play on. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Well, you just sit inside the hard point, you generate time, you just walk around, you find free eliminations, you get the resource advantage. You win by 205.
We've seen this before. We've 100% seen this before. You know, back during the Modern Warfare 2019 year, it happened on like a Hackney Dom, where a team was in the middle of an event, and one team kept playing, the other team put their controllers down. Results stood. You know, it's one of those things that comes with it, and it's not a new rule by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll wait to give a confirmation one way or the other for you, friends, as of course the referees doing what they do best to try to communicate exactly how things have unfolded. And not a lot for us to really take away from that, unfortunately. But
no,
I mean, we'll kind of see what goes from here. But I will say, if this result does stand, the result for Inco becomes very difficult because it's a standoff search and destroy, which is one of Tribe's most preferred search maps.
Yep.
And then who knows what happens when they eventually would have to get through at least a summit hardpoint again.
Yeah, 3-0 standoff search and destroy for Tribe. This is 100% for them as we take a look at the stats. 35 and 10 for Jazz. He was also just running around a lot.
Those for boxing gloves. Yeah,
he was vibing. Yeah. It's again, you brought up a great point that when this and if this stands, the mental for Inco needs to be an immediate.
You have to regain.
Yeah, exclamation point regain, please. You were able to do it, especially against Luminosity.
Sure.
You know, they were certainly down, but never out after losing that standoff hardpoint map 1. But then going into the raid search and destroy, they immediately clapped back after being down 4-2 on the half.
Indeed, indeed. So as we kind of were alluding to verbally, there's the visual representation of the pathway that would have to come through. And going into this opening map, we said it was kind of a 50-50 with the results that we've seen, both teams preferring to play takeoff hardpoint. I'm sure both were happy to see it pop up for map number 1. But whoever were to come out on top of this first map would hold a certain significant advantage towards trying to get to the grand finals. It would be a revenge chance for Inco against LG. Otherwise, it would be a rematch of Stage 4 finals between Tribe and LG. So that's kind of what's underway and at the hands of what could possibly be to come.
You saw even the trophy on the stage. So much to play for. So much on the line. We have been building up 3 years straight for this exact moment of time. Gotta put it all out there.
And on the other side, you know, we talked a lot about Tectonic, rightfully so, because he's been kind of the big central personality and star for this Tribe team, kind of alongside Bolu over the last couple of years. But how impressed have you been with Jez so far in this tournament? I mean, coming into the team as an 18-year-old, first year competing, they trust him to snipe on Search and Destroy. They trust him to be one of the flex slayers in Respawn. He's been lights out. And his KD may not be in the top 5, but his role that he fulfills for this squad has been crucial towards not just the success of Tribe on the year, but more importantly, he's been kind of the guy that has locked in some of the key Search and Destroy plays. As we look back over towards Jez yesterday, it was weird to see the Annihilator pop, but
yeah,
I mean, this shows why you just don't want someone like Jez to have this.
Also just making sure that they hold on to the shot when it's utmost necessary to pull the trigger. And yeah, I think the caption for that, the LOL what, is just perfect, because like even when I was casting over that call, I was rightfully losing my mind because it's just how quickly it all happened. 5 kills within 12 seconds. Yeah, with the Annihilator on takeoff, on Respawn, that's crazy. But even beyond that too, on the upcoming map mode combination,
yeah,
this is legitimately Jez's playground with the sniper, wallbang spots, jump shots, rotations, all with the sniper, quick scopes included. All-star talent at such a young age.
Yep, he's been one of those guys that is definitely, I think we could easily label as a superstar in the making, if not a superstar that's already arrived for us here. And I'm sure Tribe very excited to have him on board for, will hopefully be an extended period of time in their hopes of continuing their North American regional dominance, so to speak. A little bit less cemented though with LG in the Grands. Tribe trying to work their way back after their loss to Wolves, but you have to feel like if we do get that rematch, fireworks could be coming through. Still awaiting word though, what's exactly coming through, so we'll step away for now. Don't go too far though. We could be back very rapidly for either a map 1 replay or a map 2 continuation of this lower finals.
Literally vibing now. Like all this stuff.
Hey.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. The trophy on display. Our final 3 teams looking to duke things out. And the update after the bracket and after everything was going on, it will stand. Tribe 250-45 will be cemented as we will continue on to the standoff search and destroy. This puts the whole series layout into a very different perspective, not only because it starts to slightly favor the Tribe squad, but more importantly, for those 5 young men, can they find a way to recuperate, regain, and try to get back into this series?
Oh, fist bumps are out. You can see the smiles across the face from what little they can actually show. They need to have it here. Inco need to bounce back as best they possibly can.
Whether someone was lagging
search
again,
and destroy. We kind of counted them out versus Luminosity. They were able to do it then. Now this whole thing about composure brings into a whole different conversation here at the standoff. Tribe's best search this weekend.
Here we go. Inco tasked with the offense first and foremost. Quick hit over towards A. Saying, let's go. Let's get into this series. Tribe, as usual, still set up to try to contest this. Bolu for first blood inside of Cubby. Vague working alongside with him. They'll both combine for the first 2 eliminations. Inco stuck behind the tank. Vague says, my time to go. Good help from Abaz. And now the pistol out, but Inco respond with eliminations, just not quite enough. And the aggressive offense countered by just an aggressive setup for the defense.
Yeah. I mean, that setup right there, specifically for Tribe, is just what we have come to know and expect. You know, you get tractor control, you make sure that somebody's always inside a cube. The cross from Delhi is always kept in mind. For this next offensive attempt, going to be a little bit more of a gas station alleyway control.
First blood, Vague switching things up by playing frontside Hotel Marshy just behind. That was a play through gas station. It turns into a 2-for-1 exchange favoring the Tribe defense. The bomb also down just outside the hotel stairs. So advantage once again kind of early, leaning towards Tribe if they got a lot of forward defensive positions that Inco need to clear.
Timing is going to be everything here for Bolu, playing on the statue tank. Player number 5 is going to be Crojan, would be the first point of contact, but try to run back inside of Bakery. They will be dealt with. It is just so timely. Just the pouncing off the information leaves Rafa in a 1v3.
As an SKS as well as a Switchblade. Whichever tool is best for the job. Nate at the top, desperate in nature, not going to land for Vague, but will regain and rejoin his squad mates. 3v1 situation. Bomb still down inside a hotel. Bolu sees a shoulder. Was that information mutual? Oh, it was, but Rafa not quite able to land. Now in towards Bakery. Help is here for Tribe. In fact, all 3 members are going to have a pretty good look as they try to trap Rafa inside of White.
Oh, slide out, and blunder ensues. And yeah, you know, the biggest difference maker is just how proactive Vague is being just in those first 2 rounds that we've honestly seen. And even dissected it through the other 3 times you and I got to cast Tribe on this map mode combination. Just wherever Vague can be with an SMG in hand, he's always fishing for that first blood.
100%. And this Tribe defense has been, I would say, stalwart beyond recognition. I think of just about any other squad. It's when they get to the offensive side that their vulnerabilities start to creep up. So if you're Inco, I think your goal here is to try to find a target of 2 on this offensive side. And they're going to try to flush things out, heading Marshy's direction towards Fridge. Trophy system taken care of. The push is still on. Defensively, Tribe trying to rotate back just in case help is required. And this does mean the middle of the map stays relatively open, although Inco will not possess that information.
Big moment can come around here for Marshy. We know how much he loves that back alleyway outside of Delhi. Throws some shots into Dad. Causes considerable doubt. Are you going to push this? Marshy thinking about it, just some pre-aim, but everybody recollects himself as they try to rotate over towards A.
And you need to use nades here for Inco to try to get some of these Tribe members out of these key positions. Bolu inside of Cubby, not tagged up by the flashes. That one will land. Help is over the top of this. Jez is here to help support, as Rafa may have caught a bit of a route. Snuck it in from behind. Has Jez in front of him. Triggered his one executed for not quite long enough. The trade is good, and Tribe still holding numbers, but Luke is in. Takes Vague right off the top of the bomb site, giving his team a chance.
That's just one of those
bomb patty cake
million chances
on that picket
to get a
fence.
headshot like that.
Little reposition again will be happening after Vague goes down, but Bolu doesn't have to move out from Cube. Proactive play coming through from Marshy, all the way in the backside of the warehouse.
This is just 2 scopes that are left here for Inco. Good first shot on the tech. Flank again, like you mentioned, is on the way. Bolu still holding inside a Cubby. This is a tough clear for Inco, even though it's a 2v2. Crozen would have to essentially pop off for a little slide peek. And quick scope onto Bolu. There it is. Misses the shot. The pistol not going to get away.
Finish the mission.
Following up, Luke is in. Able to at least secure the trade. But the question is, where is Marshy? And the answer is, he's right behind you. Luke is in, stays alive. Pistol. Resets, creates a buffer, but the clock has expired. And with that, good discipline from Tribe to secure.
Had to go for that ego challenge. This is the only hope to be able to get that win condition. You see Marcy right there just smiling, kind of laughing a little bit, able to finally capitalize on their ever so loved alleyway flank.
The objective, the enemy.
And again, it's all really coming down to just a little bit of a mishap. You try to make that flank play happen through the middle of the map. You don't have the coverage to look at Grandma's.
Yeah, it's true. Early numbers advantages lead to these kind of rogue routes, finding success. Inco, a different look, aggressive, in towards Marcy's direction at Deli, and they will isolate for the pick. Tribe trying to recover, but Lucas and make sure nobody pushes through the A site. Best look so far on the offense for Inco. Plant is down. Forward positions that Tribe have to clear. The Bolos found a bit of an angle deep. And how about that shot from Jez? Tech also in the mix. The kills are all coming the way of Tribe. Dando, an opportunity to try to isolate some of these members. Has a chance to look over the top. Also has nades that he can play with. Bombs being defused though, and Tech will just hold for it. Dan never getting a look.
No, they really, really difficult there in that 1v2, right? When you get that first pick, more often than not, historically, Search and Destroy for Call of Duty, you're always expecting for the challenge to come through for the trade.
Sure, yeah.
It never came through. So in Dad's defense, yeah, I mean, you might want to go check the bomb maybe in that 1v3, but it never comes through. 4 rounds in, all in favor of Tribe.
And pretty darn convincingly as well, that retake. Woo-wee. Inco given some space this round over towards A. Tribe trying to recollect by playing a bit of a delayed retake, and it's not going to work out. First 2 kills once again good for Inco. Jez wanted to give it a look, but inevitably not able to find too much. Dad mid-map, Marshy trades. Some control here for Tribe again as the bomb is still planted with a 4v3 in favor of Inco.
And the flexibility coming through from some of these players. Kilos in hand as well. Just the wall bangs, absolutely sublime. But the push over towards A is successful. Time ticking down to 30 seconds. And Jez, Marshy actually splitting themselves off from one another.
Jez looking for an angle on the backside of this bomb site, trying to make life a little bit easier for Marshy on the reclamation through barrel. Noel in the corner. Shots ringing out. Noel has yet to move. 15 seconds have to go. Marshy predicting the corner, but the shot's not quite going to land. Noel secures the kill, and on the flip side, Jez cannot get through the cut. And that'll be a first round for Inco. I've still maintained 2 would be successful for them on this offensive side.
Would. Hey, 2 was all they needed against Luminosity to fully come back in the Search and Destroy, but you're messing with a different belly of a beast here of Tribe Gaming on standoff. Wonder what the adaptation is going to be. Thinking that it's going to be all through the middle of the map. Look at Tribe completely giving up all the space in the world, inviting Inco in.
The difference is Fake is actually going to be playing through mid-map, so he can actually pinch behind this rather quickly. The counter nades from Tribe are landing, and they're landing hard. Stuns, flashes, nades, even the gunfire coming in favor of Tribe. Numbers as the bomb is planted. Can you survive through this 40 seconds? Nade over towards elbow. Doesn't land. Noel sees Jez through the cracks of the barrel. That'll work out to try to make this a little bit easier on the life count. Vague on that quick pinch. Crozen trying to walk through boxes. He did not see the Tribe members coming through, but still finds the first. The pistol in hand. Inco repositioning, but they can't go too far. The bomb's not planted for this. They have to still hold around Tractor and Cubby, and as they make their way back through, Rafa gets the first. Rafa, as he gets the second. Knife is out. He's not able to get there. The timing, though, he still collapses. He's slicing. He's dicing, and Inco get the second.
Rafa going absolutely massive on the main stage. Pop off, young man. Well done indeed. And look, if you're Tribe and you completely give up the A bomb site like that, your retakes need to be on point. It's the same post plant that we saw from that previous round. As you see there again, Rafa just threw the knife and then immediately going to the pistol, be able to clean things up. 14.
Oh, and how about Rafa? Little heat check on that Marshy. Tectonic in the back will secure the trade, making safe the flank. But early map control, trying to be forced for Inco, and Noel will get caught. So numbers early with Tribe, but a lot of time on the clock here for Inco to try to figure out how they want to set themselves up.
Basically giving up so much space. I mean, you can see here with Dad thinking with the idea, maybe I push all the way through the alleyway, but Frozen, he's got the A-bomb on lock, especially with the sniper shots like that, take it down Bolu.
You know Jez is saying, you want to dance, brother?
Yeah, that's his side of the map with a picket fence.
So Jez will move over towards that corner at boxes, seeing if he can catch any information off Crozen. Fake, bomb in hand. Working alongside him, Jez connects onto Lucas indeed. Dad on the long route, coming forward, Crozen, stunned up, flashed, Vague, taking space. On top of that, you do have a little bit of assistance through the middle of the map. Tectonic gets a couple of shots into Crozen, who does stay alive. The trade good as Dan comes back through to capitalize on the isolation in mid-map. 2v2.
Post plan has one on statue. Crozen gonna be able to take down Vague, throwing shoulders, seeing where the play is gonna be coming from. And Jez He's not going to have information that both the players are coming from this.
This is just quick scope city from Jez. No nades, just the scope. Might be all he needs. First shot, he collapsed him! What?
Yo, you just
Oh my
collabed.
God!
We talked about it. Jez lives for these moments. Take a look at it one more time. You can't write a better story than that. Post-plant situation, 1v2. You set quick scope. He'll take 2 to go.
Oh my! Tribe now up 5-2. Playing with a little heat check of their
That
own.
was crazy.
Down towards gas station. It gets denied. Inko still trying to keep the tempo up. The 3-man hit does work out for first blood to the back alley, and that's enough for Inko to hold the numbers and back away.
Wow.
Are
Did you
you
guys
shook
see
at
that?
Inko?
That was
They still have fun first
insane.
blood, but they're giving up a lot of space here. Bolu pushing up here with the CBR fort. Just gonna be
There you are,
waiting to see if
new
anybody
OMG
pushes
one
gas
shot.
station.
I
It's pretty typical,
know.
especially after
That was
finding
the
first blood,
luckiest
but
shot I've ever
statue
seen.
control very much so still in play here for Vague.
How do you get a quick
trying to
scope
rotate over to
a
assist
guy off
Jez.
a tank and get a headshot?
Just give him that side of the map,
guy behind
Lucas.
you.
Still trying to contest with some wall banks. This is a very passive defense, though, for Inko, and it can get punished if the bomb gets down, largely because you have the long flank being washed into safe position.
That was insane,
You've
bro.
got Vague, who could safely get back to cover by tank. And Jez could just decide, what does he want to watch? Do you want to watch mid? Do you want to watch A? He may just do both
Crazy
at once,
luck.
considering what we've
Honestly,
seen from
dude.
him today.
Gonna start pushing up. Gonna help let this bomb go down. But you have coverage across the tractor, so now Jez can back all the way up towards statue, play for the post plant. But the retake is coming through very quickly.
Tech, well done to get 2 on the backside of tractor. Oh boy, Jez. No, not this time. Luke is in. Will shut down any potential heroics. You can hop now. Bolu, timing. Lucas in sees him over the top of the bomb site. And Inko get the 3.
Look at the smoke even came out across the picket fence, just like, no, we're gonna cut off the line of sight one way or another.
Look at me.
Yeah, I don't even know if he would even care to have the smoke in front of his face. He probably still knows the wall bang spots.
Yeah, facts.
The counting the one picket fence at a time. Getting themselves on the board for defense are Inko so far. This time they're not going to give up that much space. Got a full flood coming over
They're going to
defensively.
push through this. Yeah, they're pushing through. All these nades go over towards boxes. Noel gets forward. Tribe have given away a lot of space. They may not 100% know that this position has been kept. So for Tribe, looking largely at a play-through hotel. But look at Inko. They free up Noel to get forward and then say, he's got all of A. Let's go help out in the backside of B.
And I love this, just very swift rotation. Didn't see any nades, didn't see a lot of pushback over by A. Quick rotate all the way back into the overside of Delhi. Rafa, Dad, coupling along together, thinking with the idea that they want to push through over by Alley, but you'd have to assume that's going to be over here.
Oh, Noel. Oh, that's information. Tribe could isolate here. Lucasen trying to help on the cross. He needs to try to keep Noel from getting overwhelmed, because here comes the rest of the Tribe, knowing they possibly have a free kill in front of them. Lucasen just looking for information off the jump. And Tribe is taking a long time to try to break this down. They're going to use nades to try to flush out Noel, who does reposition. They may not know he's still here. Oh, now they'll know. Flash will connect. That's actually a stun through. Bolo on the slide! Shut down by Noel. Still a good one-for-one commitment. Lucasen over the top. Sniper battle with Jez. Dead on the flank. Caught out by Tribe as Marshy gets both on the long play. Vague, free to plant as he tries to get it down over towards B.
Lucasen, Crozen, 2v4. And they both have snipers, Alan. This is going to be very difficult. And they're isolating themselves as well. Vague, get some shots. It's just information on a Crozen. You legitimately don't need to do anything when Jess is watching the cross.
Creating space, creating time. Vague needs just to find one more. It's Crozen. Back towards his spawn. Barely a hope. Maybe not even a prayer. 20 seconds. Tech over the top. Smoke, but Vague responds with the pistol. It's map point for Tribe.
Vague adding a little bit extra there after taking down the first. He's just cool, calm, collected. Just knows that it's just strictly business coming all the way through for Tribe. And again, you know, Marshy shutting down that flank play was really the only thing that Inko had up their sleeve to potentially stop that play from happening.
Yeah, agreed. Inko defensively double stack over through Hotel. Marshy's so lucky to be alive right now. Also got the read that if there's going to be 2 players in Hotel, we may be able to get forward on towards A quickly. Good kills. Would have been nice to have if you're Inko in this position, because you've completely left the A site wide open for Tribe to take.
Bomb going down here for Vague. Look at what it's planted for. It's planted for that very long line of sight that Jess is playing, but unaware. Rafa's pushed all the way up through L.
This could be a first blood that would favor Inko's retake attempts. And they do catch out not just Jez, but also Bolu trying to hold inside a cubby. Clean kills coming out for Inko. Someone can hop right here. It's going to have to be a long play, 1v5 for Marshy. Not going to have it happen. Flawless round for Inko to get to 4.
Can't ask for a better outcome right there. Just a swift adaptation coming through for Inko. Instead of sending players like Dad all the way on the flank past the gas station, they just recognize, hey, nobody's pushing us over by the BS&D, so why don't we just go ahead and take the courtyard, take Brown, and put one player of Rafa's caliber of what we've been able to see through the day in L to be able to upset that line of sight that we all know that Jez loves to play.
That's factual. Another passive look here for Tribe, trying to see if Inko will once again flirt with the temptation of trying to get an aggressive flank out. This time, no such antics. It's just nades. That battle for backs continues to be a very high-pressured point of contact as Vague will fall. Crozen for good first play.
Take down the bomb. It's on the statue. You'd have to assume, especially for Inko, that you took down Vague. That is more often than not the OBJ player. This play for pick, offense to defense, has worked out that in favor of Inko. They don't have to do anything. They're still playing for the retake. You got 3 players all on the backside of the ASD.
Still a little bit of getting locked in for this defense. Shoulders being thrown over towards back alley. Oh, Jez. Does he see either of these 2 players that are quick on the contest, either in deli or on the jump up? Bomb collected. Jez also gets an SMG to work with. Once again, Inko not providing any information whatsoever. Stun queued up.
Watch out.
That will bounce over the top, not connect with anything. Trying to force motion out of the defense. Very little can be provided. But Rafa has just given Marshy a chance to even up the numbers. Isolation likely to come through here towards Hotel. Marshy hoping that he's not been hurt as of yet. Sees the prediction. The free fire comes out. Marshy gets the kill. Here comes Inko though, quickly over towards gas station. And as Lucasen takes down Tech, the defense needs to make a decision here. Do you play for this flank or are you trying to stop the plant? You really can't do both at once. And as Jez gets the first pick, he's got freedom to try to plant.
Bomb going down. Look at the space that Bo's playing right in that corner. When the retake typically comes through for Inko, they're going to come flying from that side of the map.
That said, though, Jez is not able to back out of the bomb site, so he's going to stack with Bolu. Playing long as number 5 in Marshy, but he just has an SMG. Inko laboriously trying to make their way in. Point of contact through elbow. Tribe takes it just off the screen. Dad tagged up. Doesn't want to challenge. Good free fire, though, from Lucasen with the pistol. Need to get their way in. Still double stacked his Tribe. On the way out of Cubby. Not going to work out. It's Marshy to watch the retreat. And the standoff search goes the way of Tribe.
Almost what we would expect to have happen. That is now 4-0 through the entirety of this competition. That Tribe have come into standoff search and destroy and have walked away with a W. And honestly speaking, there's just consistencies to speak of, right? I mean, you got Marshy, whether it's offense or defensively, just loves that alleyway on the backside of Delhi as well as the gas station. You saw plenty of opportunities for Inko to maybe try to shut it down, such as like Dad trying to put themselves in a position to do it. But I mean, Jez, just doing Jez things, it's absurd. When you really think about it, when the space is being capitalized on by Vague, it just allows Jez to be the free spirit that he is, just all the way across that statue side, past AS&D. I'm gonna have nightmares about that collateral.
And in the face of defeat, Rafa gets 11, but Lucasen drops 14. Biggest problem is offensively, even though they got 3 plants off in the 6 rounds they played, very rarely were they able to fully lock down the post plants. Not what you want to see. And then the opposite side, Vague gets 4 total plants off. Jez gets 1 of his own, and only 2 retakes were successful for Inko. So defensively, not quite up to par for what we saw from Tribe, because we kind of left that first half saying, hey, 2 rounds for Inko on the offense was going to be fine, you would think. At least they stay competitive.
Yeah. It's, again, you know, you ask and you shall receive. You got those 2 offensive rounds, and at least be able to bounce back a little bit on defense. But the one thing that was consistent was the legwork from Tribe, and you'll see that coming through from these highlights itself, is that everybody gets activated from Tribe at one way or another. They're always making sure that in their positional advantages, they are at least capitalizing off of it, whether it's communication or just team shots. This is the Tribe gaming that we've come to know and love through so many different stages, and especially here on this weekend.
And the thing that really impresses me about how Tribe plays standoff is their ability to read a defense after only seeing maybe 1 or 2 players and saying, all right, if they're here, that means we can go there. And they're really quick to make that call and then execute off of that. It was what was really successful for them on their way to a Western Finals victory last year. Same thing could be said about their way to a Stage 4 North American victory. And it's going to be a problem for, and it has been a problem for just about everybody here this weekend. Even though these standoffs have been close at times, I still am really impressed with the way that Tribe communicates across the map to make sure they know exactly where their advantages are.
I mean, this play from Rafa was just so sick.
So sick.
Absolutely absurd.
But then this happens and you go, maybe it wasn't that sick.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 highlight moments, but I mean, obviously the collateral.
Yo, even Jez is like, wait, I got both?
Insane. Tribe really do act like the Sherlock Holmes of Search and Destroy when it comes down to COD Mobile. Just the way that they're able to depict information off of seeing 1 or 2 players, counting nades, stuns, seeing it all come through.
That was nuts.
It's just crazy. And again, you know, everybody's thinking the same exact thing that I'm going to say. This is why they were the #1 seed and the #1 team from North America coming into this tournament. It is just everything. When they are on the game, they are just the well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Not even a well-oiled machine. They are
the only one. He makes fast people look not fast. They're so fast. So, let's switch the perspective. Inco, having to reverse sweep to get into the grand finals. It has to go by the way of a raid control. A very difficult and, I would say, hard to predict Summit hardpoint based on what we've previously seen on their Summit control. Different modes, but respawn is respawn in so many words. And then a slum search and destroy. Man, it's not great news. It really isn't. And that was the biggest thing about how we framed up this series. Whatever happened in map #1, what we thought was going to be a 50-50 map, circumstances happen, Tribe prevail through them. And now a chance to very cleanly continue this lower bracket run on their way to not just a top 2 finish, but possibly a rematch. And maybe, again, dictating superiority over COD Mobile globally.
One saving grace coming into this is that Inco, throughout the weekend, they played it once, was raid control, and well, they were able to beat Smart Omega 3-0. Tribe, on the other hand, like we were talking about when we were taking a look at the best of 5 maps, said they haven't played raid control at all. They've mostly been playing slums, which is 3-1. They also have that 1 win on firing range control as well. So it'll be interesting to see. Again, raid as a map desperately needs to be called for SMG presence galore.
Well, with all that said, hey, this has been an extremely tight series, and more than that, an extremely tight overall tournament across pretty much all of our regions. We've been excited to see how Latin America has showed up in a major way, not just from this Inco team, but also from Skade. East, not nearly as expected, but that all said, these final 3 teams have more than deserved their chance to be here and a shot at, again, the lion's share of that 1.7 total million. But just as kind of a recap over this entire series and more clarification on map #1, statement from the Activision team is, per the rules, teams are supposed to keep playing in case of lag. Inco experienced lag at the outset of a game and stopped playing without the admin's discretion. Admin had directed players to keep playing so that the lag could be diagnosed. The admin needed to verify whether the lag was intermittent or consistent. When both teams continued to play, the admins observed that both teams were on a consistent network environment without consistent lag, so therefore the match results have stood for that 250 to 45. We've seen this happen before, and that's the thing, is knowing that was going to be possibly a case. I mean, it's not something that these players are completely unfamiliar with. Tribe make the gut check call saying, hey, we're going to keep playing on. And unfortunately for Inco, the result does not go their way, and now a massive advantage for Tribe as we continue to kind of reevaluate over the overall series.
Well, I mean, we even talked about it while map 1 was happening. Like, this is COD Mobile rule set in a nutshell. You keep going until somebody says stop.
Yeah.
And until somebody says stop, I mean, Tribe were already about like 114 up, and again, you know, that's just what we do here in COD Mobile Esports. You just have to continue to play on until the admins are able to come to that diagnosis. So, find ourselves here, 2-0 lead for Tribe off of that takeoff hardpoint and in a blistering standoff search and destroy. It's almost what we came to expect to a certain degree, but to reverse sweep Tribe Gaming, especially coming into a raid. Again, I gotta echo the point, your SMGs need to be on fire.
And the other part about this is we consider the biggest strength towards Inco, and it's Lucas in with an SKS.
Yeah.
How do you get him into the best positions possible on both sides of the control points, whether it's defensively or offensively, to make sure his subs have an easier quality of life getting into those tight spaces where they're the most effective? So you expect to see things like long-range play from cash window, long-range play from laundry window, or the opposite side in towards art or towards top bedroom, maybe even try to win mid-map. Those are all very key positions that you hope that Lucas can keep doing what he does best, and his subs can follow up, take away that space, and hopefully find advantages further deep.
It's just how consistently they need to be in those specific positions, because we have seen Lucas in, albeit again, you know, I'm not going to knock on the guy. He's
nasty.
Heckin' nasty, yeah. So you got to be looking at him to be able to continuously play that selfless role, the tectonic role, right?
Sure,
to where always putting themselves in those longer lines of sight to make sure that the SMGs at least have the lay of the land, rather than what Lucasen can get away with and has continuously through a lot of different matches this weekend, was getting in your face of the SKS. As comfortable as that may be, you need to be able to showcase what your role actually entails for a map like Raid.
100%. It can't be one-dimensional.
No.
Even though you're great at it. This is a game that we've seen, and we've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Where this is no longer a we're just better so we win type game.
Yep.
Everyone's dynamic, everyone's flexible, and the overall level of competitive COD Mobile has escalated significantly from last year to this year. But a Raid Control, again, it's a must-win from here on out for Inco. Need the reverse sweep to get back into the grand finals for a chance at $700,000. Otherwise, Tribe will make it an all-North American affair, in which Bobby, I'm sure, was already farming impressions for. He's probably got the drafts already built out. Here we go. Raid Control.
Oh, yeah. Probably got at least 5 tweets ready for that. But here we go. Offense first. He's coming through for Inco. Definitely love to see it come through convincingly, but 2-for-1 goes the trade, evening things out. Tech, Jazz, Bolu all showing up with the kill feed. Noel still here at Ring, though.
Reinforcements defensively, very rapidly, though, on the way. Noel avoiding a large majority of the utility on the way. Can you find the kills, though? Counter utility for Inco looking solid. First tick of progress is good. Defensive numbers still persisting, though. A Tribe gets 3 straight. Lucas it up top, in towards Ard. Yes, gets the double. But with that said, the second tick of progress was not locked, and it's further being depleted.
Look at the positioning as well throughout the entirety of the map. Like, Tech is just chilling bottom bed, waiting for any flank to be coming all the way through. A lot of focus inside of Kitchen. It's just one of Rafa who turns. He's going to be able to find one. Almost had Marshy locked down, but was dead to rights either way. But taking a look at the B zone, it's completely chalked by Tribe. Whether you love it or hate it, it's the right call. You give up the 3 seconds, you hold on to lives.
No, I think that's the right call on both sides. Rafa just a nuisance in the back, pulling Tribe defenders back at the same rate for Tribe. You just don't want him to exist in Kitchen when you have to rotate over towards A. So it's kind of a give and take situation for both squads. 21 playing 20, tons of time on the clock. Just comes down to how do you want to try to get across and find an exit from this B zone if you're Inco. They're opting to go towards mid. Fake, here to meet them. Long range shots, decent. Did not expect to play through pillars, though, and Inco will gain that mid location in the gardens.
Tech still hasn't moved, by the way.
Yeah, true. He's just hanging out.
Bottom bed.
Yeah.
Mid-map push actually starting to ensue. Crozen's all the way in the backslide looking at jungle as well. There's a lot of work to do for Noel inside of Kitchen. Is able to find one.
You gotta think, I mean, look, Tech is fine. If anyone gets onto the A zone, he's gonna have a really solid look back there to just pick him apart. That Inco looking to put some pressure on towards the lives, though. 6 life advantage, thirdly occurring for Inco. More to possibly come, but as Dad drops, the rest of Inco will full commit. Once again, just saying, all right, we still got plenty of time to put you down to within single-digit life counts. Tribe's response is solid, though. And with that, we go 13 v 10. Tech now getting activated as he backs up, helping out the play-through pool. And it's only 43 seconds on the clock, and all of a sudden, Inco, they have their own little bit of an obstacle to try to hurdle, but Tech could only come away with 1.
Big trade from Rafa to finally get Tech out from that positioning. He's able to go on 5 in a row, though. That was their first life. Keep in mind, but regardless, everything stabilizes, but it's favoring Inco. You had 2 lives as far as the advantage is concerned. You can play for the trades here, but you got to get onto the A zone and stall the clock.
Yeah, this defensive setup for Tribe is forcing Inco to have to all hit through Tiki. They are on, though. Clock will stop. 2 life advantage for Inco. Vague from the window, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Now has clear sight over what's on the zone itself. Tech, Bolu, combining. Marshy trying to recontest. 8 v 5. Second tick of progress on the way. Flank play from Vague, shut down. Lucas in, turns his attention up towards Muddy Window. Good for the double. Now towards basketball. Last hope for Tribe would have to come through. Trades, could be win condition. Could just jump onto the zone as well. whichever's more convenient for you. Marshy trying to clean out the flank. Boxing gloves out. Left-right punch combo. But Marshy's down to limited amounts of time and cannot get back to contest. Inco on the board first.
Now, diamond boxing gloves. I mean, that, first of all, seems very heavy, unpractical. And also just would hurt, too. But regardless, yeah, I mean, backs against the wall. Really did feel like that the spacing through the middle of the map was going to favor that of Tribe. But finding the right picks, being able to get inside a Tiki, like you were saying, it was one-dimensional, it was required, and they come through with the offensive round.
Inco predicting their defense needs to be moved over towards B. They have guessed incorrectly. Tribe are on towards A, but this is why. Lucas in, calls out the Pred missile. Makes life a little bit easier on the defense for the retake, finding the first kill. Crozen, backside, SKS. First stick locked in, second on the way very rapidly as the stack is largely here. Marshy, one tap in the corner. Bolu, oh man, thought for sure he was dead to rights. I think the same was thought by Crozen, and Bolu keeps his life. Secures the second tick. Dan off the backside. Double for him, but the knife comes through. More boxing match happening over the course of the poolside stairs. Trying to find a way to regain. Inco, can you get on to contest? Do you even want to? The answer seems to be no to both questions asked, and Tribe will add 60 seconds with a life lead.
Whoa! Hold on a second. Lucasen's heating up even further. 13 eliminations to their name. The only real players that are even closer, people that are on 8.
Yeah.
That gets traded out, though. This is a lot of space being provided through the middle of the map. Yes, you lost the A zone, but the lives are starting to mitigate itself.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Raph ahead, pulled out a purifier, trying to gain control of Art. Only got one. Noel could make the same play if he so chose to. Still plenty of time in the clock, just a one life advantage for the defense. Tribe getting their setup over through driveway and in towards red. Now the nades on the backside. Dad flushed out from topside ring. Still surviving though. Hunter Killer drone will likely be what is used to try to get on first, but it was destroyed almost instantaneously. So now the hit has to come through just the hard way. Nades over the top. Inco a little bit stuck as Tribe is going to pull 2 operators trying to secure this B zone.
One last purifier here. It's going to be in the hands of Vague, trying to push up over to driveway. Great help there from Tech. First segment already done. Second, marginally on its way, but trades are going to be good enough to at least keep Tribe at bay.
Inco need to make a decision here. They've got 3 operators they may have to spend to try to lock down this defense. And a 2-0 count would be massive for their efforts, but here comes the stack from Tribe. Second tick rapidly on the way. Likely to be secured. Inco, what do you do? How do you get in? Oh, how about that? An easy elimination from Lucasen. Third tick though, already halfway done. You gotta find the kills. You gotta get on the contest. Tribe still finding kills, but Lucasen pops out the claw. Finding great value, will clear off every Tribe offensive member while also depleting the third tick fully.
But you have a minute left on the clock here, Alan. 10v7. Lucasen still finding trades with the claw, will finally be exhausted. Hunter Killer drone also being invested by Lucasen. Also has a Pred missile should they want to use it. 2 more operators to speak of, but it might not matter because Noel's pushing all the way up past the hot tub and is able to keep them further at bay. Sub 1 minute now.
86, Noel could just be a pest back here. Rafa's also revealed his position, trying to tag through elbow. Only a little bit of chip damage. Noel still an absolute pest. Gets this life count down to within 1, and look at all the SKS's controlling statue.
Yeah.
Inco are going to be shredding with just a couple of team shots to happen. Long route though from Jez to the backside. This 1v1 could open up space, could maybe determine the round overall. Tribe finding a little bit of success from the front. Jez could still play this for spawn kills, but Crozen eliminates the threat. 4v4, 12 seconds. Tribe have to flood. Smoke comes through. They're going to use that to make their way on past the SKS's. Lucasen a little bit deeper than Dad. First kill comes out. Tech with the trade. 3v3. Clock stops at 5. Lucasen in the corner. Misses. Tribe still a chance. 1v2. Marshy gets the first. Avoids Crozen. Can he get the regen? Crozen goes to the collie sticks. Regen's in. Marshy. 1v1.
Almost had it too.
Still probably thought he was either weak, thought he could cut down the space. Marshy kind of having a little smile over it as well, just knowing exactly what they did. You gave up the space. It's okay to remain contested. There it is from his POV. Marshy just locking things down again. Didn't even need the reload here with the CBR. Gets the information as well, just snaps as well. Put the collie sticks away, young man. Marshy shows up when it matters most.
Huge 1v3. And Tech comes into round number 3 with the first blood. Inco rapidly making progress on towards B. Second tick lock. Bolu wants a challenge. Takes down the first. Predicts the second. No, turned away. And Inco will get a very early capture on this B zone.
There it goes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Casual stuff.
Yeah,
It's a 5v3
so
trade
fast.
where the opening break is concerned, but playing for these exits are massive. Look at also how you have defensive members for Tribe all the way up towards driveway. And if you're Inko, that kind of gives you a little consideration. You got to be careful with where you go.
Trades back and forth. Down to even lives. Bolu trying to contest bottom side bedroom. Denied. Inko still a couple of streaks. 100 kilo drone can be spent for Dad. Operators even across the board at the moment. But some mid-map focus starting to come through for Inko. Tribe would have to respond to this. Shots on the way in. Just pre-fires for now. Now nades to follow. Dad pulling out the operator, trying to clear out Kitchen. Good nades to support this. Wow, now on the way in. Noel able to assist. Possible flank from Bolo on the backside of this, but he reveals his position. Now he's got to essentially just help from the cut. Not going to work out. Inko looking good to immediately storm on towards A. 6 life lead. And the clock will stall as they start to get on towards the A zone.
Rafa with the Purifier only able to find one. Dad is also about to respawn in with 2 streaks of their own. Noel and Crozen have operators. On the opposite side, you have Tectonic as well as Marshy with operators. Should they feel the pressure to try to retake it with them?
Tribe regain. First tick of progress does get secured. Win condition could be met just by trying to play this like a TDM. Rafa delaying, trying to find a way to finesse onto Bolu, but ultimately unsuccessful. Vague, stun, doesn't make a difference. Still finds one. That's going to create some extra time for the defense to trade from this clock.
10 versus 14. Under 1 minute. Win conditions quite literally all over the place, and the way that Tribe have to continue to play out through the rest of this defense is on their side of the map. You can't really try to overextend because there's going to be so many players from Inko mid-map.
Now flooding forward, Tech focused up towards money window, but the kills come out of Olu. That will clear out the majority of Kitchen, and now you can start to zone forward. 6v10, 40 seconds on the clock. Life advantage to Inko. Clock advantage to Tribe. Jets, sidesteps around, finds Crozen for free. Life lead now down to 3. Pred Missile uses the chance to possibly get over through the money window. Train's looking good for Inko. Marshy, could he do it again? Marshy for the double, predicts the third, but the SKS ultimately wins the battle. 2v7, clock will stop. While Inko stay in the zone, but now Bolu's turn to start up. Tectonic clears the zone, long range shots, lots of tags. Can't finish the kill. Second follow-up, takes care of Noel. Now a 1v3, second tick is locked. Tech has to go. Has an operator if he wants to use it, but is instead going to clear up basketball. Has to touch, has to get there. Inko still on, still contesting. Tech gets the eliminations, but cannot stop the clock or the contest. And Inko take the round.
Such a tough call, isn't it? I mean, you just don't want to fly out from the wheelbarrow cutout, but even more so is what makes it a little bit more of a head scratcher is even just trying to slide. Like, worst comes to worst, you're still going to lose it, but you had information on that second player of your Tech. There's no real reason why you shouldn't have just tried to slide after getting that first elimination and trying to find the second. Regardless, all offense so far. Tribe now looking to do the same to extend it to around 5.
Once again, Inko try to control over towards B. It's Tribe focus early over towards the A zone, but with Kitchen controlled by Inko. They will have a chance to try to pick apart at this. First tick in. Second tick rapidly on the way. Marshy going to call out the Purifier, trying to control money window. This may have to be a concession out of Inko. I don't know how you get through this and not cost yourself a ton of lives. They are going to give it a kind of one half go here. As Lucas and Rafa able to find a couple eliminations, but ultimately the third tick looks pretty inevitable. And now Tech has got a claw. He's trying to put some pain in towards the spots. Yeah, the zone gets captured, and now all of a sudden Inko are just kind of stuck just outside of Kitchen. Tribe could get on and start making significant progress on B. That's exactly what Jets is going to do.
Tech will find 3 with that claw. I really don't like what I just saw from Inko trying to at least get that third segment back in their possession because as you were saying, middle of the map, off the respawns, and you already have that first segment. Second, surely on the way. 2 minutes on the board.
Play through pillars though, Inko trying to force a regain. Working out well, kills come through. Bolo trying to get something done with the claw, but is shut down. Tech right behind him. Also turned away. Crozen with the regain. Second tick of progress depleted.
Stabilizing. At least for now. Still have a Predator missile in the back pocket for Lucas and Noel. Dad, they got some operators. It's really just like one big standout player so far. It's just been Tech on that flex so far, but still lives evened up. So much time still left to be able to find either 15 eliminations or these segments.
Map control starting to trend in favor of Tribe as well. Especially if they can find Crozen, but no, not the case. Crozen on the backside, almost finding a double. Trade in from Noel, plus more. You take a look to see what's still left. You kind of pointed at it. Lucasson is absolutely frying this map. And Noel says, let's try to put this one away here, but only gets the first with the Purifier. That's an expensive use.
Noel, Purifier in hand. Dad also going towards the streaks as well, trying to keep them at bay. We have already shaved off about a minute worth of this clock.
And got nothing.
And Rafa was trying to get themselves inside of Art, but this is where Inco are the most annoying. On ring with 3 SKSs.
Yeah, there's no more streaks to possibly peel them off of these godlike headies. Bolo clearing space and Tribe. They're looking to kind of maybe put a little bit of pain towards the spawns. Make the life count a little bit more dwindled. Now the hit comes through mid. Dad up top, able to find one. Lucasson sliding forward, denied as Jez has the operator out for 3. 7v3 situation. Looking good for Tribe at the moment. Crozin trying to force this one forward. Trying to put it away here. Noel working with him. The double comes out, but Bolo responds. A 1v5 would be necessary from Dad. First in the corner by the tree. Not gonna come through. And Tribe take us to round 5.
COD Mobile control is wild.
COD Mobile is wild.
It's just all offenses. It's raid, so it is, I wouldn't say easier out of the majority of the maps, but you can absolutely capitalize a whole lot faster through the middle of the map. Look at the way that it all kind of panned out for us, though. On defense, it will end up being Tribe Gaming, but the way that Inco are rolling out first, they want ring, they want B-zone.
Oh, they've gained it. 3-member stack. First tick of progress should be good. Inco throwing support nades to the backside as Tribe look like they're largely going to concede. Maybe the entirety of the point. They're playing for Pillar's control, but as they lose Laundry, there may not be any kind of approach towards this. And yeah, I think with that elimination, Tribe will kind of lick their wounds and set up an aggressive line of scrimmage to defend A.
A casual 4-1 start here in favor of Inco. One player on the flank, though. That's actually going to be Marshy, because of course it is. The guy exists on the flank, I swear, but only able to find at least one big spawn battle coming all the way through versus Marshy. Lucasson will take them down. Battle on the backside of the jungle, though, has stabilized itself, and now we're knotted up 25 apiece.
Lucasson is able to work a little bit further forward. Did not expect that Vague was actually just behind him. So zone of control again, trends with the defense. Dad denied through Laundry. Tribe taking even further amounts of ground. But as Bolo drops, Bedroom's now repossessed. Inco using this as their setup point. Minute 30 on the clock. Tribe have 3 operators if they choose to use them. Long range battle. Lucasson wins those more often than not. You see why? Bolo with the claw. Thinking that there's still going to be a hit over through Kitchen. He would be wrong in this prediction. Still plenty of time to get this thing to use. He may just try to hit this from the flank. He's got great timing. Lucasson caught by Tiki. Easy first. Predicts the right. Doesn't see it. Puts down the claw in favor of the SMG. Trades come through, but once again, the defense prevails.
Jez also previously to this current respawn had an SKS and lost a crucial 1v1 over here by Laundry. Rafa trying to pick up off that space that was being provided after Dad took down Jez, but won't be able to come up with much of anything. Middle of the map control very much so still here. Bolu will pick up Laundry, making sure that nobody's full flanking. But the way that it's set up on the pitch, got one player in Tiki, one underneath the bed.
Wall out. Purifier trying to deny, but Marshy is shut down. Trades back and forth. Vague forced out of his position as he's trying to value his life through Bedroom. Back and forth we go, but it's Tribe on top of the trade. 17 now playing up against 12, and things start to get pressed for Inco. Last chance Saloon, trying to avoid the 3-0, trying to find a way to earn a revenge shot against LG, but Vague says not on my watch. Now back up top. Whoa, the boxing gloves are out, but he goes to the drop shot. 17v6. Is it going to be an all North American affair here at the World Championships? It's looking likely. 16v3. 18 seconds on the clock, and Tribe will have a chance to match up against LG for the first time in an all North American Grand Finals, as Inco will not be able to get there, not be able to neutralize the kills in time. Send them on in. Boxing gloves out once more. Tribe punch their ticket to the Grand Finals.
All North America Finals, here we come. Baby. A reprise of Stage 4 Finals is on the horizon here on land. Wonderful stuff coming through from Tribe Gaming. What a monumental feat it was. From being able to bounce back in the standoff search and destroy, showing adaptation after adaptation, the raid control. Who would have thought it would have taken 5 rounds to be able to see a defense round finally come through, but Tribe deliver on just that, even losing the zone. They had 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock that they had to shave away, and they played that game clock so wonderfully.
Yeah.
ever since getting bounced down to the lower bracket, this team has been on a reckoning to find themselves here.
Tons of love being shared for Lucas in.
Yeah, poor Lucas.
I imagine most of the words are, brother, you're disgusting.
Because he is.
Yeah. Heartbreak, though, for Inco.
Yeah,
but you saw it kind of, at least from our perspective, turning around and watching and still standing. All of the Brazilian and Latin American fans that are here. Tons of respect towards Inco Stalwart. They put everyone on notice and may have just single-handedly established the fact that Latin America is one of the world's best regions in COD Mobile, period.
You know, everything that you see in game aside, you know, the body shots, that's just COD esports. The one thing you really have to tip to Tribe, albeit, you know, again, #1 seed coming into this, really disposing of everybody pretty darn quickly in the lower bracket, barring, you know, that Wolves matchup that we saw last night.
Sure.
Their esportsmanship is honestly just remarkable. It is commendable, and it's what makes it forces you just to respect this team. They're so nasty mechanically, but even out of game 2, they are just wholesome individuals.
At the end of the day, it is one giant celebration of COD Mobile, although tensions, of course, will naturally swelter to what was going to feel like a boiling point here in a moment as we look over the stats once again. Luke is in for 35 and 16. Unreal stuff on the bottom side. Tech, we wanted to see how he was going to form up today. 34 and 18. A major part of why Tribe have been really comfortable in this lower bracket run. They still have yet to drop a map since their loss from Wolves sent them down to this lower bracket. We also mentioned the name Bolu. 32, 22, 12 assists. The dude was everywhere.
Yeah, really was. I mean, it's that flexibility from Tech that even the desk was talking about that allowed some of these SMG players to be able to get inside these very annoying positions. You know, you think of Marshy going back to the search and destroy. You even thought for Bolu, what we ended up seeing as well. Inco, commiserations. You got to feel proud because even us as commentators and analysts, we sat there asking the question again, much like how we were on Western Finals, that, hey, is LATAM really that good? And Inco put that entire region on the map. I mean, you got to be feeling really, really proud to be able to represent that region.
Couldn't be happier to see Brazil represented at such a steep level, not just for this Inco team, of course, Skade yesterday. Unbelievable stuff, but it's a third-place finish for Inco, and I'm sure Bobby's smiling. It's LG, it's Tribe, it's an NA Grand Finals. Desk, your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Shift Improper, for putting in another great shift of a cast. And, man, Inco Stalwart, they finish in third place. Tribe Gaming showed up and meant business. 3-0 here, Beef Mommy.
Chat must be going wild right now. I can already feel the fumes, the battles from the fans, but hey, that's going to be a valiant effort from Tribe. That lower bracket run was a hero's journey for this team. No one expected them to be here, but they showed up when they needed to. The timing for this team is just absolutely perfect.
Shift, did you not hear when I predicted that Inco was going to win the whole thing? Why would I be smiling right now?
I would be smiling. That was my prediction.
You can see the heartbreak on those guys' faces. Obviously, it meant a ton to them, and they really performed as well as they possibly could have. And once again, you got to give props to Lucas. And to be honest, it didn't feel like Tribe even had a counter for him as much as it was they were just going to play their game and assume that their teamwork was going to be stronger and that their rest of the 4 players could keep up above the other Inco players.
Well, third place, $150,000 US there for Inco Stalwart. It makes the wound feel a little less bad, $150,000 for third place. But man, it really felt like Inco Stalwart really never got their footing today after running into Luminosity first and then Tribe today. Obviously, this start, not what you want. Pretty frustrating here for Inco, but, you know, you got to play through it. And Tribe more than happy to start off with an 100-point lead.
I feel like this is the kind of start that will definitely be talked about for a long time, and I'm already waiting for the YouTube videos to be like, what actually happened in this matchup between Inco and Tribe? And honestly, you just see it on the map. If you get to see a disconnection, then that's going to be happening. You got to play through all of the things, the negative things that are happening in your team, and just push through. And so with that being said, Takeoff was supposed to be a map that Inco's actually really strong at.
Yeah, it just felt like after that happened, Inco was just deflated. They had some really bright spots, and to be honest, it looked like they were going to be able to win the control. There were points in the search and destroy where things looked even, but the Tribe just had that slight edge despite some of the crazy plays that we were seeing out of Crozen, going absolutely crazy with the Locust, doing everything he could. This is Tribe's go-to search and destroy map, and to be honest, I'm curious, maybe we see a standoff ban whenever it comes to the Grand Finals.
Well, standoff, that's definitely going to be a really good shot. But speaking of, Jazz with a nasty collat. I wish I saw that. I wish that we all got to see it in person, especially you guys watching at home. You could hear the roars of the crowd when that actually happened. But it's not just him. It was like Marshy always going in the flank, and he's such a undermined person that has always performed. He's always on point, and someone that you could actually rely on when it comes to these games, especially here in this raid when he was able to clutch up a 2v1 situation, stop the clock here in Bravo, and also win that offensive round for Tribe.
He's got ice in his veins, no question about it. We call it Marshy things for a reason, and man, this, I think it's this round specifically would have put Inco up 2-0. They win the third round. If they get this one, that's onto a game 4 and maybe onto a reverse sweep, but I think that was another turning point in this game alone. They knew they could have won that round. They're still able to take another offensive, but man, wishing they could have that back.
Yeah, how about this? Like, again, we've talked about on Control, it's all about the defensive side. This one, it was all about the attacking side.
Well, it just seems like both of these teams are good at both, and especially in this particular map, you just kind of have a hard time when it comes to attacking that A site, but then obviously the defense was just so strong on the end of Inco, especially with 3 players going up there. But hey, taking a look at our tournament bracket right now, it's all NA, baby. Luminosity having that first map advantage going up against Tribe, a grueling elimination lower round bracket matchup. That's going to be definitely really good. Almost flawless, by the way. Only Wolves getting 1 map off of them.
Yeah, Luminosity coming into the grand finals with that 1 map advantage. Gonna be huge, obviously. Decision making, a big factor for them. We talked about their coach Image, the fact that this is basically his 3rd world final because he was there with both Blacklist in the East and also Tribe in the West last year, and looking to prove that he's able to make a really big difference for any team that he coaches.
Well, if you're trying to make a big difference in your game, get your hands on the ROG Phone 6. It's equipped with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 CPU that boosts performance and speed to take your mobile gaming experience to a whole new level. Its unrivaled performance puts it in a class of its own. Thank you to the ROG Phone 6 for supporting Call of Duty Mobile esports. All right, y'all, it has been a long journey, but now we've got ourselves 2. Tribe Gaming, Luminosity. Only one can be crowned king, and we will do that after we take a short break. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship. For the final time, welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It has been a heck of a weekend, but the top two teams reside in North America. And yet again, it'll be another chapter in the story that is Luminosity versus Tribe Gaming. Proper Shift Degon here. Guys, what a story that these two teams have had before, and they do it yet again.
Man, just don't even ask me for a prediction, please, because I'll tell you, both of these teams look like they're absolutely hitting final form. I mean, they open up the day, Luminosity, Inco, some resilience out of Inco, but Luminosity's respawn looks so good. And on the bottom side, it's pretty much a flawless run from Tribe from losers round one. They're really looking super tight at the moment, and that's a terrifying prospect, I think, for anyone who's going up against them.
Yeah, you know, again, it's one of those things that it seems that the Wolves just seem to bring out some of the best of everybody that we have seen them compete up against, specifically with Tribe. You know, after they ended up losing out that winter side matchup versus Wolves, they popped down in the lower bracket. Barely even, they come out almost unscathed, so losing that one map versus the Wolves, and now they find themselves here.
The people
the
that
miracle
are, like, live at the
elimination run, we could say it. But again,
saying
should
that
they have been there? Should they have not?
the game
You know,
against
is there a
Inco and
mental
Tribe?
advantage for Luminosity with the fact that they get the map, but also that Tribe had to go down on the bottom side. Remember, it was supposed
there was
to be
a player that was lagging, but
the
on the
Tribe
ref side it said everyone had stable
Luminosity
connection.
semifinals.
So all the players
in the upper
decided
side
to
of the bracket ended up being
you don't
Wolves
just
in that
stop
spot.
in the middle of the
Yeah,
game.
it's
An official ref
hard to
says
say
stop,
if it's like a mental advantage at all. Obviously, it's actually a physical advantage. They
think that's
literally
what
get a map
happened.
here coming out of the
Ref
winner's
said, no,
bracket, so
there's no
you do
issue.
have that
Keep
going
going.
for you. But you still, I think,
And the
more
players just
mentally, if
let
you're
Tribe get a
Luminosity,
100
you're
point
thinking
lead.
back to stage 4 where you were so close to knocking off Tribe not once but twice, but came up short both times, not able to do it.
Yeah, well, again, a little bit of a mental block that either one of those guys are going to have to get through. And if you want to get through any block, get your hands on the ROG Phone 6 to achieve low latency gaming and ultra responsive input with less chance of accidental touches. We hate those accidental touches.
Hate them.
The ROG Phone 6 now boasts a 165 hertz refresh rate and a 720 hertz touch sampling rate for a super smooth, seamless gaming experience, thanks to our friends over at the ROG Phone 6. And we have ourselves the World Championship Bundle available now in-game for purchase for a limited time only.
Angel Alice.
Look at all
that's
that
actually
stuff
kind of fire.
there, bro.
That skin.
I just want that charm, honestly. It's so colorful, and I know
like a
you know
soda.
this, but I'm colorblind, and that to me is just an
with
anomaly that I have no
inspiration
idea what's going on, but it's popping out of a spray can, and it looks amazing.
Dude, I
it's a
love the
spray
graffiti
can.
look just across the entire event.
Yeah,
the fact
but
that
it's
we're getting it
aesthetic,
like as cosmetics for the weapons, you're getting it on top of the characters. It just
Dang.
all feels like it's coming
The
together. Even the calling card
1847,
looks
the
super
Russ, and
awesome.
the
Yeah, this is a really cool
Desert
in-game
Eagle, they
package.
could've
I mean,
made
the
it at
Combo
least
team
a
always
little
knocks
bit
it out of the
better.
park with their art division,
It's
but
just the
this
default
one in
skin
particular is going to be something
they
special to get your hands
slapped
on.
on.
Bursting with
It looks like a
inspiration.
sticker.
I like it.
That's a name. I love that one. All right, one more time, let's take a look at the prize pool so that we can put it into words again, the difference between first and second. The $1.7 million prize pool is now down to just our first and second place. It is $700,000 for first and $280,000 for second. This is, of course, our tournament prizing brought to you by HyperX.
It's a lot of money. Yeah, that's a lot of money, and it's even like a pretty steep drop off when you go from first place down to second place. So I mean, that pressure, that extra bit of money on the line, you're almost gonna feel it really just kind of hiss through the air here in the arena.
I mean, I thought for a second you were about to pull like a Dr. Evil impersonation. 1.7 million. I'm like, we just all did that in sync. Come on, this desk is lit. Come on.
That's going in the rollout at the end. All right, well, it seems like we are almost ready to go now. Tribe, Luminosity, Proper, you don't like doing predictions. So
That's right.
What I will ask you to do is tell me, how do Luminosity win this?
Wow. It's like asking me a prediction without asking me a prediction. I think that the best way that Luminosity are going to be able to do this is continue to be very unpredictable and to continue to adapt and overcome. Their pace differential and understanding what they have to be doing from each map individually has been at an all-time high through the entirety of the weekend.
Shift, how did Tribe win this?
Look, their search and destroy has been really clean. And when they had played last time, Standoff was in the rotation not once but twice. Tribe took both. So I think if you're looking at this from the guise of how does LG stop Tribe, I think it's to shut down Jez, which is kind of like the counter of what you asked in a certain sense, but he's been unstoppable in Search, and I think Search is the way to get into the series quickly and possibly find an advantage.
Well, for more thoughts on this matchup, let's send it on over to our casters for the finals. It's Beef Mommy and Bobby Plays.
I am so excited to be here and casting the Call of Duty Mobile first ever World Championship Grand Finals, joined as always by the wonderful Beef Mommy. What was happening right there?
$1.7 million. Hey, I got you, Shiv.
Okay.
I see you. I see you smiling over there in the desk. I got you, man. But yeah, I mean, everything down the line, a lot of money. It's a huge jump from $700,000 down to that second spot. It's a really hard point to be at because you know that Luminosity already has that one score up in this best out of 7. Tribe, as resilient as they are, it's just going to be really difficult to overcome that one hurdle.
Yeah, it's still kind of difficult to tell how these two matched up against Inco to try to gauge what expectations should be because it was two very different looking matchups. Obviously, Inco able to take one map off of Luminosity while they weren't able to do the same for Tribe. But there were just some different situations, different mechanics, and altogether Inco looked a little deflated after that map, and you got to think that played a pretty big role. But in the rest of it, they played things relatively closely. So looking back at how Tribe and Luminosity have faced up against each other in the past, obviously stage 3, stage 4, it's those two at the top both times. And Luminosity, they got reverse swept in stage 3. So they're trying at all costs to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a question of who's going to be that NA #1 and try to defeat Tribe, and especially with this competition where they kind of had a very rough start in the beginning, but right now looking like they're very solid, bringing down a 3-0 to Inco, which has been pegged as one of the favorites to actually win. And it's funny because Tribe was the favorite, but after day 1, day 2, LATAM just showed up, but it just seems like they bring down giants.
Yeah, Luminosity, I would definitely say, is now out of the shadow of the Tribe. These two both in the spotlight. And as you can see, Luminosity's been frying all tournament long, even up against Wolves, who #1 knocked down Tribe, and #2 still gave Tribe a lot of trouble in the lower bracket. Luminosity didn't really seem to struggle at all. I think adaptability is the biggest advantage for this team. And obviously, you got to look at one guy, Band, who has been frying all tournament long. We talk about him being a major warrior, stepping up when his team needs him most. And you can tell he's just so chill, so calm, so collected. He's just excited to be here.
Their comms are just so good. Their game up against Inco, the pace was fast, so beautiful. As you can hear, the words that they actually said was really beautiful. But before we actually go and talk about this team, we got Degon taking a look at it, introducing Luminosity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had ourselves one hell of a tournament. And again, this year started with dreams of being the best, but now we're down to our final 2 squads. Up first, a team trying to make their dreams become reality. It's Luminosity! Washi, Blur, Envy, Band, and Solo, your Luminosity!
This is a team that was not together at all last year, but have taken competitors from different portions of COD Mobile, put together 5 super gritty players, and are ready to take on the kings of North America in Tribe Gaming.
And their opponents are no stranger to finals, no strangers to success. One of the winningest organizations in all of mobile esports, it's Tribe Gaming! Marshy,
all right, let's go, baby.
Tectonic, Bolu, and Jez, Tribe Gaming!
Will they keep the victory 3 years in a row? 2020, 2021, will 2022 be the same? They brought down 3 teams, Omega, Wolves, and Inco in the lower bracket, and now they face their toughest opponent yet.
A rivalry that knows no boundaries. These 2 squads have played against each other time and time again. But this time, it's for the World Championship. Only one can be crowned king. Who will win? Let's find out. Beef Mommy, Bobby, take it away.
Oh, this is 3 years in the making. This is a lot of money. $1.7 million, like you mentioned, $700K to the winner. If my math's correct, a $420,000 drop off if you don't take that first place prize. Gotta think all the hours, all the blood, sweat, and tears going into this matchup. I'm excited to see the map pool because still not entirely sure what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to our map picks and bans where
what's up, Ghost?
They're going to have to play. There's no reason why that you should be weak in a certain map, because at this point of the competition, you need to be strong on every single one of it in every single game mode. But kind of like what we saw in that first game that we had today, Inco versus Luminosity, where it was such a huge factor when it comes to Luminosity's win. Tribe Gaming, what do you think is going to happen here when it comes to the map selection?
I mean, I think if you're Tribe, one of your biggest objectives is trying to get to that map number 6, the standoff search and destroy, where they are undefeated on the weekend. You got to feel like that's a really good chance for them to lock in a win. But on the downside, for Tribe, we do see a Hacienda hardpoint. That was the exact map that we saw Wolves defeat them on, their first hardpoint loss in the entire tournament. And it is the same map where we saw Luminosity take down Wolves.
Undefeated, never lost
that puts
one
them in a really tough spot. They're
so
already
they
at a one-map disadvantage. They've got to come out guns blazing on this takeoff map where they just defeated Inco Gaming pretty easily.
Tribe Gaming is
yeah, it really is important, especially in the momentum of your matchup, especially in that first game in hardpoint takeoff, where we saw that Inco kind of faltered, especially we're kind of really shaken up. So that first game really matters to set the tone between these two giants that we saw and performed really well up against a really hard team. And now coming into this, when it comes to the statistics and the numbers, we kind of just throw them out the window by the end of it. But both of these teams look so good at this takeoff map that it's really hard to tell what's going to happen. But for me, Luminosity actually did a little bit better when it comes to the util usage up against
cheering
Inco.
for Luminosity.
Obviously, you want to pick up as much time as you can, but number one priority is going to be chaining together P3 and P4. That's where these teams
against Tribe.
Look to pick up their biggest chunks, controlling spawns there.
3-2.
Typically going to afford you the most
3-1
time,
the first
and obviously
time.
operator usage
The
going to be
everybody in the losers
crucial.
bracket.
Cannot afford any wasted
Tribe
time.
again
That
in
split-second decision-making
NA finals.
plays a huge role in the outcome
And
of
they
these
lost
games.
to Tribe.
It's really going to come down to
3-2.
those little micro decisions.
And we saw those micro decisions coming in from Tribe during those clutch situations in the form of Marshy in that control round in Raid. It's really important. And now, speaking of a member that's actually really good, Ban's going to be right there. And you know that he's going to be really good up against Envy as well. They've been doing a really good job at trading them one-on-one. But coming in from Tribe, you know that they're going to be duos holding hands. And let's see how well they can do when it comes to those individual gunfights, because Luminosity seems like they're such a good pair.
Obviously, the KDs for Tribe not going to be quite as high in the respawns heading into this one, especially just having lost more matches in general. But across the board, they've been able to win some of those hardpoint matches, even when they are getting outslayed. Obviously, big players to watch on this map are the ones that typically dominate in the long range, those being Tectonic and Jez. I think Jez has really shown out through the entirety of this tournament, but every single player on this roster plays a huge role. We talked a lot yesterday about filling those specific roles, letting the Slayers slay, and the OBJs OBJ. So right now, just getting ready to load into the game, but the anticipation definitely building, and you can feel it here.
It makes you kind of question, is the SKS still going to be brought out? Knowing very well that Inco played it, or the LATAM region rather, has been playing it so well. But I feel like for Luminosity, they did an amazing job at stopping the push. And I feel like they have different versions when it comes to stopping that kind of meta. And now for Luminosity, they are absolutely bright. They're looking like they're in the best form in their career.
I don't think either of these teams really particularly likes the SKS. I think the biggest reason we saw Blur pull it out was mainly just to counter Lucas's. So if I had to guess, most of the people that we saw using SKSs in those first couple of maps will likely be switching over to the Kilo. That's been the go-to long-range assault rifle for most of the players in the North American region. People were kind of wondering, is that Kilo meta going to be able to hold up in the World Championships? And it most definitely has.
I mean, this proves the point. Both NA teams are going to be here, and the strongest that they've ever been in. And speaking of Tribe, looking very solid this year as well, and looking like the situation's actually going to be flipped, as Luminosity is usually the ones that has a very hard time in the beginning, but now it looks like Tribe is going to be the same, and beautiful Worm there, and definitely going to be an absolutely legendary meme all across Twitter. But again, this team is just, again, the word for them is going to be resilience, because of how many matches they actually pushed through, and a lot of the time it wasn't even close matches. They absolutely dominated it.
I don't know if I call it.
I think I'm gonna go for Luminosity this one, even though I love Tribe too.
You know,
like
a worm's a worm.
Like a worm in water with some salt.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're loading into the lobby right now. I think Vague's another player that has honestly been pretty underrated on the weekend. Obviously, not dropping those insanely high KD numbers like Jez and Tectonic, but especially as a flex player, he's had a pretty solid KD while at the same time bringing that OBJ contribution. So he's another player to keep an eye on. Marshy, we always expect him to do Marshy things, but it's Envy opening things up. First blood, Vague in the high tower right there. Gonna be able to find one. Shots on to Band as well. A little bit shaky to start. We have yet to see anybody hop on the objective, and it's finally gonna be Marshy who hops in for a whopping 1 second.
That's a lot of seconds for you, and Marshy definitely knows how to pick up the points. Now, going in there very aggressively, that's going to be player number 4 coming in from Luminosity. Blur gets those kills, still forming that SKS, looking like it's going to be really good in this map, but take a look at the other side. There's actually no response whatsoever when it comes to those long-range engagements, looking like they really just want to go for the CBRs, the Krig 6, and also probably like one, oh, I see actually a Switchblade. So again, if it really works for you, then go ahead, but you need to find some sort of counter up against Blur.
Yep, does look like he's still going to be rocking with the SKS. Obviously, Tribe has talked before about how they don't really like the weapon. Tectonic pulled it out for a little bit up against Inko, but we didn't see it have a huge impact for them. So with the Kilo being his weapon of choice, no surprise he's sticking with it right here. A pretty even P1 as the battle for P2 ensues, and looks like Spawn's going to go the way of Tribe. Marshy playing nice and sneaky right there. Tries to hit the flip, but not going to be able to get the turn for the kill. Jen's going to get shut down as well, and a big feed for Luminosity to lock in a chunk of time right here. Bolu pushing up now. No reinforcements here for Luminosity. And they're in a tough spot. Solo's got to go big. He's able to find one. Blur does get dropped right there, and now Jez looking to go big. Solo one with the shorty before he gets traded out.
I mean, Luminosity was winning those gunfights, but it wasn't really high. It wasn't really a high kill count enough for them to actually go in for that spawn control, where they kind of just struggled in for that defense. And now most of the time being soaked up by Tribe. And as what you thought that Luminosity could actually win that particular hill, especially with getting a lot of those kills, not enough for them to actually anchor up the more favorable spawn, but they do have that rotation off into that next hard point.
Luminosity has definitely looked more solid on the early rotations. Seems like for the most part, Tribe's game plan has been bully your way into the hard point. We'll see if they can do that here, and Marshy doing his best to make things happen. Vague in the backside as well. In the early rotations, not doing a whole lot for Luminosity Gaming. They are struggling to win these gunfights. Couple of Purifiers come out as well, and that's going to lock in that much more time for Tribe.
Now bringing out the Purifier helps them go in there for the break in this particular hard point. That's going to be really big for them. Not just that, sustaining it. Marshy still getting shot at, but with the Purifier in hand, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Freddy finally going down. He does get that double kill. Not only that, is on a 3 spree. Bowler brings out his claw, and it looks like it's a little bit spawning out of control. That's going to be very hard because look at the next hard point too. The fact that 2 players from Tribe are also already there.
You can see the Luminosity players saving their operators right now, which is interesting given the gap that we've seen form. Obviously, really prioritizing this rotation of P4, but they don't have a whole lot of people here. A few break through. They're able to take out the remaining Tribe players that are there, but they gave up all the scrap time there on P3, and right now, in need of a solid setup and good spawns to be able to lock in big time right here. Blur waiting for somebody to rotate to that window side. He's got the gravity vortex ready to go. Gotta be careful, might run out of time, and he's able to get big value right there, but still not able to clear out the Tribe players. And now Envy looking to break on in. His claw gonna go to waste as well. And slowly but surely, this seems to be slipping out of the grasp of Luminosity as Tribe Gaming is snowballing left and right.
I mean, they do have a 100% win rate here in Takeoff throughout the competition in Hardpoint. They played it 3 times, and it looks like they're just so comfortable and such a good map pick for them. And they're just doing so well when it comes to these engagements. Obviously for Tectonic, he's going to be that anchor, that slayer, trying to get those points, knowing very well that the players from Luminosity is actually going to be spawning right over there.
Well, we talked about Tribe maybe not necessarily going to the lower bracket on purpose, but not really being worried about it because we know they're a team that plays better when their backs are up against the wall. Well, it's the grand finals, and there's not a much bigger wall than that. Right now, they find themselves up by 110 points through this first set of hardpoint rotations. Major reset needed for Luminosity. Blur on the high ground, not going to be able to connect with the SKS. Marshy doing Marshy things on the bottom side, and once again, Tribe in full control. Luminosity just scrambling left and right, but no map control, no kills going through. Jez slaying out right now. He's on a 4 spree. And Luminosity just seems lost.
It's just Tribe always has the upper hand because they have high ground advantage, where you don't have much of sights here because you always have to think about the verticality of the map of takeoff, and so far Tribe is actually using that to perfection. Tectonic doing such an amazing job but always stopping the push. 21 already to his name. Big, Marshy also have operators to play with, and just as I said that, Tectonic gets that one as well, and looking like Tribe is outclassing LG here in their favorite map.
This is getting ugly really, really quick. Luminosity only able to muster 40 points, just not looking like the same team. And you gotta wonder if there's a certain degree of mental block against this Tribe team that has beaten them so many times over the past year. I don't know what it's going to take to overcome it. We see a couple big kills go through in the feed right here. Nobody in the hard point. Solo finally going to be able to occupy, but he can't win a gunfight either. And once again, it's Tribe in the hard point with the Purifier coming through. Vade goes big right there. Solo finally going to be able to survive, but seeming only like a matter of time.
Luminosity, you need to go and catch up, and for you, you need to have really good comms, kind of like your previous games. Let's have a Luminosity listen in.
We got point.
Work him. Yo, stay upstairs. One more.
Ball blue.
Top right half.
Nice.
Top right. One top blue, I think. One top blue. There's one on hill. One secret.
Nice. Push a point.
You can just hear the frustration already when it comes to those comms from LG. So different from their first game a while ago, but obviously it's because they have so much to catch up on. Yes, they go and capture this hard point, but obviously for Tribe, so easy to break every single time.
I mean, they've gotten a bigger chunk in the last little bit than we've seen them get really all game long, but hasn't really meant much given that there's a 160 point gap between these two teams. But this is not the first time that we've seen this. Very similar to what happened in Stage 4, only on firing range hardpoint. A very big Tribe win followed up by a dominant LG performance. It's not over yet, but man, oh man, they've got to, I mean, at this point, they've got to get like 3 straight full 60s, and just with the way that Tribe's playing right now, I don't know if realistically that's even humanly possible.
And for Tribe, they absolutely know that. Okay, get the scraps. We're going to plan for our setup here, and they're doing an amazing job at just playing the lead that they have. So very commendable stuff here coming in from Tribe, showing everyone how to actually play takeoff. But let's see if Luminosity can finally play Tribe's game and finally dictate the pace, because so far, Tribe is the one that's playing the guitar, and they're going to be the lead.
We were kind of curious if the stationary play style, the more static play style of Tribe was going to be able to match up against a more flexible play style Luminosity. It definitely is. Obviously, the slaying that we're seeing Vague, Jez, Tech do up in those high ground positions is freeing the OBJ players to take more one-on-one gunfights rather than getting, what, double, triple challenge in the hard point, and it has paid off big time. Tribe now only in need of 5 more points to close this one out. Luminosity starting to move upwards a little bit, but all Tribe really needs is one solid early rotation and should be able to lock in the win. Luminosity, let's see if they can pull off a miracle.
That's going to be difficult because as Luminosity was soaking up the points in P4, the setup going in for P1, it was just not there. Tribe is already there with just 5 seconds left to go in to unlock this hard point, with 5 points left for them to go and win this first matchup. It's still going to be good. It's going to be big for you, Beg. Gets that Purifier kill, goes into this hill all alone, and yes, he secures it for his team. Tribe Gaming gets map number 1.
Luminosity is really good though.
Just like that,
when it comes to
advantage is completely gone. Tribe Gaming steamrolls their way through that first map.
1-1 now.
And a lot of that just felt like a confidence issue for Luminosity. I think one gunfight that we didn't quite see in the main POV, but looking out of the corner of my eye, I believe it is Tectonic set up on that head glitch above P1. Ban sneaks up behind him and still gets turned on by Tech. I mean, just like, Ban's been phenomenal all tournament long, and it just felt like things kind of fell apart at the seams.
But he's still doing a really good job with 30 kills, being the top fragger for his team. But obviously, the numbers, the time, especially from the hard point, not really there. 26 seconds left, not too bad. But obviously, taking a look at Marshy, 38 kills plus a minute and 50 inside the hard point. It looks like he's getting better and better each match that they play. He did so well in that S&D, so well in that control, and now looks like, yep, he's going to be that MVP for Tribe.
We know that Washi's the OBJ player for Luminosity, and he was in a blender all game long. Obviously, when your team doesn't have map control, it's easy from an outside POV to say, oh, he went 17 and 35, he cost his team. But when your team's not getting map control and your one job is to get in that objective, there's not a whole lot you can do. You're having to solo chow 2-3 Tribe players every single time you're going into a gunfight. And you got to get more help for him. He did everything that he could to get into the hard point, but your Slayers have got to do more. You got to push out that map control. Even the early rotations didn't really pay off anything for Luminosity.
You know, this is one thing that I noted up against their game against Inco is Tribe's version of them winning it to battle them out is to, number one, do close range. Number two, buddy-buddy system, especially in a map as big as Takeoff, where your life really counts because it's such a huge map. And not just that, the fact that they're always getting those power positions up in the 2Fs, up in that vertical point where obviously looking down you have more of an advantage, and the rotation coming in from Tribe is just so big as well.
I should put, let's go Ferg.
It was pretty close off looking back, the fact that it was, I think it was like 30-30 at one point. And then just after P2, Luminosity could not get a foothold to save their lives. Steamrolled out of control. They, I think at one point it was like 40 to 160 or something. So that's basically a span where you're getting 10 and you're letting Tribe get 110, maybe even more. You got to find a way to stop that momentum, and I just didn't feel like their operator usage was good enough to do that. We saw a lot of wasted operators, a lot of hasty pullouts for those operators, and I think that cost them in a big way.
I feel like for them, it just really went downhill after P2 because, yes, they were winning a lot of the gunfights, stopping the Tribe plays, but they weren't able to dictate the pace and anchor down the more favorable spawn, which is going to be by launch base. And you get to see it really good after this, but I mean, it was a little bit too late where after our second reset, Tribe already had so much of a lead already, and for Luminosity, always just playing that catch-up. And obviously for them, they have to soak up all of the hard points, so they're going to be split as a team. So 2's going to be staying there, and also 2 might go in for the rotation, but they always just get gunned down every single time.
And look at we said they were like 30-30 at one point. It was 60 to 220. That's, if I'm doing my math correctly, a 190 to 30 run by Tribe. And like I mentioned before, we saw something very similar to that in Stage 4. We saw a firing range hardpoint where Tribe absolutely obliterated them. It was 250 to 27 if my memory serves correctly. And immediately, Luminosity bounces back and takes the search and destroy. They 100% got to make that happen here.
And not good news again for Luminosity here in Slums because they did lose this 6-8 up against Wolves. So with that being said though, I'm still not going to be particularly going in for the stats for this one because obviously we are going to see different gameplays and just teams waking up. We've seen that control matchup up against Inco where Luminosity woke up even though that is their worst game mode. So maybe they learned a thing or two because they were leading by a huge margin up against Wolves, but they let it go at the very end.
Yeah, it's a thing that this Luminosity team has struggled with for a while, is closing out whether it's games or matches. I don't know if it's, once again, a mental thing, because you know they've got the gun skill. You got Washi, who is one of the best snipers in the world. I think if Luminosity wins this whole thing, you could maybe make the argument that he's the best sniper in the world. You've got Slayers that can fly across the map like Band and Envy. Like, you know you got the gun skill, you know you have the chemistry. I've heard from so many teams about how good their communication is, and I think even when they were frustrated in the listening that we heard, they still sounded good. They're capable of winning this. It's all going to come down to confidence.
You gotta close those S&D games down.
It's almost like me playing for
They've already
T-Mobility.
kind of
I'm not actually
faltered
playing, I'm
today
cheering
with
for my
that
team,
first game
you
that
know?
they had with Inko and S&D
People are,
and
like,
standoff,
going
where
crazy.
they had a lead yet again, but dropped it. There needs to be a change
Honestly,
of
I feel
pace
like both
because
teams are,
Tribe
like,
is
evenly
actually
matched.
kind of the team where if you
No.
are going up against them and they're
Every
down,
time
they can find a way to
Luminosity's
adapt, and I
played against
believe
Tribe,
Luminosity can do
Tribe has
so.
always
We've
beaten
seen
them.
already before. They've had
I
that
think
raid search and destroy up against
Luminosity will
Stamina and did an
get
absolutely
search and destroy.
phenomenal job, and especially in that control where all the odds
And
were
they can
actually up
definitely
against
do
them.
control.
They can
They
definitely
just gotta
make this
play
work.
Smart, though.
Yep.
Play
Still a lot
smart.
of COD Mobile left
They
to
don't play
be
smart,
played.
Then they'll give that game
It's a
up
best
to
of
them
7
too.
series, and we're
It'll be
only
2-2.
getting started right here. Obviously,
point,
finishing in
3-2.
control if we go to a game 7. Not the most normal thing for Call of Duty in the past, but
It'd be nice
these
to go
guys
to
are
game
definitely
7.
prepared for it, and it looks like they
It
are
would be
here and
so
loading
much hype.
in to the lobby here on Slums Control.
Tribe's
It
got
is going to
such
be
a big
Luminosity
audience,
on
though,
the
you know?
defensive side to
And
start,
they could afford to
which
pay for
should be a
everybody
big
to
advantage for them if they can capitalize.
come out.
Ooh.
Afford to pay
You gotta
for
play with your
their,
snipers. Blur has a monumental job
what do you call
to
it?
try and
Afford
get
to
the
pay
search and
for,
destroy. Lineups are gonna be there. No information whatsoever. And there you go. Marshy
Yeah, afford
gets
to pay
down. Ban
for
gets that first
defenders
opening
to
pick.
go
No,
out.
he does get 2 though. But then Bolu trades him out.
Definitely
So,
the better side of the trades
this
for
map is
Luminosity.
interesting 'cause
They're going to be able to
Washi for
make their
Luminosity
way
is,
up.
like,
And
ridiculous
right now,
at this.
actually trying to catch Tribe off
Just got
guard.
one
Jez going to
but
take a little
he's,
bit
like,
of damage. Bomb goes down there on
crazy
B.
good
And now Jez
when
all
it comes to
alone.
sniping, so
The
we'll see.
1v3. And obviously Luminosity going to look to play things passive. He's got a lot of map left to clear out. And it looks like he's going to go for every corner
Jez is
that
so
he
good,
can,
dude.
at least on this side
He
of the
has,
map.
like, no face
and it seems
expression.
like Luminosity has read it perfectly right there. They get the information from Envy, and just like that, should be enough to close out the round. Solo connects onto the shots.
Hey, what's up, Joker?
And Luminosity
What's up,
takes
Jin?
the lead off round 1.
Beautiful pick, and
You
it
guys
was
got
really
Tribe, or you
that
guys going for
2-piece that
Luminosity?
Ban did that kind of stopped the push coming in from Tribe. Obviously, just raining down utility down in bricks. That's going to be a really good start. And now for Tribe, though, knowing very well that they can, Luminosity can aggress. Let's see if they can finally get that as Ban gets one more. Second first blood for him.
The utility
nade
usage has been
throw.
so good. They get the man advantage off the start right here once again. Nades do connect, and that's going to force Tribe back on the defensive side. Bomb is in hand. Don't know if there's any trophies available, but there we go. Washi, lethal with the sniper. Arguably the best in the world right now. Now 2 Tribe players remain right here with the bomb going down. He takes another down off the head
I'm telling
glitch.
you,
That's not an
Washi
easy
is
shot to hit.
ridiculous.
Solo reads this next
He
one
just
like a
takes
book, but he
people
doesn't even need
straight
it.
off head
Envy
glitches.
takes another down and a strong
Like I
start
said,
here
I
on the
think
Slums S&D.
Luminosity will
Jez
take
needs to step
S&D.
it up when it comes to those snipes, because if you allow
Yeah, Jez needs
Blur
to
to do
start
that and
winning the
Washi as
snipe.
well, you're just going to have a very hard time. And what I already mentioned early on into this matchup, Luminosity is just so good when it comes to that util, and they showed it in game number 1, and now they're going to be showing it here in this S&D.
No question about it. A lot of utility go through, but the ADS
Ooh.
shots can't
Nice
match up
blur.
with the hip fire out of Tribe. And the
He needs help.
SKS not going to be able to connect right there.
Double,
Should be
double,
a
double.
double kill, and
Nice,
it is for
Envy.
Envy. Equalizes Tectonic, trying to chow. Envy's weak, but he's the one that's got a head glitch to work with. Jez sitting back with the sniper.
Just chill, bro. Yeah,
He's
just
still
chill
got
there.
Washi to deal with right
Have
now,
Washi
and with
just
the
sit
bomb
there
going
so you can
down,
get
the
the
pressure once
information?
again onto Tribe. Jez slowly making his way through blue right here.
Yeah, and then
Tech trying to get some
who's left
information.
with him?
They've got some
Envy?
time to work with,
Envy
but
needs to
timing
watch
might
the
go the way of Washi. It doesn't matter. Jez proves to be the better sniper on that one. And now Envy all alone, but he's got
Don't
an
peek it, don't peek it,
SKS.
don't peek it. You got
And that's
20
best case
seconds.
scenario for trying to take somebody off one of these long angles. Hits the wrap right here. Jez,
confusing.
will he stick it? He should have the time. Envy, the route's too long, and he gives away the round.
Envy took too long, and now if you give Jez that pros
Dang,
don't
he just
fake,
went
that was
straight
such
for
good
it.
situational awareness for him to kind of just predict that Envy would probably just wrap around.
Wow.
Now, I feel like I'm not quite sure the feeling that you get when you know who you're up against. Okay, knowing this person, okay, he's not going to do close range. He's probably the type of person that will go and have a long wraparound. But you know what? That is a good opener for them as Bolu and Big finally gets to, and Bolu gets to as well.
Can feel the momentum shift. Washi gonna be able to find a couple, but he's all alone. against 3 remaining Tribe players.
Washi
Shorty in
is
hand.
like a
And
clutch
that
guy.
time Tribe able to find the first bloods.
If he
It pays off
clutches
big
up, I
time.
will
And they're
not be
able to
surprised.
counter that utility. I mean, a lot of times just, I'm not going to say it comes down to luck, but the placement definitely crucial. Shorty not able to connect, and he doesn't stand much of a chance.
Yeah, Shorty,
3
yeah.
players holding hands. You think back to the Ninja Defuse that Envy gives away right there, and maybe a questionable decision. You got 2 weapons that are definitely not fast on movement speed. You don't have any type of tactical or lethal that you can pull out. And definitely wishing he could have a redo on that one.
Yeah, and it just seems like a little bit shaken up with that, but they need to make that comeback if needed. Jez spots one. Doesn't really go in for the follow. The Vague with a really big opener, but Bolu as well gets rid of
nice
Solo.
snipe, Washi.
But a response
Watch
coming
this
in from
eggless
Washi
one.
has been
Watch this
an
eggless one.
absolute
He's gonna
beam
get it.
in this Bravo Hill. I mean Alpha Hill rather.
Yeah, Washi's ridiculous.
He's doing everything that he can, but he's the last man standing once again as the momentum quickly dissipating for Luminosity.
Washi do his thing.
He's going to make his way through blue right here.
Get picks.
Tech on the outside. He's not moving an inch. Audio cue might set something off right here. And that once again puts Washi in a really rough spot. If he reads it right, can't hit the shot though. Tectonic plays things fundamentally. Washi can't connect. And now 3 rounds in a row going the way of Tribe Gaming.
They need to
Tribe is just reading this so well.
Yeah,
and now I feel like it's always that opener from Vague, followed up by Bolu. And for Van, he hasn't had those openers in a while. It's been a long time. And now, slow push coming in here. Very passive, the approach coming in from Luminosity. But then finally an engagement goes through. Ban goes in there a little bit aggressively, but then pays the price. Tectonic and Vague get to a piece. Tectonic gets a second. Will he get a third?
Luminosity is just not capitalizing on these early sprays. Even when they get first shot, they just seem to lose the gunfights. They're going to be able to take down one of those Tribe players, but still 3 remain. And right now, in a tough spot once again, Envy's got the bomb in hand, but Tribe able to spread across the map. You got 1 player hitting the flank. That's going to be Marshy. And this is going to be tough to read. The bomb goes down, but with that information, they're going to go ahead and set up on the inside of garage right here and see if they can cut off that flank while the sniper watches over the bomb.
This is a good setup coming in from Tribe, playing your numbers to your advantage, gaining a lot of these sight lines. But for you just have to figure out, they're probably going to be planting here for long. That's going to be good. 2 peeks though. Washi gets 1. Even things out. Jez knows very well there's 1 player there. Tries to go in for the wall bang, doesn't really quite get the shot. And now just applying that pressure, and the bomb is going to be defused. What a beautiful defensive setup coming in from Tribe, knowing very well that they can't go past the defenses of Jez.
Yeah,
and just maybe unfortunate positioning on that bomb plant. I don't know if Washi took the shot and missed, or if he just didn't have an angle.
I don't think he had an
But
angle.
it looked like it was going to be a tough play to make either way. And now Luminosity moves to the defensive side. Washi's going to find one to open. Vague finding Ban on the flip side.
Washi got
and only a 1-for-1 trade with the way the majority of these early game trades have gone. Gotta think that's gonna go advantage to Tribe again, but Washi, he's the do-it-all man right now. 9 kills on the board, a double kill, the quick scopes connecting, and now all down to Tectonic. Luminosity playing this one to a T, and they are not out of this one by a long shot.
Good stuff.
Luminosity going in there a little bit more aggressively. That's going to be really good stuff from him. From all of the boys here, they're trying to go in there 1 more round to even things out. Jez with 2, struggling to get all of these kills. On the other side, the Washi very hot on his hands. That's going to be really big kills for his team. And so far, again, very aggressive push coming in from Luminosity, looking like they're really good at the defense.
There are very few players that have been able to counter Jez on S&D in this tournament, but Washi has certainly done his best so far. I don't know that either player caught eyes on each other, but trying to find an angle right here to peek through. Jez gonna slide across, but Washi, reaction time not quite fast enough. No first blood quite yet, and the longer that goes on, the more that helps Tribe, but Jez gonna be able to connect onto Washi, and that's gonna open things wide up for a Tribe push.
You know,
that's gonna be really big for Jez, open things up for his team. You don't have to worry about Alpha anymore. The problem solved. Strongest player coming in from Luminosity down.
Like that happens, you just
now they have to pick and decide before player number 3. That's going to be Envy. can actually go in there for the defense in Broken, but he goes on really long rope around here into Alpha site.
Right now, Ban trying to stay alive. Couple Tribe players around him, but they're not going to be able to sniff him out. Now down to a 4v4. Bomb is in Vig's hands, and he's actually making his way back over towards A. This is not a play that we've really seen so far in this game. Not a whole lot in this tournament. One for Envy, not able to make it two. And now it's down to a 1v1 between Vague and Blur. Vague only 23 seconds, trying to make a decision right here. If he's actually going to hit the wrap back toward B, Blur may have read this like a book.
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
Damn,
Could not have played it any better. Just like that, Luminosity's
so
tied back up.
Smart,
He had to guess where he was going to go, and Arches, Vague went. Arches, he went down. Even up in the scoreboard right now. What a good recovery coming in for Luminosity. Big kills from all of the players here so far. Patience definitely pays off. But that's information from Vague that a lot of these bombs actually raining down from Bravo. That makes him halt just a tiny bit. That's big info for them, though.
Luminosity so confident on these defensive pushes, but the nade gonna connect on the Blur. Trophy system's not in place. Marshy's able to find another, and now this round is split wide open. LG on their heels. They gotta play the head glitches to try to find a couple picks right here. Tectonic's gonna be spotted. Solo gets aggressive, but he's forced back as well. SKS and a sniper still in play. Picks still very feasible, but they get spotted out by the SMG cross map right there. And all of a sudden, it is a wide open B bomb as another Luminosity player drops. And Washi, once again, left all alone, looking for an angle to work with. He's going to spot Bolu right there, but the quickscope not going to be able to connect. A 5-0 round for Tribe Gaming.
There's only so much you can do with that sniper, man, especially in a small map like this. Vague was a player for that round. He opened it up for them, especially with that grenade. Getting that info, there were going to be a lot of players, but unfortunately for Blur, he didn't really go out. Not really bad timing for him. Same thing, though, going in from Luminosity, where they're going to be sending players down to bricks. Oh, no, they learned their lesson. They're not going to touch it, just a tiny bit. Doing it a little bit slowly this time. But Bolu's, he does have a nade to play with another one.
No.
Oh, gets that.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow, the placement on that could not have been any better. And once again, going to open up that bomb site. Luminosity does not have much of a defense. Another player going to drop. Couple trades go through. They're only down a man, but Washi maybe too aggressive right there. Solo gonna drop one, but he needs to pick 1v3. The bomb has been dropped. Now getting picked up by Vague. And Shorty's got to be perfect right here for Solo. And he can't connect on either shot right there. Now Tribe only one round away from taking the lead.
Oh my goodness. At this point, you're thinking for Luminosity, are you putting down your trophy systems in the same spot? Because twice in a row, in 2 rounds ago, it's the same thing happening here. It's all just nades all across the board.
Kind of curious if they've got different setups for offense or defense, because you'd think, especially on the defensive side on slums, you know how much utility is getting chucked over to the B side. You have got to be in position to keep yourself alive. They're going to be able to force back the Tribe push. Vague has been tearing it up in this one. He's got 14 kills to his name, leads the entire lobby. Washi doing everything he can, but he's had a dry last couple of rounds as well. And Luminosity needs him to find some of those early picks. And just like that, timing couldn't have been any better. Jez dropped from the map.
That's going to be a really essential kill coming in from Washi. 10 to his name already. But then they're going to be slowing things down. Tribe.
It's Vague.
Vague.
He can't snipe.
DLQ in hand. Is in a very good spot to take out Washi.
So
good when it comes to it. Uses the truck to his advantage. Possibility to get another one as he goes in for the chase. Goes in there for the chase, but doesn't really quite get the kill, as Ban and Solo are going to be there for the backup.
Maybe a little bit too eager right there as he gets baited outside those walls. Without the defenses of his teammates, nothing to protect him there. And Luminosity going to be able to take the man advantage once again. Vague still 15 kills to his name, but they don't have him to work with. So now the remaining players going to be forced to maybe make a wrap over toward this A bomb. We've not seen it done successfully so far. It seems like Luminosity's pretty content to give this up, but they're slowly creeping toward this side of the map. Tectonic's not going to win that crucial gunfight, and now Solo finding another kill. Envy, there's one remaining. It's all down to Bolu. He's got to pull off a 1v4, and it's not meant to be. Little body shooting right right
Blur
there is
shooting his
Blur.
body.
Feeling confident about the prospects for the rest of this game.
6-5 now?
Tribe is having a hard time closing this one out. Luminosity's creeping in the distance. Just one more round in between them. And it was Vague. That was the first blunder in this particular round, where he over-aggressed, paid the price.
They gotta win one more.
Yeah, I think that was a play. Him picking up that snipe. Could have turned the tides of that one. Tectonic with opening nade, definitely going to have a big impact right there. But Envy equalizes on one. Envy drops himself. And now it's Luminosity, man disadvantage again. You don't want to peek over this bomb head glitch from that low ground. And right now, it's constant trades for Tribe. They can keep doing just that with the man advantage. They can do that all day long. It's going to be Washi. Nate goes over, almost perfect position, but it's not perfect timing. Hasn't been able to connect on the snipe, and wow, Jez could not have thrown that one any better, and it's all down to Washi to try to clutch the 1v3.
Are we playing basketball right now, man? With the way that Tribe is actually doing all of these nade hits is just so good. But Washi being alone, he is the man for Luminosity to try and clutch up this 1v2. Although it's going to be hard because he's going to be stuck in a pinch. But then he needs to get that one kill. Ring around the rosy right here and breaks. Bolu gets the kill. And there you go. Seals the deal here in Search and Destroy. 7-5. Where we thought Luminosity can possibly do one big clutch. They failed to do so. Now Tribe getting closer and closer to that championship. To be called the championships here for 2022.
Luminosity had that.
Got a little bit of overzealous with the body shooting right there. This is just not a team that you want to make angry. He decided, oh, I'll poke the bear when we're on game point, and we'll see what happens. Tribe tears it up in that final round. A huge performance out of Vague right there.
Photo. He always
Top
looks
rank
like
for the
he's
lobby
scared.
by a mile. A whole lot of first
Fighting
bloods out of him.
demons.
And just like that, matchup that started with Luminosity in the lead
Luminosity,
without
man.
a game being played. all of a
your
sudden,
key
that
player
lead has
is
not
Washi.
only
You have literally
disappeared,
one of
but
the
Tribe
best
Gaming's in the lead.
snipers in
That's just
NA.
hard to watch because for Luminosity in that S&D matchup, they were doing a lot of
solo,
things
they just-
wrong
they
time and
just
time again, doing the
rush
same
every
mistakes of being in the
time.
breaks, not putting down that trophy system. Maybe they
Envy,
did, but
just
there was a
trade
way
and
for them to
trade. You
keep
can't just do
throwing and
trades all
chucking
day,
that
you know?
grenades there. You know very well that for Tribe, they're always going to be
Terrible.
throwing down util there, and it's just, that was really big openers for them to just go in very
Yeah,
aggressively
Tectonic had
through
like
mid. But taking a
3
look at what we
Kobe
have for our
nades. That was
scoreboard,
insane.
Vague having that 15. Those are going to be really big kills for his team. And on the other side, obviously, Envy really tried to get it, especially with the body shooting and all. 11 kills to his name.
Yep, Bolu with a big performance for Tribe as well. The SMGs always going to thrive on slums, especially when it comes to the search and destroy. And the battle over on that far side bomb site, pretty chaotic. Woo! Well, a lot of work for Luminosity to do right here.
My goodness. This is just a really quick matchup. And then as history repeats itself, Luminosity goes down yet again here in slums. And again, for S&D, Tribe seems like
Yeah,
they're going to be
it's
reigning
solid, dude.
supreme as we see all
Especially
of
for that
these
map.
things put together.
I've seen
Pretty good
Washi
start
do
coming in from
so many
Tribe, but
good things on
obviously it's just
slums,
not
on a
over
sniper
yet
map.
as we have one more map of control. But obviously, we want to see every single action pull through. Degon, bring it away.
Thank you very much, Beef Mommy and Bobby. Great start so far, just like Tribe Gaming. 2-1. Remember, Luminosity had the map advantage, and that got absolutely wiped out, and in an emphatic way, too, on that takeoff.
Look, here's the thing. All of these map mode combos in some form were played in Stage 4, whether it was the Winners Finals or the Grand Finals. Both of these two maps initially favored Luminosity off of those gameplays that we had seen from a couple of months ago. But here this weekend, Tribe is fixing all of the things that they were even slightly stepping away from during Stage 4, and now all of a sudden you're in a position to really control this series layout.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you're fair shout for what happened back in Stage 4, but it's a different meta. We're here on land, man, and I'm not gonna lie, this Tribe squad is
Argentina won
coming
the
a
World
little
Cup.
different,
Oh, yeah, didn't they
especially
win, like,
through
3-2?
the majority of this
I heard
takeoff
about
hardpoint map number 1. I mean, between Tech and Marshy, I don't know which POV was more fun to watch. Marshy was just everywhere. Tech was locking down those longer lines of sight. The flexibility to set up Marshy's success on these flanks was at an all-time high.
And the thing that's really curious, and Bobby brought this up, and he was right, by the way, it was a 250 to 27 on that winner's final opening hard point before Luminosity would bounce back. The thing is, you don't expect to see that kind of a performance at a World Championship Grand Final. So the fact that Tribe is able to really put the pain on towards LG early in the series, I think says a lot about, again, them being in final form.
You know, LG just felt super cut out of it here on takeoff. You kind of wonder, hey, like, you know, where are you getting the spark from? You know, where's Band stepping up from? Where's Blur stepping up? Where's Washi? We got to see a little bit of Washi in the S&D on Slums, but they were getting completely outgunned here, and we're finally seeing the tech that we've been wanting to see throughout the whole tournament.
Getting outslayed, getting outmaneuvered, it's just everything that we've known that Tribe have been able to do, and what we have been seeing them do from a fundamental level and also at a mechanical level ever since Wolves knocked them down to the lower bracket. It was almost a scary reawakening that I feel like Tribe needed here for the weekend.
And the thing about it is Luminosity, they haven't really done anything that has ever looked like this on the weekend. They were the #1 ranked team out of our 16 total squads through group play, through the first day of upper bracket gameplay in hardpoint. They were carrying like an average win differential of like 115 points. For them to even barely get to 100 points, I'd color me surprised.
Yeah, and it was a last push there that made it respectable because they didn't get to the triple digits until the very end there.
That's right.
And it was kind of confusing too because when that map started out, I think they opened up with the first 5 or 6 kills. They got themselves like 14 points. You're like, okay, cool. Nice little start here. And then they get completely shut out. And then we move over to Slums and okay, first 2 rounds, Luminosity, they're here to play. We got them. And then Tribe continued to turn it on, and this battle of the snipers, Jez versus Washi, was just a joy to watch.
Those that are like the deep North American COD Mobile fans and historians will know that Luminosity, after getting blown out in that winners finals, came to this map mode combo and beat the brakes off of Tribe. And it looked like we were going to get that again until we started to see Tribe, mostly off of vague slipperiness, continue to work through some key positions and take away the map from LG. You heard Beef Mommy and Bobby talking about the utility usage. It wasn't quite finding the same kind of impact as we got deeper into the map.
Yeah, I mean, you even go back to what Vague looked like back on the standoff Search and Destroy versus Inko in the lower final matchup, and it was all of that plus a little bit extra as well. And to just kind of echo about like how fun it was to watch Washi versus Jez as far as who's going to have the better sniper. It was more about who was going to set up your rotating members a whole lot better. You know, Vague for 15, Bolu for 10, on the other side, Envy for 11. It just felt like that the way that Vague was kind of manipulating the map was that much better off of the pressure that Jez was laying.
This round was a complete breakdown from LG.
He kept picking off Jez.
There's zero reason that you don't have 2 players peeking at the same time to confirm shots to land. The fact that the sniper missed twice, the AR that was on the corner isn't able to get any shots off, that's a complete misstep from LG, and it's a difference between seeing this map go to overtime and having an 0-2 loss on the overall.
And right now, feels like Luminosity is reeling just
like
a little bit. Tribe seems to be rolling business as usual. And I'll say both these teams seem relatively calm. We've seen pop-offs from both of them, right? Whether it was waving goodbye to the other team or ripping off the headset after a map win. Both of them just seem really, I guess, controlled, although it's 2-1 for Tribe.
Yeah, it's strictly business, right? I mean, they have faced it off against each other before, but here at the end of the day, you know, you have $700,000 for first place as well. You have to come in and play your game. Strictly business coming in for Tribe. They know what they have to do.
Yeah, it really is just, again, we framed it up at the beginning of this entire event. This was the expectation, that Tribe was going to make it to a grand final. Took a different path than we would have expected, but they expected to be here.
Funny.
And I think that's the whole business side of it right here, is that, you know, their whole goal at the very end was, doesn't matter who we play, we would win this thing.
You know, we've talked about all of these players individually, whether it's
about,
Tech, whether Tech and him fragging out, whether it's Jez because he's a new guy, whether it's Vague and whatever the hell he calls that, like, ground humping surfing thing. But we had the opportunity to go and chat with Bolu. Let's take a listen.
When the Call of Duty Mobile Championships is going, like, oh, I'm watching the World Cup. I was like, nah, I'm not watching World Cup. Call of Duty Champions is on.
Tech, Marshy, Vague, and Jez. Each of them have personality traits. Vague's the funny one. Can have a laugh once in a while. Jez and Marshy are both quiet but also very smart, and Tech is the most passionate player I've seen. All great guys, and we all have trust in each other on what ideas we need to bring to win. Playing in front of the crowd, it's neutral. I don't feel really any nerves. Same goes for, I'm sure, my teammates. We all seem very comfortable, and we look forward to play tomorrow. The team we look forward to play the most is Luminosity, because they're the second best team in our region, and beating them on the world stage would just solidify that our team is the better team. Winning this event would mean relief and happiness. The best moments is a few seconds after winning, and that's something that I think everyone on the team can cherish forever. Being a top 8 team in the world means a lot, but for our team, we obviously want to be the best in the world and win this tournament, so that's our goal, and we'll do what it takes to accomplish that.
All right, well, Tribe Gaming, again, very, very close to making their dreams come true. Only 2 maps away now for Tribe from being Western champs to world champs. We basically, best in the world, as we've now solidified the West is the best in COD Mobile. But Luminosity still have something to say about that, right? And it's going to require some individual efforts, and you've seen it all the time throughout any sort of competition, team competition. A spark comes from someone. Who is it going to be?
Man, I look, you guys had talked about it before. Bobby and Beef Mommy were talking about it kind of at the end of our series, asking the question, were we going to see Luminosity still rely on the SKS, which got them through Inco Gaming so quickly? And we have not seen it really pulled out at all. So the guy that I'm actually looking at is actually Blur. Because yeah, Bandits have a hard time getting in towards the point, but Bobby broke that down really nicely. He's not getting a lot of his help from his teammates to get there. And what was so successful for Luminosity back when their series in the winners finals was the fact that Blur was dominating at the long range, allowing Band to walk in for free. So you look at the KD, winners respawn 1.5 now to a 0.75, and he hasn't pulled out the SKS maybe more than for a couple of seconds. I think that's a miss, and I think LG need to think about going back to it.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, when you're thinking about it, at the end of the day, that is also what made them look quite convincing when they did take down Inco as well, is that they were doing Inco's thing, but better. It's just about being in the right position at the right time with the SKS. Band needs that help. He needs that overwatch because Tech is just getting away with highway robbery.
Well, Takeoff was the map for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the one that Inco Stalwart really made their name with the SKS. Now, that map's already done and dusted, and they got pretty much put in a box in that one. What do you do now? Do you still have time to pull out the SKS? Do you still have the correct maps to still do that?
You do. It's a raid control, Hacienda Hardpoint immediately up next. So you have the ability of going to that and being able to realistically still play your game plan without having to worry necessarily about what are we losing by picking up an SKS kind of out of nowhere. The other thing about this, as we look through the layout again, is now all of a sudden Luminosity, if they want to see a map 7, they have to steal away a map that Tribe had previously beat them on back during stage 4, and even on top of that, you look through the entirety of this series layout, there really aren't any convincing results for LG across from anything besides the Hacienda Hardpoint from here until the end of this best of 7.
Yeah, because the last time that they played the raid control, even in stage 4, it was a 3-0, that in favor of Tribe.
Yeah.
You would almost feel like that might be looming or through the air there on the main stage, that it might just honestly continue on with the same exact idea that if the SMGs continue to pop off, that in favor of Tribe, on a map like raid control, we might end up seeing a similar outcome.
Well, I'd imagine that we continue to see the battle of the snipers with Jess and Washi going back and forth from basketball in the pool and going shooting that way. Where's the SKS end up landing? Is it in the middle? Is it on the opposite side? Where is it going?
The great thing about the 2 maps you have coming up is that you could pick and choose that, actually. It's really up to whatever you think is most favorable, because largely what we're going to expect to see if LG were to go to this SKS is trust that Blur can single-handedly lock down one of the 3 lanes that's yet to come, whether that is on raid or if it's on Hacienda. In particular, when we've seen Hacienda Hardpoint from Tribe, they're really focused on getting up into those upper hallways. The SKS can ruin that instantly. Same thing on raid. Long window lines of sight to where you can completely dominate a lane.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that if you even go back and you really dissect that raid control versus Tribe from Inco, what did Inco do so well? I mean, I'm not saying you got to pull out 3 SKSs if you're LG by any stretch of the imagination, but getting one over by ring just to make sure that that entire zone itself remains in your control, the SKS on that head glitch alone is just gross.
All right, well, you can see our players are back on stage after their 2-map break. Tribe only 2 maps away from becoming the world champions. Luminosity, they had that map advantage, so they're 3 away. We will be crowning ourselves the best team in Call of Duty Mobile in just a little bit. To get into the action, let's send it back on over to Beef Mommy and Bobby.
All right, well, hopefully the break was very restful. Feels like it was much needed for Luminosity. They're looking to bounce back right here in a raid control where, like we mentioned, the SKSs have an opportunity to dominate. Blur has looked solid with it so far, maybe not on the same level as he was that first time they went up against Inco. Do you anticipate he's going to have a big impact against Tribe?
Well, one thing that Shift actually brought out, he took out the stats from stage 4, and that got me thinking. I looked at all of the map selections that both of these teams actually played. It's like a mirrored situation here in 2022, and this is absolutely crazy because, yes, this was actually in stage 4 just a few months ago, but they wanted to bring the same thing here. But before we actually check into what happened in the past, let's take a look at what actually happens here for our comparisons for our stats.
Yeah, you can see the respawn KD equalizing pretty quickly. It was leaning heavily toward Luminosity the first time around, but that one hardpoint map switched things pretty quickly. Obviously, the control going to play significantly differently, and we do see Luminosity on the defensive side to start right here, but interesting thing is when we were watching that Tribe versus Inco matchup, there were a lot of offensive rounds going through. This could potentially be to the advantage of Tribe.
Yeah, because they did beat out Luminosity here back in stage 4, 3-0, pretty convincing, but let's see how Luminosity can actually go and perform, respond to that, especially knowing very well that the meta has already changed. And now going in there very aggressively, Jez doesn't really win that gunfight. And now for the defense, LG's going to be starting that, so that's going to be good for them. But with Tribe, they showed a while ago that they can win this on the offense.
Washi's going to be able to sneak away to the top side. Ban finds another. Tribe just trying to find some map control, trying to find a couple ticks. They haven't been able to find a whole lot of kills as it continues to be all Luminosity in the feed right now. And Tribe has not had a response here on the offensive side. Banned. Don't think he heard the shots from Top Modern right here, but he's going to be able to sneak through. He finds some early shots on the Marshy, but get absolutely turned on. Big momentum changer for Marshy. Blur gets shut down as well. And now the feed starting to look very, very yellow.
4-man push coming in from Top Laundry, but it's not going to be good as Washi gets rid, almost going down as members from the blue side going down one by one. It's going to be absolutely amazing as the points almost going down for the lives. 18 to 17 is going to be on the clock, and also Bravo, 3 ticks of progress. Oh my goodness, the rotation in A. You already know how well Tribe actually plays here.
And Tribe already has players over on A. Jez soaking up the time right here. Smoke's cutting off those sight lines. He's going to be able to win a big gunfight right here. Tectonic with a big 1v1. He comes out on top as well. Only 1 tick needed for Tribe to close out here on the offensive side. Marshy, it's all Tribe in the feed. Luminosity started out strong, but lose all momentum mid-round, and they can't seem to find a kill. The take goes through, and Tribe takes round 1.
In true fashion, here in Raid, they get the offensive side really locked down. Honestly, with the defense of Luminosity, I feel like they did such a good job at getting a lot of the points down, a lot of the kills, but unfortunately for them, couldn't really sustain up in that Bravo point.
Get the aerial view right here. You can see Tribe setting up in the top side of Laundry. Marshy going to get pushed up as far as he can. Tectonic's going to find first blood. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and right now it's going to be Luminosity making the push on over to A. They've already got 2 players on the inside, and Solo has gotten creeped up all the way into the spawn of Tribe. He's going to get a free kill right there if he can reposition. Might be able to find more. That's not the spawn of Tribe. He was just trying to hit a flank.
And now speaking of the flank, player number 5, keep your eyes on him. Marshy yet again being so annoying here on their spawn, getting a lot of these kills. Now again, it's all yellow all across the board. Tectonic getting that triple kill. That's going to be really good for him. And now for Marshy, he's going to be a really big deal as some players are actually going to be on the hunt from him.
Yeah, I think you start off with like a minute and a half.
Operators ready to go right here, but they very well may not even need it. More than likely going to force some operator usage out of Luminosity as well. You got a couple that are ready to go.
And then
Luminosity
if you
doesn't seem
capture a
like they want to
point, you
use
get
it,
an
but
extra,
feels like they're kind of in a dire situation right now with the way things are spiraling out of their control. They find themselves down 12 lives, and to be honest, maybe it's best to save because I'm not sure the operators will even save you right here with how big this life gap is. Now minus 14. Tribe has been nearly untouched in this round of control. And Vay gonna do his best to clean up that kill. He does exactly that. And probably maximum 11 seconds, you get somebody hopping on the objective, but seeming to be only a matter of time before Tribe closes out this round 2.
Luminosity always being backed up in a corner, and that presence in their spawn is always going to be huge. Bolo gets one more, brings it down to 4 lives, 11 seconds left, gets one more. Getting ticks of progress in Bravo as well. But then with 1 life, that's definitely going to be impossible. Bolu seals the deal, and now 2-0 here, Bobby.
It's tough to spot the glimmer of hope for Luminosity right now. They've been getting steamrolled for the majority of this matchup. Spots of the S&D looks bright, but here in the control, they just haven't been able to win gunfights. And you gotta wonder once again, does Tribe just have this mental edge over Luminosity where they always believe that they're going to be able to take them down, and because of that, they just have the advantage. Tribe winning the majority of the gunfights off the start once again. They get 4 players stacked onto A, and that progression is taking through quickly. Finally, Envy going to get the better of them on a gunfight. Vay looking to spawn trap with the Purifier, but there's nobody spawning over here. Washi going to be able to push through. They take the Operator out of the equation. And now an opportunity for Luminosity to regain as they start to fill up the feed.
Okay, that's good. Slow things down. And a really big gunfight being won up against Vay that had a Purifier in hand. That is big. Denying that spawn trap. But Tectonic goes in there. A little bit of a running catch here as cat and mouse. Solo obviously going to be that cat getting big kills. So there you go. Signs of life coming in from this team. Right now, Luminosity obviously on the defense will have an easier time, but takes some progress already in B. Only 1 more remaining.
Right now, lives are even. Tribe have not yet fully captured an objective. Tectonic doing everything he can to ward off the flooding Luminosity players. And looking to maybe throw a look over toward A, but they don't realize Solo's tucked away in that corner once again. Playing the cheekiest of spots. He's going to try to hide inside that smoke. And able to stay alive for now. Solo's going to be able to find another onto Bolu. That's going to be a crucial kill to keep Tribe pushed back. And the clock continues to tick as they have yet to pick up any of those objectives. Solo doing the one-man show down below Modern right there.
He literally stopped 3 players from pushing into Alpha, and they just hunted down for him. That was just 1 player. Good because he got 1 kill, and also excellent because he was able to stop the push, delaying Alpha even more. With 14 seconds left on the clock, he played them pretty well. Not just that, 13 lives to 7, and now all the Tribe needs to do is go full rush into that Bravo, but obviously they're just so far away.
Well, we were looking for the glimmer of hope for Luminosity, and it is definitely here. Could potentially be the turning point for them as they finally take a round. We know that it's incredibly feasible to take a defense, or rather an offensive round as well. We saw Tribe and Inko go back and forth with it earlier on. But right now, you got to look at the operator usage. 3 ready for Tribe, 2 good to go for Luminosity. A couple streaks ready as well. And if they can get this early outer ring setup, they win a couple of gunfights right there. Hunter Killer gonna go out. Bolu being as annoying as he can in top Modern right there, or rather top Laundry. Nade gonna connect for the hit marker, and they don't really have any challenge over here on Statue. They've yet to find a kill.
Band is doing a great job at holding down the spawns. And now backup also comes through. That's going to be Envy. Tribe going to be backed up in the corner. Band gets another one. Earns him that Hunter Killer. Vegas is going to be in big trouble, but it's a good thing he's actually going in there, getting that trade. Solo over the Purifier is going to be really good in this spawn. Still looking for those players. It's a good thing he goes in there for the reposition.
Stay right there.
Solo doing his best to get max value on the Purifier, but not meant to be. Bolo drops him right there. Tribe starting to equalize the lives. That's 3, 4, maybe 5 in a row. Luminosity still with the life lead as Bolu tries to make his way toward top laundry.
They had a nice
Right now,
9-man
big beam and
lead,
cross map
and they
right
just
there. Able to connect
die.
for one, but does get shut down by the gravity vortex.
18,
Luminosity
17,
continues to
oh,
fill
nice.
up the feed. It seemed like the momentum might be swinging, but they've got it back in their control. Already a full objective capture over on B, and now only 3 takes needed here on A. With a life advantage, should be pretty doable. Tech has to find Ban the top side. He's not going to be able to do that. Bullets not connecting with the claw. Almost no value for him so far, and Washi doing everything he can to stay alive.
One tick of progress. 22 lives. No, make that 20 and 138 on the clock. Almost at the halfway point as Envy with the God Claw. Doing an amazing job of getting rid of all the Blazer, flushing him out. But Solo with big kills as well. Seals them another round here. It's not over yet. We're going into a round number 5. LG on the defense.
Well,
You
right
guys
now,
gotta play
Tribe
defense.
looked like
You
they were
guys gotta
hoping to
play
be able to
head
close this one out
glitches.
early. It hasn't happened yet.
Head
This
glitch
is their
city,
final
baby.
chance
Don't
of this
need to push
game. Let's
nothing.
hop into
They
a
gotta
listening
cap
with
and
Tribe
they gotta
Game.
come to you. All you do is head glitch. Let them come to you. It's a great spot to be
Left side
at.
ring, left side ring, left side ring. Nice. One shot.
Hey, one right side ring, right side ring, right side ring.
He's one shot, Mercy.
One in zig, in zig.
Go away.
You went bottom right now, bottom right.
One right, that's like him. Attack.
That's yes, bottom right.
Pillars.
Hey, bottom right. Go drive. Going back to right.
He's swinging you. Top red. He's in the top red corner.
I'm just there. Go away. There's should be. Go away.
Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
Yeah, the team's gotta rotate.
Yo, sniper nest. Yo, bottom maps.
One maps.
Nobody's paying attention to the flank. No one paying attention to the flank. Zig.
Hostile hunter inbound.
What's up, Red?
Nice.
There's a hunter. What's up, the hunter?
We can go B. No one on B. I don't see no one.
1 minute.
One pillar.
I'm flashed.
Well, you can see Luminosity getting the better of them right there as things get a little bit quiet. The reposition very much going their way. And Bolu, great point. Nobody watching the flank, especially if you're going to make these heavy team-wide pushes. You have got to be aware of those off angles. It is going to be Tribe getting the full objective capture over here on B. But the much larger task at hand, making their way over to A and not losing too many lives in the process. Could potentially look to set up the spawn trap. If they can do this from the top side, it would put Luminosity in a bad spot and let Tribe play the TDM.
Oh my
Ban
god.
gonna be backed up, Solo gonna drop. Big first blood, but immediately traded out.
Oh my gosh, Tribe making their way downtown. Walking fast, holding hands.
This is a spawn
4
trap.
players go through into the spawn of Luminosity. That is going to be really big, but Ban goes in for the response with the claw.
Good job,
Big
Ban.
kills coming in from them.
Definitely helped
Still
out right
going
there with
for
that claw.
life advantage as they deny the space, denies the push going into that alpha site.
Beautiful break out of the spawn trap right there. Tribe was pretty content to just win this one on a TDM, but Luminosity says, let's do it the old-fashioned way. The battle over A ensues right here. Blur with a big gunfight win. SKS in hand. He doesn't realize Marshy's still in the inside of the point. How does he get the kill right there? Bolu goes big as well. The lives have been equalized. Tribe can't seem to lose a gunfight right here, and only a little bit more time needed. Bolu's got a claw ready to go. Can he go big right here? The objective capture goes through. Tribe Gaming, 1 game away from a world championship.
What the
My
frick,
goodness.
bro?
What a fight, though, coming in from Luminosity.
Luminosity,
You
guys
must
are
commend
so
them for that.
close,
Stopping the push,
man.
coming in from top side into their spawn. But the timing of the operators from Tribe when they were
literally
capturing
so
Alpha, that claw, Bobby, that was so good.
And a lot of that came down to 1v1 gunfights that Tribe was just more confident on. So many of those head-to-head gunfights were Bolu absolutely beaming. Marshy hip-firing through the smoke right there, no question. Bolu probably with the round and game-saving play there at the end to pull out the claw and zone off that basketball court area. Vade goes big, Marshy goes big, the whole squad pulling out everything that they can.
And it's hard point again.
Once again, we call them Marshy things for a reason, and definitely, I mean, if
I
you're
wish Blur used the
Luminosity,
SKS.
You needed that game.
Yeah, you definitely
That's
did.
huge.
And it looks like
Imagine winning 3 straight
history
games.
definitely repeated itself here, where Tribe took it yet again. And obviously for this squad, they're so good at raid. They have 100% win rate here in stage 4, and now it looks like they're also getting 100% win rate here in stage 5. My goodness, that is just absolutely crazy. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the man himself, that is going to be Vague, our top dog for today.
It's the Beef Mommy OMG moment. You gotta take it.
Oh my gosh.
The spawn trap setup for Tribe definitely gave them a little bit of momentum right here. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised Luminosity was even able to break it, but a beautiful purifier usage. But Tribe with this setup, able to take the top long range control,
saved it, bro.
allows them to flood in from the high ground and really
Tribe
allows
might
them
be
to
in
distract while their
championships
objective
once
players
again,
make that push on over to A. You can see
Be the
that
first
one
time they'll ever
player
win
slowly
with
but
2
surely
rookies on their team.
creeping through
Vague's
on the
a
top
rookie,
side.
and so is Jez.
A whole lot of engagements there up above top laundry Tribe Gaming. What a turnaround. In that round alone, it looked like Luminosity was going to be able to pull off the control reverse sweep. Tribe Gaming says not today.
Yeah, and what a feat though for Luminosity to do something like that. Honestly, it's just Luminosity that can actually pull numbers like that. Another team that was able to do that though is Wolves, but obviously they're going to be out of the competition. And now we're moving on into Hardpoint Hacienda, where Wolves took Tribe down 243 and 250.
Yeah.
Pretty close. It looks like Luminosity, they need to keep it even closer.
And if you're Luminosity, if there is one map in this entire map pool that you feel confident about, it's got to be the Hacienda Hardpoint. You know that Tribe couldn't take down Wolves. You know that you took down Wolves on this same map mode combo. Like, this is best case scenario, and obviously it's do or die right now as well. So the difference of $420,000 on the line, but more importantly, the glory of being crowned the kings of Call of Duty Mobile right here. You can see once again, such a solid start for Tribe. I thought this was going to be a quick 3-0. The fact that Luminosity bounced back at all was impressive in and of itself. The bounce back just wasn't able to last quite long enough.
Luminosity, they had quite the comeback. They were actually going head-to-head with Tribe. It was pretty impressive. I mean, at a certain point, probably we're not looking at that first round. That was the most askew round that we actually had. It really was that the last 2 rounds that they had, they kept the numbers close. They kept the lives really close. And now at the end, they just couldn't close it out because the last-minute claw and for that defense in Alpha was definitely the biggest thing that could happen in this game.
I think coming into this competition, obviously Tribe was widely considered to be the favorite. They took their loss to Wolves and were like, well, is Tribe overrated? Is there an issue? What is it? But proving here in the grand finals, they are far from overrated. Right now, an opportunity to close this out. Were it not for that winner's bracket advantage, would be a sweep if they can get the win here in the Hacienda. It's a very tall task. We know North America in general hasn't felt super comfortable on this, but Luminosity have definitely looked a lot more solid. Right now, they've got to bounce back in a big way, and obviously got to look primarily at those ARs hold down the long lanes. Blur, Washi, Envy gonna have a big task here.
Hey, it's a Beef Mommy OMG moment where I thought Tribe was actually gonna shred it, but Band, bringing out his own claw, just disseminates everyone that is actually walking his way. What a guy. So good. Always that MVP that you can rely on, but taking a look at this one, Bolu, you can see that his claw slowly gaining up. Now that is probably one of the best moments. Really good timing also on his end. Brings out the claw, eliminates that one player up in there. Possibly gonna getting another, and that's how they shut him down. Even though that LG actually had a life advantage. Tribe, it doesn't really matter when it comes to them. They just played so well.
You can see the 19 and 18 for Bolu, but one thing that'll get slept on a lot is those 14 assists. And that shows the importance of the teamwork for this Tribe roster. Most of the gunfights they take are not individual gunfights. Yes, here and there you'll take one, but so important to their success are those doubled shells where you can see the entire team floating through a doorway, and especially if you're just trying to take one player off guard, that's going to get you not even a 1-for-1. You're just going to take the kill off the trade and not even give them an opportunity to bounce back. So right now, we're getting ready to hop into the Hacienda hardpoint. It is do or die for Luminosity. One thing to keep in mind, they got reverse swept in stage 3. Can they now pull off the reverse sweep here up against Tribe?
My goodness, I'm so excited for this, man. This is the best situation for Luminosity, having beautiful 2 wins up against Skate and Wolves here in a pretty convincing fashion. And for Tribe, they lost this one. That's going to be really big for them. And that confidence needs to be picked up by Luminosity right now as we start things off. So far, 7 points for Tribe as they're both clearing out all the power positions here in 2F.
A lot of kills going through for Tribe. Haven't been able to lock in a ton of that hard point control, though. His band floods through the bottom side. He wins a crucial gunfight there, and just like that, Luminosity should be soaking up the time. Obviously, they're going to be looking to flip these spawns as well. Rotation to P2 going to be crucial, and band right there.
You're good.
Gonna slide on through, not going to hear the Bolu footsteps behind him, and just like that,
Tribe have the last like 10 seconds.
Back into the hard point, getting and soaking up those points, but with 11 seconds left on the clock, rotation needs to pull through. They're early. 2 players already in there through driveway. Only greeted by 1 player from Luminosity, and Solo needs to be quiet. Jez spots him out. That's going to be really big kills for them to go in for the hold. And it's not just that. They're trying to go in there for that tile solo hold as well.
Well, right now, pretty even heading on into P2. Obviously, the early rotations going the way of Tribe, but there's 3 players flooding through. Only 1 player left to deal with, and just like that, Luminosity's got the control just like they want. Players coming up from driveway. Solo holding down the short angle right now. A little bit of a split spawn, but looks like it's only going to be 1 player on the backside. No, all of a sudden, every Tribe player spawning back toward P1. And that puts the Luminosity players in a rough spot. Band doing everything he can. He takes down 3. He's got a Hunter Killer ready to go and single-handedly holds the line. Hunter Killer's gonna go out right there. Reinforcements on the way in. Just able to avoid those shots, and somehow he is still alive. Finally taken down. But Envy's there for the trade, and the bulk of the hard point time going to Luminosity.
You're lucky Band saved you.
To you, Bad. My goodness, he held that so well.
He held that all by himself.
He was surrounded by Tribe players from everywhere, literally left and right, from rock, from driveway. Jez actually went in from rock, trying to go in there for the pinch, and 2 players from Tribe actually spawned right behind them. I thought, okay, this is it. They're going in there for the break, but Band just did so well at stopping it. And right now we're going in for the next hard point where Tribe's already going to be there very early on.
Meg is going to be able to get the afterburn on the Purifier kill. Right now it is Luminosity in control of the hard point. The early rotations paying off. They've got control of the spawns as well. The Hunter Killer goes through for Tectonic. And it's actually going to be a stun kill for Tectonic onto Blur as well. But Luminosity maintains control right here. They're maintaining the high ground as well. And right now, no real avenue for Tribe to break their way on in outside of outgun everybody. And that's what Bolu's going to do. Luminosity still in control with those spawns going their way. Marshy doing everything he can to find some scrap time. But right now, priority number 1 is that foot race on over to P4. And who else but Luminosity already there.
Tribe, though, they're running. Bolu, knowing very well that there's going to be 1 player right there. Spots him, but then Solo with a head, he definitely wins those gunfights. And the rest of this team, Luminosity, goes in there for that rotation as well. And now for Tribe, they're going to have to catch up, and it's going to be a long time. But with Jez having that claw down can definitely help his team. But Envy, yet again, getting those big kills, not only having in their early rotation, but also winning the gunfights inside.
Marshy is struggling right now. Only 3 kills on the board. We have not seen a game like this out of him so far this tournament. And right now, Luminosity continues to stack time. Jez doing everything he can to play those heavies, but Luminosity's hold is just too strong. The closer spawns as well, gonna pay off big time. Tectonic finally able to find 2, but once again, Tribe pushing for scraps. They're gonna fully invest right here. Luminosity said, you know what, we'll just take a couple of kills. Solo's got full streaks to work with right now. And Tribe not even going to be able to pick up the scrap time on this one either. They've got no top side control over here for P1, and they are just absolutely scrambling to find some hard point time.
Rock is supposed to be a point that is actually heavily contested as well. It's so open, and for Luminosity, they just soaked up a lot of the points. Bobby, this is looking so good for a comeback. And now, not just that, that solo hold is going to be really good into P1 as well. One person's going to be there. That's going to be Band and Blurred. They are going to have a really solid hold in P1. And only one person's actually going to be here in the 2F control. That is going to be that one person, Envy, trying to stop the push coming in here in 2F.
And this has got to be frustrating if you're Tectonic. You are on 28, nearly 30 kills right now, and nobody on your team has even half of what you have. He's trying to be the do-it-all man, but that AR dominance is not something that's easy to master. Luminosity is going to get the hard point cleared, and once again, they do have spawns for P2 right now. It does look like Tribe going to be rotating early on this one, and maybe for the first time, an opportunity to lock in a big chunk of time, which they haven't been able to find so far. Big gunfight win for Solo on the water side. He's gonna hop back up. There's a Tribe player trying to take him down right here. Band comes through. Another crucial gunfight win, and just like that, the early rotation is all for naught. Luminosity already on the inside of P2.
Luminosity so good when it comes to that break, and they had a very solid hold a while ago before we restarted this round. And now for Tribe, you had a really good play a while ago. You had that good intention into rotating very early in Vague, getting those very essential kills, flushing down this hard point, and they do soak up a lot of the points as well. But slowly but surely, the pinch might actually come through, coming in for Luminosity.
This guy's got a lot of momentum.
Huge break for Tribe to be able to make their way back into this one. Finally starting to lock in right here. Tectonic on 32 and 15. He and Jez, the only players positive right now. Bolu trying to soak up as much hard point time as he can with Marshy, but Luminosity have not made it easy. They say, never mind, we're going to go ahead, opt to rotate early on this one and see if they can get a close to full 60 of their own. That nade, not quite able to connect. Trophy system is there. And now Tectonic on this wide angle, a big task to mow down the Luminosity players in his path.
Man, Tech was a really good shot. He actually went in there early into the rotation, but couldn't really sustain because two players actually spawned right behind him from Luminosity. Just unfortunate timing right there. And actually both teams went in there for the early rotate, and it kind of like the same situation also happened to Luminosity where Tech spawned right behind them. But as Call of Duty has it, two players from Luminosity also spawned right behind them as well. That also gave Luminosity such a solid hold here, and the trip looking like it's actually spawning into their favor.
Bolu's going to be able to earn a Pred missile. Big value for Tribe as they slowly creep back into this one. Only down by about 50 right now. It's Luminosity still getting the bigger chunk of the hard point time. Over here on P3. Once again, Tribe not all that concerned with the early rotation. We finally see some players making the push. It's Solo with the outer water push, and he's going to be able to spot Bolu, but oh my gosh. What a beam out of Bolu right there. Big early gunfight. Blur gets a little bit of information. He's going to opt to back up right here. And now waiting for somebody to hop to that outer angle. Bolu says, hey, let me push through a pre-fire of a Craig. Maybe not the best idea. He does get taken down. Tribe on the inside of the hard point, but a nice little flank out of Envy. That's a two-piece, making a three-piece, and just like that, he's on full streaks.
Oh, there you go. Information given as well. Doesn't really quite get anything with that, but the information is still key. Three players rushing through from Tribe, going in from the backside, but then Solo's going to be stopping them right now. That's going to be really big usage when it comes to this operator. He's going in there for the chase. Marty's going to be in a little bit of a trouble, but there you go. He actually gets that kill.
Well, right now, that's about as good of a hill as you can ask for if you're Luminosity, and they find themselves now in an 80-point lead. It was do or die. They will opt to do for a little bit longer right here, assuming they can close this one out. Tribe starting to build momentum. Once again, Luminosity just got to play fundamentally sound, and You can't let Tribe take that mental edge. A couple big
Just
early
get like
gunfights
15,
for Luminosity to once
15
again
points.
lock in some of this P1 time. Still
points
winning
in
the
this
bigger
thing.
chunk of the gunfights. They've got a 70-point lead. Bandwood's another big one right there. Bolu gonna do his best to contest, but there's a lot of high ground control for Luminosity right now. Players back up for a second. Hipfire gonna connect for Bolu. A little bit of a miracle shot. He's
How
able
is
to
this
find
man
two.
shooting it in the freaking
It's not over for
smoke?
Tribe yet.
Not over Tribe. Bolu could be getting some shots. Information finally given to him, and now for Solo. Goes
so
in
one
there for
person
the
in there.
hold. Vague
There you go.
goes down. Almost gets that kill off of
person in
Solo.
there.
That would have been really big, but obviously it just smokes all over the place.
person in
Such
there.
good util usage coming in from Luminosity. Something that we really didn't get to see a while ago. It finally pops out now. 18 seconds left on
There
the
you
hard
go.
point.
Rotate.
Marshy trying to get there,
Rotate.
soaking up all the
Rotate.
points,
Rotate.
scrap points, but the
Rotate.
rotation needs to
Setting
come
up.
through. And a
Yep.
while ago, we actually saw Tribe doing such a good job in this hill.
Rotate.
Early rotation once again. Tribe is there. But it is the
Tribe got
same
there before
case
you
last
did,
time
so.
around and weren't able to soak up much of the time. Once again, gotta be frustrating for Tectonic. He's on 49 right now. He's got a claw ready to
Tectonic
go.
about to drop
Actually,
a 50 bomb.
5 operators ready to go, and Tribe is fully ready
Yeah,
to
for
just
this one.
steamroll their way to 80 points straight to see if they can
Wow,
get
you
to
gotta take it out real
250.
quick.
But a big chunk of kills once again come through for Luminosity. They're doing best to break this one. Only 14 seconds needed. Tribe pre-firing away. Claw gonna go through for Tech. He's now up to 50. And they still got operators to spare as they continue to move
Still
upward.
got one too.
This is where
Envy got
this is
one.
where the
Washi got
points go
one.
down.
This is where it's gonna
Tribe,
come
though,
down.
still soaking up majority of the points. The comeback a possibility.
Just keep contesting
Doing an
it.
amazing job when it comes to the timing, but Blur,
Wow, nice
really big
Blur.
grab Vortex kills. Tectonic is gonna be spotted. Goes and repositions himself.
Yeah,
That's gonna
this
be
is
really
it.
big points. 5 more seconds for Luminosity. Tectonic with a
Nice.
pistol.
Tech
Gets
is in
one
there.
more. Stops the push. 10 seconds left. And only one person is gonna be right there. It's gonna
Okay,
be
next,
Jez.
next,
And now
next.
the rotation
This is
pulls through as
intense.
they can't finish the game in this hard point.
Oh, LG's rotating, but they gotta
Oh
go
my
through
gosh,
the straightest
Tectonic
shooter
is
in the
right
land. Tectonic sitting on 57 right now. Tribe continues to pick up the kills. They've got players rotated out early. Vague doing his best to defend, but Luminosity pushing through. They can't seem to find him. They can't connect on the gunfights. They're there to contest for right now. A big gunfight kill for
Wow,
Washi.
they lost
finally get
all
control.
those.
Tech's doing all that he can, but it doesn't matter.
Damn.
Luminosity, despite the 59 from
Wow.
Tectonic, come out with the win.
Oh my
GG's.
gosh, I was so
Yo,
scared
freaking
right there.
Tectonic, bro. Almost dropped
Luminosity, an
60 bomb,
amazing
bro.
hard point matchup, and it just proves how well they are. We already hyped it before this match, and they're
Jeez.
so good at that
That was
Hacienda map
intense.
here in hard point. They did beat Wolves, and now they beat Tribe. A possibility for a reverse right
That's a
up the alley.
huge W4.
Oh my gosh, Tectonic. I
Yeah,
mean,
Tectonic got 59.
that man,
Look at
that man
score
won
line.
at 59
That guy was
and
laser.
28. But it just wasn't quite enough, and you can see that's the interesting thing about the way this Luminosity team plays hardpoint. They don't have a dedicated OBJ player. Yeah, Washi's typically there, but every single player is within what,
Yeah, they got a minute.
16 seconds of each other, and how much time they got in the hardpoint. Every single player doing the dirty
Yeah.
work right there. Big credit
Good
to
job.
Envy going +10 in the midst of that, but across the board, crazy consistency.
Oh my gosh, dude. He has just one away. Washi's one away from that 30. He's the only one in his team that isn't 30 kills, but everyone all in the 1 minute range up. On the other side though, Tectonic had 59 kills, but with the 29 that he has, it's probably really hard because he's doing so much to try and anchor his team. I feel like for me, the biggest gunfights that he actually won was here in P2. And that was, honestly, that was good. I thought the comeback was really going to ensue, but it really was the spawns that did not favor Tribe when we ended things in P3, where Luminosity did an amazing job at going for that rotation, but stopped by Tribe. They read it so well. Basically put a gate out. You're not allowed to go in here. They're the security guards. Yeah, you're not allowed here. But the spawn's not in their favor.
Based on how close that ended up being, you gotta think that big solo hold out of band on P2 could have potentially been the difference in the game for Luminosity. That keeps them in this, and obviously, like, overall, the matches felt like it's been very one-sided, but coming into this, Luminosity gets an extra map. There's only one map separating these two, and we could potentially have ourselves a Game 7.
I'm definitely impressed. I mean, that is the showdown that we like to see.
Yes,
This is the
now
Grand
you're gonna
Championship.
play the map that you're
We've been
strong
waiting
at.
for 3 years with this one, so a Game
S&D,
7
so
not
please
completely off the
do not
table as we
screw
see
it up.
one more lifeline coming in from Luminosity. Really impressive stuff here. But as we see the points go down, and definitely a really strong Hacienda hardpoint, we're going to be slowing things down just a tiny bit, and we're going back into the standoff map where Tribe Gaming did such an amazing job here a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's the win is good news. Standoff Search and Destroy is not if you're a Luminosity fan. That being said, we haven't seen how these two face up against each other. The Slum Search and Destroy was far from a blowout. Incredibly winnable and plays much differently from Standoff Search and Destroy as well. So going into this one, obviously you got to give the edge to Tribe, but once again, backs up against the wall. That tends to change the energy for a team, and Luminosity a chance right here to once again extend the series.
For Luminosity, this is the time to redeem themselves from their game a while ago up against Inco, because they had such a great lead, but unfortunately dropped it at the very end. And now for Tribe, it's just gonna show how consistent you are with the maps that you've been playing so far, because the maps that they chose, pretty good, pretty solid choices here. And for Luminosity, that choice of Hacienda hardpoint is definitely gonna be really smart on their end.
Oh, apparently in stage 4, Tribe won standoff on S&D versus Luminosity in the grand finals 7-3. So you got to think at every turn, the mental edge has to go to Tribe in this one. Once again, the one thing for Luminosity, their backs are up against the wall. They've shown they're resilient. They've shown that they're not going to get down just because Tribe has played so very well today. And really, everything goes out the window at this point. There's $700,000 on the line for first place.
I can't. It's like the map selection here is just kind of like a repeat of what happened, and it's just adding some more fuel to the fire. It's just showing up.
Is it an exact repeat, or is it slightly different?
Honestly, I'm trying to look at it. It's just slightly different. Like the order of it is slightly different, but the map choices of Hacienda and Takeoff being chosen for hardpoint, same.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Control, Raid will always be chosen for Tribe. So again, it's really impressive to see the copy paste here.
I mean, especially for that to be the map pick for Tribe, Luminosity able to keep things close. A good sign once again. I mean, that man gave it his all, no question about it. 59 and 28. I think that is the second highest kill count we've seen all tournament, and second only to the one and only Lucasen of Inco Gaming. But that trophy, all the glory, that's what's on the line right now, along with a whole lot of cash. Luminosity need one more game in order to push this to a game 7. We'll see what they can do here on the standoff S&D.
You played it a while ago. You played it well. Time to close it out. It's more of the fact that they were using their utility pretty well early on, but it's just they kind of struggled at the very end. They were being read by a book when it comes to their gameplay with Inco.
Right.
So with Tribe, though, it seems like they're the opposite kind of team, where they do so well at the very end, where in the beginning, maybe they're just trying to feel it out, try to see what kind of competition that they're dealing with, calculating everything that's going to be happening in their head mid-game, and then just crushing it out. So I feel like this is going to be a really close matchup.
Well, we got a lot to break down. We're going to send things back to our desk to get their thoughts on the matchup. Degon, who you got?
Thank you very much, guys. We finally have a Luminosity sighting, y'all. They did it. They're here.
Welcome to the stage.
And finally made it to grand finals. I mean, hey, that one was only up there because they were able to make it through the winner's bracket, but it's nice for them to be able to show some signs of life. That Hacienda was quite convincing, if you ask me.
I think the biggest thing about this LG squad is I feel like they're still missing a mark here. We've gotten some improvements from some players, but there is a little part of me that wish that the LATAM SKS strat made its way into the core of LG's gameplay. But I'm not getting that, so I'm going to look silly for a while and let you guys be.
Well, I like the fact that last one was a close game, right? Sure. Tribe made him work for it. Tectonic just took over the server.
My God.
And was just tearing into him. yet we saw how the team play worked together, how everyone almost hit at least 30 kills for Luminosity, and it was a team effort and a team win there.
And they're going to need to keep that up, by the way, because it's a standoff, search and destroy, as we've already framed up. It was a 7-3 as shown in the graphic in the winners or the grand finals, but it was also a 7-4 in the winners finals for Tribe against that undreamed now LG squad. So they need to be really boot camping something out here in this little break, because we know that this Tribe team is super dynamic. They love to change their looks on the fly, and LG is going to have to really come to the table with something new.
And not to mention, I mean, throughout the entirety of the Hacienda hardpoint, I mean, it's uncharacteristic as it really did feel like through the first set and maybe half of the second as well. Marshy was a non-benefactor. It didn't even feel like that they spawned in towards the map. But I mean, Tribe winning the standoff versus Search and Destroy twice on over versus Luminosity, definitely something that you want to see as a Tribe fan. Not to mention through the entirety of this specific tournament, they've been tearing it up on that specific map mode combination, continuously sniper play, Marshy's flanks, every single thing about their gameplay on standoff Search has been sublime.
The whole thing about this series layout is Tribe did what was required. They stole away one of LG's maps that we kind of attributed to being favored towards them. Yeah. Now it's on LG. They have to do the exact same thing, and wouldn't you figure it's like the most stapled map mode combo for Tribe.
Well, if they're going to do that, we need to find Blur. Like, I think back on Control after 3 rounds of Control was sitting on, was it 9 kills?
Yeah.
9 kills only.
I think lower than that. It was like 7, like 7.
7.
Yeah, he's not having a tournament to remember, or a finals to remember yet, but that still can be rectified with one at a time. 2 more maps to go, hopefully, for Luminosity. But man, that guy on your screen right there, he's in championship form. He was fragging out, and Tectonic is, you know, one of the major reasons that this squad is together. Was chatting with Big earlier, he was saying, I'm really only in this because of my guy Tectonic. And the fact that he leads every day is something that I love, and why I'm here and why this squad is together.
And even though we may not look directly at Tech in this upcoming Search and Destroy, let's just play devil's advocate. Say that LG find a way to steal away the map. He could be the major X factor towards winning a championship on the Summit Control when we get there for a Game 7.
All right, y'all. Look at your hands. What's on them? It's a series. Let's send it on over to our casters, Beef Mommy and Bobby.
Do you see the series?
I don't know, man. I think I dropped it somewhere.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll find it later. Oh, look. It's popping up on our screens right now.
There
So
you go.
we'll hop into it pretty soon. But yeah, you guys talked about the importance of Tectonic in this lineup. I would say, like I mentioned, I don't think I've met anybody at this event that wants it more than him.
Yeah.
He wasn't on the Tribe roster last year after leaving following that championship that they won for NA back in 2020. And this is his opportunity to finally win a world championship for himself. We'll see if they can do it right here. Wow. The opening snipe going to go to Solo. Not quite what I expected here.
Yeah, it seems like the snipers this year of Luminosity is just stepping it up just honestly times 10. Washi and Solo doing an amazing job at giving that information, getting that space, but Envy getting that as well. Body shots coming in from Ben. Hey, buddy, that's dangerous stuff that you're doing.
All right. Little fire under their bellies, eh? Blur's gonna get way pushed up. Tech peeks on over. Instantly obliterated, but same happens to him. Washi's got that sniper in hand, and I mean, we saw a pretty solid start to the S&D last time for this Luminosity squad. Seen the same thing right here. The question is, can they maintain that?
Well, you can't really tell what's going to happen now, because kind of like what you mentioned already, I'm just going to mirror. They're doing so well, but it's just they kind of falter when it comes to the defense now. And so I'm really excited to see what is actually going to happen and how they're going to offer it. 3-1-1 split coming in from LG, getting that information as Blur gets that really big info that there's going to be that one presence off of this back alley. Marshy gets spotted, goes down. The nade's not cooked enough.
I thought surely that was going to connect, but Marshy must have snuck away just in time. Maybe a little bit of cover to help out. The bomb does go down, and right now, Band content to just peek past the barrels right here and get as much info as he can. He spots one, but obliterated pick by Tectonic. There's still snipers left to defend, but he's not going to be able to connect either. And they're getting picked apart one by one. Washi forced back into mid-street. Marshy can't quite find the roaming LG players. Vig's going to be able to find another, but the clock continues to dwindle. They're going to go ahead and stick the defuse. Can they get to it in time? No, they cannot. And Bolu, ice in his veins right there to tie up the game.
Ban going down early on into that round. That is going to be the momentum that Tribe took to just flood inside. And now Washi couldn't do anything, especially with that sniper. He tried to get that one pick, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't go away in time, and they just went down very fast. And now 3-2 is going to be our split for today. 3 going into Grannies, 1 backed up into Gas. Trying to get that pick off. And Washi, that is going to be really big for them. And also information knowing very well that everyone else from Tribe is actually going to be pushed back into spawn.
I mean, that was the Washi that we saw off the start of the last game and then slowed things down, wasn't able to find those angles, wasn't able to get the timing for the picks. The fact that they've got a player down already right here, a good sign for them. Band's going to pre-fire the angle. Blur, a big 1v1 gunfight on the inside of gas station that he's not able to win. And now Tribe looking to collapse, but Marshy gets shut down. Players in the top side of blue. Tech going to drop down right there. Solid teamwork by Envy to get the frag. And it's going to be a 1v1 right here. Envy comes out on top in that one. Crucial plays and Luminosity once again.
Oh man, that was a kind of a scrappy end for Luminosity. Yes, they were being traded out pretty fairly, and that's what you expect actually from Tribe, knowing very well that they can perform. And now we're finally going into our 4th round. Luminosity up by 1 though. Still not a lot of points to play with in the smokes. Gonna be blocking out the sidelines. That's gonna be really big for Tribe, not having to worry about the snipes of Washi.
A lot of utility going out for both sides. Tribe knows that LG likes this aggressive push. They're going to do some stun checks right there, but not enough to get a kill. Marshy checking gas station once again. The battle between him and Blur going to be a crucial one all game long. And right now the bomb actually making its way through Grandma's trophy system, going to get taken down by Jez. Marshy continues to hop to try to find information, gets a little bit right there, but there's 2 Luminosity players to deal with. He doesn't want any part of that gunfight. Cooking the nade, seeing if he can get to connect, but there's nobody there. Envy finds the opener. The bomb is down over on the B site.
There it is. Washi
and now the gunfights ensue as Tectonic, a nasty angle onto Washi to equalize right here. Not an equalizer. Just check the scoreboard. There's not many Tribe players left. It's all down to Tectonic. Got 5 kills to his name, but he's got 3 players left to deal with, and no real way for him to get the information that he needs to clutch this one up. Wow.
This round was won because Ban saw 3 players in Alpha. He did not engage. Even though he had that 0 kills, what he saw there was so important for them to go into Bravo instead. They waited. That is so impressive for me to know that they can slow things down, reposition themselves. 3-1 is going to be that scoreline for today.
And I'm not sure we've seen a team look this solid offensively up against Tribe. We've seen some good defensive teams, but man, oh man, they have had their number, but Veg has, oh my gosh. As soon as I say it, Tribe's like, oh, what did you say? All right, we'll just kill everybody in the lobby.
Well, bomb's gonna go down. The Washi, there's only so much you can do, especially up against Tribe. And that fast break, that's going to be really good. You kind of expect it to be that way because they were so passive in that last round, and so the only natural thing to do is to be really aggressive. And now for Bolu, seals it down. Again, closing the gap even more as well. 2 and 3. That was a really good push coming in from Tribe.
From the facial expression we saw in Washi, he definitely thought that should have been a kill shot, but hit marker, not going to be enough to get the job done. Making his way over to top market right here. See if he can find an early first blood. And Marshy getting aggressive right here, throwing shoulders. Nobody going to push through yet. Envy says, I'll get the kill and the body shots. Bolu wants to push through. And wall shots out of Envy. He's actually going to be able to get information right there. And Solo's going to be able to sneak through with the shorty. That was some solid teamwork out of Tribe, and played that absolutely to a T. Or out of Luminosity, I can't talk. Tribe only with 2 players left.
Gosh, You get to see how dominant the shorty actually is in this competition. I'm pretty surprised how these players utilize that. We saw it in the Eastern teams, and looking like we're sawing, honestly, it just sawed off. Even though it's short, the range is actually pretty crazy when it comes to this Luminosity team in the hands of a really good player. Jez tries to spot the information here, looking like he's actually having a very hard time, and he usually is the playmaker here in this particular map, but he's still at 0.
Yeah, very shocking number, especially given that traditionally this has been his map. Now that being said, it's usually a lot of offensive picks that we've seen out of him. No real time for this team to work with. So even with Jez finding the pick right there, Ban's gonna play distraction for right now. Jez doing everything he can, but there's no time, and Washi's watching from boxes. Jez, he wanted the 360 no scope. Washi will clean things up right there, and Luminosity extends the lead.
Washi washing off his hands and doing a good job at playing that time. That is really essential and something that we haven't seen in this Luminosity squad in their previous S&D, where they were just kind of nervous at the very end, and now looking like they're primed in position. But 2 and 4, we saw it already before. The lead already widening just a tiny bit, but obviously with Tribe, that doesn't matter for them. Even though they're down so much, they can definitely go and recover. A little bit more of a passive approach from both of these teams.
Oh, well, they're going to bait out a lot of utility, but they think they've stunned Envy on the inside of the site. He's able to get away, so they're able to make their way all the way through, and I mean, bare minimum, you'd think that should get the bomb down for them. Bolu going for the play right here, and you can see the wrap coming through quickly. 3 players on the flank right now for Luminosity. Question is, when do they want to make the push? And Tech might have the read for this. If he can get the timing, Ban's going to get spotted out. That first blood, absolutely crucial to slow down the push of Luminosity. And now the blood pressure starts to rise just a bit.
And now you're going to be down to Luminosity, but it's going to be evened up. Bolu spots one, but it gets 3 on still. Jez though with the trade, still big. Blur in a 1v2 situation, spots one, gets in. Marshy saves around for them at 3 and 4. And there you go, like what I said at the beginning of this round, Tribe knows how to catch up when it comes to the rounds, man.
I think that was Solo. That was one of the most disgusting turns that we have seen all tournament long. He's 1 HP, stuck in the corner, able to get the kill, but not able to get the round. And right now, Luminosity, a little bit of a different approach. They send a couple players up by A. Now all going to back up, and once again, looking to hit the flank right here. You've got Ban pushed way up right now, and this could cause a lot of issues for Tribe if they're not able to clear him out. That's going to allow the players over on A to get pushed up as well.
He is such a cheeky boy. Taking a look at how surrounded he is. That's 3 players coming in from Tribe. Not giving any information, but he does finally move. Now they're finally going through some movement, but then backup finally comes along in the name of Blur. SKS in hand though. There you go. Speaking of, still gets it off the wall bang. Oh my gosh, I wish we saw that from his perspective.
Oh, I hope we can get a playback for that after the round, but Blur.
Wow.
It just, the IQ could not have been any better right there. They do lose Ban in the process, but what that does is forces Tribe back, makes them waste a lot of time, and now you got 3 offensive players holding hands with no real information on where anybody for Luminosity is. You get 1 player pushed into Grandma's, 1 on the B site, and now Tribe's only option is to really force an A plant right here. Envy should have seen Big right there, but he doesn't, and there's no trades to be found, so just like that, we're down to a 3v3.
Oh, no trouble ensuing for Solo, though, as 1 player is going to be right behind him. But it's a good thing that the crossfire ensues. Blur going in for the backup. Possibility for another kill right there. Vague goes down. Oh, my gosh. It's just going to be Jez with the snipe. Spots 1. Oh, my gosh. Almost gets another. Solo. Good with the switchblade. Oh, we're going in for another replay of what actually just happened there. Oh, this is what. Oh, that is a nasty wall bang. Blur.
Oh, he almost got 2. He almost got taken as well. Read that positioning like a book. And with that ending, with so few players, once again, a big play that potentially could have been a deciding factor in the round. Now Luminosity on Tribe's go-to search and destroy map, up 2 rounds. They got to be feeling good right now, but the biggest issue for them has been closing out games. They weren't able to do it in the controller, the search and destroy. An opportunity right now.
Bomb has been planted.
They've got
it's a
to
fast
continue, and they're going to give up the A plant for free, immediately retreat. And Luminosity has to scramble right here. A big gunfight for Vague, but he doesn't get the audio cue, and a huge first blood for Solo.
That is a huge gunfight. He went in there so aggressively. Gets one more, turns around, possibility for another, but no, gets shut down by Bolu. Really good responses from both of these teams so far, but Marshy with that double is doing a good job. Blur brings it down to a 1v1 situation. Bolu, it's planted for him. 10 seconds left on the clock. No, it's not. He needs to go in for now. He needs to stop this push. Blur goes in for the attack, and then he doesn't have any more time to go in there for the defuse. But well played for Blur.
Man. Honestly, with the positioning he had right there, I almost want to say he should have stuck it. I think Bolu would have hit the shots, but he was zigzagging a little bit right there. It looked feasible. I'm not sure how much time was remaining on the defuse right there. But a big round for Tribe to keep things close right here. And Solo going full aggro on the mid push. It pays off big time. He gets one kill immediately away with his life in the turn on to Jez. Huge kill for him there as well. He's doing it all for his squad. And Tribe in shambles off the start of the round.
Band yet again in his favorite spot. Tectonic should have heard that for sure. He didn't hear the slide, and now Band gets a free kill. A 1v4 situation, but it's a good thing that Bolu gets that bomb. Isolated, Washi's gonna try to go and hit that snipe. Tries to go in there to close it out. Bolu gets that one kill, good. But then the 3 players remaining are gonna bunch up together, sealing the deal here for one more round win for them to bring this into a game number 7.
Solo has been steamrolling this Tribe team. 14 kills on the board, but big contributions out of every single one of these players. Clutch plays left and right. And surprisingly enough, the only player not really picking things up is Ban, but he's had multiple plays, multiple flanks that he's hit that have had a huge impact to throw Tribe off their normal rhythm on the offensive pushes. And all the different looks that we've seen out of Luminosity have caught Tribe off guard. I didn't think you could wallbang that anymore, but maybe you can. Washi looking to connect on the push into the A bomb site. They've been fine to give away this free A plant every time. And quite a few times the retake has worked. You got one player on the flank once again. That's going to be Ban per usual. Vague taking shots. He's going to be forced to regen. Ban gets the information. He's looking to get traded, but I don't know from where. 4v4 right here as Tribe looks to defend.
3 players were all looking at the same direction, and that just gave Luminosity entrance, a free entrance. That's what Ban did. Just distract the competition, and there you go. It's going to be a 1v2 situation, still very doable for this one player left, Bolu. 7 seconds, but obviously there's going to be a defuse that's going to be happening right there. Solo saves it for them. Luminosity. Another hack.
GG's.
Pulled out.
Looks like Coco. Damn.
A trick up their sleeves.
We're going into game number 7.
S&D standoff with such great finesse.
Man.
Ooh, Luminosity.
Oh my goodness.
They looked a little bit sleepy at the start of the day, but they have awoken the beast Tribe Gaming has, and Solo flying across the map. Big performance out of him, but across the board, even Bam didn't have his best game, but so many crucial plays, those flanks, able to catch Tribe off guard multiple times.
Let's look at this.
Blur, Envy, Solo, all 9 and above, and on the flip side, nobody really getting going in a big way. This is the map where typically we've seen Jez pop off, but all the different looks that we saw out of Luminosity, he just didn't know what spots to predict.
No one disappointed in this matchup. And yes, Marshy with 6, he got big kills. Band with just a mere 4 where he usually frags out. He made really essential plays by being number 1, the flank, and giving that information, but also kind of throwing himself out there, being the distraction. It worked out in that last round. And as we're going into our highlights, let's see the brilliance that is Luminosity in this S&D.
This is
We
crazy.
saw some nice shots out of Washi, but there was a shockingly little amount of sniper
they just need to put the pieces together and know that they're confident and that they can definitely beat
just flying everywhere that he could. Envy making some big plays.
Won two in
Blur
a
with some
row now.
crucial
Now
wall
it's just
bangs.
control.
In
Control's
all
the
those
last one, but
positions, the ones that you
if I
don't typically
remember,
see
I
in the
think
setups
Tribe
on
had
this
the
map,
better
I think
side,
especially
so they might
the
start
defense
off
out
with
of
the better
Blur
side
in
this
that
time.
gas station side. Super crucial. Solo with maybe the turn of the tournament as he's able to take down Bolu on that gunfight. Across the board.
Hey, the only time that Tribe tried to make an answer off of Ban's, flanks, Blur goes out there with a wall bang out of nowhere, just scaring off 2 players of Tribe, and Tectonic almost going down. Oh my goodness. Honestly, this is the part where I thought Tribe was gonna finally make a comeback.
Yeah, it seemed like the momentum was swinging. Blur, great attempt on this one, but it was just too well played by Tribe. Bolu knows that all he has to do is play time. He's got the box to work with. I'll push out. I'll give you the kill. As long as we get the round, that is the only thing that matters. But after this one, it was all Luminosity. I mean, every single time, they were fine to give up a 5-man retake, or a free plant on A for the 5-man retake.
Let's see what
and
Ferg
just
is
across
saying.
the board. Are we waving goodbye a little bit early? Okay. Luminosity feeling some mojo heading into map 7.
Well played by Bolu, though. He couldn't really stick that kill to stop the plan, even though that Luminosity had the numbers
While
advanced.
we wait, let's see what Ferg in his chat is saying.
By Bolu, though. He couldn't really stick that kill to stop the plan, even though that Luminosity had the numbers advantage. That's really good presence of mind right there. But again, it's just not enough, especially very hard having the weapon of choice that he just had right there. And so, we're bringing things into our last map in Summit. Okay, what do you think about this particular map? We're ending things really small, tiny map, really tight corners, and you're going up against a solo that's absolutely guns a-blazing with that R9.
Yeah, I'm curious to see
did
if that gets pulled out. I forgot that he was a player that had been doing that. To be honest, he hasn't super popped off with it whenever we've seen it, but there were times in
chat, just to give you guys a little bit of history here, Band and Envy are the 2 players that Tribe dropped last year to pick up Veg and Slothy. Then Slothy was replaced, and now they have Tech and also Jazz. So they dropped Band and Envy, and Band and Envy are both on the other team right now, and that's why Band was doing that, and that's why there's a lot of bad sportsmanship, bad blood between the 2 teams. It's not that they hate each other, it's just that they both know the situation, the rivals at heart, because they won last year's Western Finals together, and now they're against each other in the World Finals for this year.
That's crazy.
So that's why you're seeing so many people shooting each other's bodies, like Band shooting bodies. It's really only Band and Envy that are shooting bodies all the time. Like every time they kill someone, they'll shoot their body. Because both teams, this means a lot to both teams just because of that.
Oh my gosh, I was terrified that we weren't going to reach this point, but shout out to Luminosity for bouncing back, making it happen right here in our first ever COD Mobile
That's
World
why he's so
Championship
smug.
Final. We get a game
Because
7. It's going to be controlled.
The storyline is that
the usual game mode for
even though he
game
got
7, but we
MVP last
still
year,
love it.
he was hard to play with.
Looks like that man banned.
And they dropped him, and now he's back here against them.
Bobby, I thought we weren't
With
going
a
to be casting
completely,
this song.
entirely
Didn't
new
wanna
roster.
give proper and shift all the fun, right? We need to cast some games today. Looking like it's pretty well worth it. And now as we're slowly getting into our Control Summit, we've seen teams kind of snowball out of control. I mean, I'm not trying to be punny here in Summit because obviously there's a lot of snow.
Last map,
Hello,
Summit.
It's very cold now.
Really, Summit? Oh.
For both of these teams.
Such an ugly
the glory.
map, dude. Why?
Let's get it. Summit control, heavy topside push for
Here we
Luminosity
go.
Gaming.
Last
Jess
round.
with the bottom side flank. He's going to be able to get that frag onto Envy and open things up. It's a one-for-one trade, but they're looking to set up a spawn trap early. He's going to be careful. Not a whole lot of range on that switchblade. Forced back. And one player on the top side is going to be banned. A lot of kills going the way of Luminosity early. They're going to get a lot of early A control as well.
That's going to be a really good push for that A control. LG almost getting that 3rd tick of progress. Only one more. Ban gets those kills. You already know that this guy is absolutely cracked when it comes to those respawns, especially when you shrink down the map. And now, really good solid control. A map cleared down with 4 live lead.
Well, right now, you love the way those lives are going. Solo's going to get taken down by his own hunter killer. I'm not sure if that actually counts toward the lives. I never really checked on that one, but right here, Blur doing everything he can to defend, or rather push through on that B side. Not a usual spot for the SKS, not a usual map for the SKS, but the A zone completely captured right here. And now on to the tough side. Tectonic maneuvering that top side, put the kilo away. He's pulling out the Krieg, a little bit more flexible in the close range. And now the push on over to B for Luminosity.
Top control for Jez. That's going to be really crucial for him. Spots one. Big doesn't really quite get the trade though. 16 to 16, even things out. Tribe is so good at doing this, at slowing things down to control. Not letting it, you know, steamroll out of control here. No, Luminosity, just as they had the lead, obviously it's going to be very hard to do that because they have to worry about that OBJ. And now for Tribe, they're doing so well, but Solo getting that big double. Big getting that triple with the R9. Almost getting the fourth, but Jez shuts him down.
Right now, Luminosity, you got time to work with. You don't have to rush things. Obviously, you want to get that objective captured, but you also don't want to let Tribe play a TDM against you where you're going to be at a disadvantage. Solo, way long range to be using an R9 right there. They're going to be forced back, and no kills go through for them. Tribe looking solid in the top side, but Van's got the counter. High ground control going the way of Luminosity right here. They're set up in a really good position. Question is, will they have the lives? They're throwing a lot away. Why are you pushing through? They're giving them for free, and just like that, a 5-life lead for Tribe Gaming. Only 2 players left to clutch up 2 ticks of objective. And a big task for Band is he's not able to make it happen. Tribe takes round 1.
Good adjustment coming from Tribe, very much like them to do so. And even though they were down by just, I think, 6 lives in the mid-game, able to slow things down a notch, and where Luminosity seemed like they were getting a little bit impatient, not playing the time that they had. They had 55 seconds left to get those picks.
Yep, we said their aggression might be the death of them. Solo's going to push through right here. Able to find the first with the R9. Does get traded out. The Purifier, the operators starting to come out right here. Envy, crucial gunfight win right there. And Luminosity is getting the better of those exchanges. Got to pay attention to the operators as well. Vague pushing through with his Purifier. Does get traded out right there. Luminosity still having the edge. Likely looking to snowball as much as they can. Didn't opt to use any of their operators at the end of that one. But as far as the TDM game goes, they're playing it pretty dang well. Jed's gonna drop right there, and now the life lead starting to build a little bit for Luminosity.
Not that big of a deal for Tribe though. We've seen it come back before, time and time again. But with 44 seconds left on the clock, that's going to be difficult because you have to push now. You got to pick a side, and you're going to be greeted by so many operators already. Blur trying to push out, trying to block that moment, the entrance, momentum being cut right now from Tribe. They were trying to go and get ready for a push out, but that vortex just stopped them.
And
well, right now,
you got 30 seconds.
It looks
Good
like Luminosity's looking to set up the spawn trap. One player going to get taken down. Marshy's got some streaks to work with. And not a whole lot of objective capture time as Vega's going to be forced off right there. He tries to pre-fire. Purifier around the corner once again. Usage of those operators going to be crucial, and Luminosity has opted to use the majority of theirs. They've only got 2 left. They're going to be able to pick up a lot of kills, and they've got a few operators to work with as well. Those could pay dividends, as it does look like Blur has an EMP system, if I'm looking at that correctly. It's actually going to be a care package, so not quite as much value for that to be had. But Luminosity takes a big round right there. The big issue at hand, if you're a Luminosity and you're going to get the win, you've got to find an offensive round somewhere.
Yep, because we're ending it. If we do get a game number 5, Tribe is going to be on the defense. But Luminosity did a really good job a while going round number 1, where we thought it was going to be an LG win, but obviously not really the case. And Washi opening things up with the claw, gets rid of Vague. A little bit too early for my liking.
Yeah, I think Tribe played that really well. They don't want to give him any value out of that claw, so you know what? We'll give up a little bit of map control. We'll give up a tick or 2 of progression. We know Jez is going to be able to push in the top side and equalize, and just like that, Tribe looking to start popping those operators. Purifier comes out. Marshy in the top side. He knows that he's got a teammate in front of him to clear the way, so he's going to be able to make his way down below, and just like that, Tribe takes the life lead.
Marshy. Fred in hand. That's going to be really big once the B capture is actually going to happen. But Bolu shredding out with the club. Washi stops it really early on, stopping the push. Again, a lot of the score streaks and the operators are being shut down right now by Luminosity. Big Fred. Let's see who's actually going to be getting one. Vic gets spotted out. Doesn't really quite get that kill, but does give that information that someone's going to be by cable car.
It's World Championship final time. Tribe Gaming in the lead right now, just by a little bit in the lives. Let's hop on into a listen-in with Tribe.
Bottom there. Always in.
How much damage?
Mid-stairs. I need help. Mid-stairs, one shot. Nice. One more in the middle.
Get top control, boys.
Don't feed live.
Get top control.
Come on.
I'm not dead.
One bottom.
Two bottom. One key, one bottom. I'm going B.
Watch the top.
Look at the lives. 69.
Top dead.
Nice.
One bottom. Bottom dead.
Nice.
One bottom again. 6 kills or 7. 7 kills, guys. 7 kills. 6.
Bottom. Nice.
5.
35.
Jumping down.
Play slow.
Two way.
Nice. Top four. Nice. Top 2.
Yo.
Nice.
I still have my operator.
Hey, Mark has it all. I have it up. Don't use your operator's card, please. Don't use it.
Well, that's a pretty dominant defensive round for Tribe. You can hear the comms, play the lives. That's all you got to do once you reach that point. Luminosity did not have a means of pushing into those zones. The top side set up too strong for Tribe.
Okay.
And right now, it's Tribe 1 round away from closing things out. Luminosity need to find a big round here.
They're 1 round away from winning $700,000. And if you drop it, that is a very costly mistake. And now looking like they're trying to get that solid hold, though, as LG's going in there for the take here in control room. Very, very aggressively, they're pushing in through, but they're just letting Tribe actually funnel through. They're not overextending their game here.
There's nobody to really defend the bottom side right now for Luminosity. As I say that, Fan says, I'll hop down, clear off as much as I can, and take a player or two with me. Oh my gosh! Drops the Purifier right there. Cannot be understated how big of a kill. Can't be overstated how big of a kill that was right there. And despite that, Tribe still taking that progression over on A. Bolu looking to maintain topside control. The lives are even for right now. Big gunfight win for Washi. Nobody having the edge right here. Obviously, Tribe looking to lock in this A side, but the tougher task at hand is going to be that B control. Tectonic has not been spotted out. He spots a teammate. That's not who you want to be shooting at. And all the topside control right now going the way of Luminosity, but Big catches one player sliding down.
Big kill for Big. Almost getting that 18th, and Solo going on his 19th. 2 operators ready for Luminosity. 4 going in for Tribe. They can seal it down here. It's going to be the timing of your operators and also your score streaks. That is going to be the name of the game. 32 seconds left on the clock. One tick of progress each.
Trades right there.
That is going to be really difficult because the super solid hold. Very good defense, especially by Envy stopping the push.
That's a big kill right there. They've still got the life advantage. Nothing to worry about. Don't panic. Tribe has no objective captures and not a lot of time to work with as well. Van looking for a flank right here. He's going to be able to catch out Marshy. Once again, the lives continue to go the way of Luminosity. And they have an opportunity here, barring a miracle from Tribe, to close things out.
Wow.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's only right that
it's going down to the last freaking game, bro.
This is what
oh
we
my
deserve.
gosh.
A nail-biting situation where in the beginning, Luminosity looks so solid when it comes to the attack. Can they do the same here?
This is it.
It's definitely a little bit easier for Tribe in the
Whoever
defense. All
gets
they need to
this
do
wins.
is just be patient.
His opening gunfight's going to be crucial. First blood yet to be found. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Another Luminosity member going to drop. The operator's starting to come out. Both players had them stacked up for a while. Vig going to be able to find 2. Not opting to set up the spawn trap. Going to play things a little bit more passive. And the kills continue to go the way of Tribe Gaming.
Wow.
Oh, Tribe. They're bringing out the big guns early game already. They just want to end this right now. But then taking a look at that, only 2 members left from their team having their operators. 1 from Solo, also for LG. and that's going to be really difficult. Ben takes out the claw. Doesn't really quite get any information. Finally gets one, but doesn't really quite sustain. As Tectonic pulls out one of his own.
That's
Big
huge
kills right
for
there. We're gonna hop into a
Tribe.
quick listen in with Luminosity.
They need to start capping.
Come on, guys. Keep going. Take it. There's one dead. We need to get top control. Yeah, let's get top. There's one P2, one P4. Super one shot. One shot forever. One stairs. We have to control.
They have no
The
caps.
lives are dwindling. The time is dwindling. All seems to be lost for Luminosity as Tribe has dominated the final round. Only 7 seconds remain right
They need to
here.
get 'em points.
Luminosity able to hop the objective, but it doesn't seem to matter at this point.
Yeah, no
Only
one was
7
playing
lives
OBJ.
remain. 13 separating the two. The remaining players doing everything they possibly can. But
Yeah,
one by
only
one,
4
they
lives.
fall as Tribe Gaming cuts them down. The bodies are shot, and a new king is crowned.
Wow.
The world champions of COD Mobile, Tribe Gaming.
They're not the
Damn,
new kings,
dude.
man. They've been here since
Wow.
2020.
They did
Couldn't
it,
prove
bro.
themselves because obviously we didn't have that storyline. 7 teams had to split that title, had to split that money. 2021, East and West still had no answer to the
Damn.
question. But now finally, the most consistent and talented team of Call of Duty Mobile right now, Tribe Gaming.
Wow.
Hats off to you, my dudes.
It's not just tears
That's
when you lose.
crazy.
There's tears when you win as well. You can see how much it means to these players in a well-fought battle by
You can hear everyone
Luminosity.
cheering Tribe in the
It
background.
seemed like it was over long, long ago, but man, oh man,
Wow.
did they give us a show today? Every single one of these players deserving of this stage, and congratulations once again to Tribe Gaming, the world champions.
That was such a powerful shot-up image going down the stairs. We already know he was the coach someone last year, now paying his respect to the team that he helped out.
Amazing.
Helped groom them to be the champions of the day. And as you can see, the trophy shining and the smiles of these boys giving hope. This is more than just a game. This is life-changing for these 5 guys, for this organization. Tribe Gaming looking absolutely
That's
supreme
crazy.
in mobile gaming.
And you can see Bolu holding up the 2 fingers. Now he and Marshy,
Let's watch
the
what Frank's
only
saying.
2 COD Mobile players in the world to be
This is
stage
more than just a
5
game.
champions twice.
They will
holding up
hoist
the
the
trophy
trophy
right
now.
here. He and Marshy, the only 2 COD Mobile players in the world to be stage 5 champions twice.
Yes,
they
sir.
will hoist the trophy.
Wait, what happened?
right
Did he
here.
turn off the
Maybe a
comments
little
or
bit
what?
heavier than he-
Hold on, let's see. Oh, no.
We like that.
as well, but
We like that.
wow.
W's,
The
bro.
crowd, the crowd, the Tribe crowd has definitely shown
Let's
out
go,
today.
Marshy Nader.
And you can feel the energy in here as a kind of new world champion is crowned. The new official
The
world
new
champion.
official, yeah. That was always kind of like the.
That's great.
Let's go, Tag. Let's fucking go, bro.
2 years of the making is kind of like a yes and no situation, but
Wow.
Tribe definitely proved it today. The past
Oh
3
my
days have been
gosh.
grueling. A beautiful, heroic lower bracket run. The
Yeah,
most
insane,
games any
though.
team has ever played. And I keep repeating it, the most resilient team that we've seen here so
Fantastic.
far. They're
From losers bracket in round 1
so used to being called the
to the
championship.
actual champions.
They're tested today.
Smoked,
And they bring home the
obliterated,
trophy and they
annihilated,
prove everyone
decimated,
wrong,
discombobulated.
A lot being said. We casted such a great
GG's,
series.
brisket. Oh, let's
Digon.
go, chat.
Take it away, Tribe. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Beef Mommy and Bobby.
Let's
One more
go,
time,
champ.
congratulations to your world champion, Tribe Gaming!
Let's fucking go.
All right, Marshy, let's start with you, brother. Obviously, this means a lot to you, but can you try to put
Thank
it
you,
into
Apollo,
words?
for the 50. I appreciate it, bro.
I guess.
Classic Marshy.
Jazz, you're the new
Classic
player on the
Marshy.
block. Obviously, you've stepped up in huge situations. What does this championship mean
I
for you?
guess.
I mean, it's just a whole new milestone, you know, just to see what's up next.
They can't even talk, bro.
You were asking this whole weekend.
Bro, they can't even know what to say.
Interview me. Well, now we get to do it as world champions. How's it feel?
It feels amazing, man. Honestly, I don't know really what to say, but I think we as a team deserve this the most. We put in the most effort at any other team to make it this far. The best tournament of our lives. The first team to win from the losers bracket from the first match. And overall, the best team I've teamed with in history of COD Mobile, in my opinion. And I'd like to thank the crowd, obviously, for watching. The YouTube chat, thank you guys for supporting. My family back home watching. My best friend Miles for watching. And yeah, hope everyone enjoyed watching our match down to the wire. And honestly, just everyone made the right plays at the right time. And just honestly, an amazing feeling that I'll forever cherish in my life.
Vague, I want to ask you about that loss early on in that quarterfinals. What did the team do? How did they respond?
Honestly, if you don't know, Tribe has like a reputation of always bringing it back from the lower brackets or loser bracket. Pretty sure it even happened in like the previous series and shit.
Vig's about to cry.
I won't go find this one.
Oh my god,
Tribe will cover it.
He's sore on the
you might have a little bit of money to cover it.
Yeah. Nah, so coming from that, it was really good. And going to our next match, we had a good feeling into it because we were facing Stamina. We know how they play. We knew how they were. Our main
Thank you,
goal
Morrison, for the 22, bro.
to like face LG
Messi and Tribe
have our
W,
eyes
yes,
going
sir.
up against them in the grand finals because that's what we predicted, and that's what happened. Obviously, it was a
Yes,
close
sir.
match, but at the end of the day, we won. And that just proves that West is the best and East is ass.
Oh my god, bro!
Wow.
Oh my god!
Now, Tech, you showed up huge in the biggest moments here for the squad.
What did he say?
I wanted to know, why is it when the moments are biggest, you come up huge?
He's the GOAT.
I think it's more so just like a pressure thing, you know? Like, it's always fun having pressure and, you know, all the tension is high. A lot of people get nervous, but I'm going to be honest, to me, I've lived 3 years for this, and I'm glad that it's finally happening.
Congratulations, Tectonic. You're the man.
Well, the wait
You
is
go, bro.
over. Tribe Gaming, the best team. Your 2022 World Champion.
Vamos! Let's go, bro. Let's go, chat. What a series, bro.
All right, y'all. That was a hell of an ending. Of course it was going to go all 7 maps. Of course it was going to go all 5 rounds. I mean, you called it right there, Bobby.
I mean, I was questioning it for a little bit. Off the start, it looked pretty
I already
straightforward,
tweeted
but
it out,
huge
bro.
shout out to Luminosity once
Let's
again.
go!
Obviously,
Tribe
second
Gaming
place, but
won!
a well-earned second place for those guys. They gave it everything that
West
they
is
had,
best
and they
East is
absolutely
best.
gave
I
us a
don't
show
even
in
know
this
what that
matchup.
means.
Beef Mommy, I kind of wanted to get your
Fantastic
thoughts
chat
here as we
from
close
Tribe
out the
Gaming.
2022 season.
Oh, we did it,
Well, I
boys.
did hear that
Tribe
the
won the
East
COD
was-
Global World
I don't think I can
Championship.
say it, man. He's correct though.
Fantastic.
They're very sass. They're sass.
Go like a tweet,
okay?
chat.
I'm
It came down to the final moments here.
It literally
Luminosity
came down
gave it
to
shot, but really
round
both
7,
these squads have shown
and there's
both
3
America's
rounds, and
number
on the
one.
last
Yeah, I mean,
round,
hey, number
it
one,
came
number
down
two
to
coming out
last,
of North America,
last
making the
to
grand
last.
finals. I mean, you ask any one of us, I know for a fact me and Bobby both had Inco at least making it here, but you can't honestly look any differently because these two teams have shown so much prowess through so many different game modes, their adaptations, and overall just moxie just carried them through the entire weekend.
Shift, final thoughts.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, it's taken us 3 years to do this, and this is one heck of a set of groundwork to work off of for the future. The fact that we got all 16 teams here in the first place, that was already a huge success, let alone the fashion that they played through each other in this bracket.
All right, let's take a look one more time at our prize pools. $700,000 going to the way of Tribe Gaming, $280,000 for
That's
Luminosity,
funny,
and $150 for Inco Stalwart. Y'all,
JHC
3
Gaming
years in the
says,
making
type
of
a
having
vague
land,
famous
of
quote.
being able to really claim who is number one,
Hey,
and
bro,
it
what's
was
his
a
best?
wait well
He used his
worth it.
ass.
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you to the community for inviting me in for
Oh
this,
my gosh,
and thank you
stupid.
to all the fans that have come out and supported here in Raleigh, North Carolina. That's it from us here. I think we've had a hell of a weekend, and everything that's needed to be said has been said. So, to close it on out, we'd like to thank you all for watching. On behalf of myself, every single one of us casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, we thank you for watching, and we will see you as we do it again next year in 2023. Tribe Gaming, your 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Champions.
That's nutty, bro. All right, chat. Well, that's it for me. That quote was funny. It doesn't make any sense. Just like North America is better, Europe is horrible. Anyway, thanks for watching, chat. It was fun hanging out with you guys. Thanks for. I think it was basically only like Simp, and I know Coco was here. I don't know if anyone else was watching. It might have just been us, like 3, but appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. It was fun. I'm glad I went to game 7 down to the last wire and make it a good game, you know. Both teams win money. One wins 700K. The other one wins, what's it called? The other one wins, they won, I think 280 or something like that. It's still pretty good. Good job, guys, next time. Yeah, definitely next time. That was awesome. It just came down to the wire. Who won the last gunfights, everything. So very good even match for sure. So all right, guys, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for joining. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.